Manhattan is one of the 5 boroughs of New York City, and one of the smallest and most densely populated of the United States. And now, the sky above him was painted a poisonous purple color, reflected in the eyes of players ready for anything. Knights, warriors, magicians. The system's preventive measures against lowering the rating had begun. The mission type is defense. The system summoned the doomsday monster, Behemoth, whose huge claws tore right through the rift in the sky. The man, dressed in ordinary city clothes, clutched the sword uncertainly and looked up with his mouth slightly open. Behind him, apparently another magician, screamed at the top of his lungs. The first one's eyelids trembled with horror. He passionately wished that what he saw was just a dream. The system ordered to defeat Begatome before it destroyed the world, by which time the monster had already made its way through the rift. A huge humanoid head with horns was trying to decide whose limbs to tear off first. The next second, Behemoth opened his mouth like the gates of hell, letting out a deafening bestial squeal while his eyes burned with a devilish fire. The man gestured for the warriors to stop, demanding that they maintain formation, otherwise they would lose, and the price for this would be the end of the world. An unimaginable monster emerged from the rift and walked freely through the wide streets of the city, waving its paws through the air. A magical blue flame blazed near its ugly head. BattleNet started in 2010. At first, it was a simple competitive game between nations, but everything changed with the opening of the Space League in 2022. Then there was a battle for survival against other space creatures. The representatives of the Earth, people, were rapidly losing and dying in whole cities at once. Today, in the year 2023, there are only 10 nations left on Earth, which puts the planet in danger of destruction. The hippopotamus suddenly stopped right in the middle of the road, straightened up and opened its mouth, inside which a deadly funnel appeared. The monster bent its long knees and leaned forward, releasing a tangible ultrasound from its throat that struck all people like waves of radiation, instantly attacking every cell of the body. Something quickly slid through the air, and a man, looking like an ordinary office worker, froze above Behemoth's huge head. The stranger drew his dark eyebrows together, shaking his head to brush unruly strands of hair from his face. A few seconds later, he darted even higher like lightning, and the entire space around him was filled with a bright white light, framed by purple flashes. Every emotion in the human's eyes disappeared as the boy rushed straight down, stretching out the palm of one hand in front of him and clenching the other into a fist, as if he was preparing to hit the monster. The Behemoth wasn't going to give up that easily, so while the guy was flying down, the spawn's magical flame completely burned one of his arms up to the shoulder, leaving a blurry stump. As soon as the stranger touched the Behemoth's flesh, it sank into the ground with the enormous force of a moving electric drill, destroying the asphalt. A strong wind arose, which almost blew away the warriors' team. They could barely stand on their feet, covering their faces from the flying dust. The man fell to the ground as the asphalt began to crumble right under his feet, opening his eyes. He was stunned by what he saw. The system was lit up with a sign, Earth, USA, mission accomplished. That same guy was standing on Behemoth's corpse. The man whispered under his breath, thinking that the stranger was a combat priest and possessed incredible strength for his class. Son Jaihan, a member of the America First Guild and the 7th-ranked player in the world, is an unremarkable-looking young man with eyes that are keenly focused on everything around him. Son's attention was drawn to a commanding voice, amplified 100-fold, coming from the direction of a tall skyscraper. It said that his beloved country America had won once again. The speaker spoke with a strange grin on his lips and said that this historical moment would remain in the memory of all citizens and the Universal Master. He was talking about himself, Baron Williams, the head of the America First Guild, the #1 player in the world rankings. Tall, broad-shouldered, blonde, blue-eyed, confident, and dressed in a snow-white suit and guild uniform. There was a crowd standing behind him. They gasped, demanding that the priestess, who had suddenly descended down to Jihan, return immediately. Baron waved his hand. The man next to him was worried that the Behemoth's energy was still raging on the surface, but the leader was confident in the girl's strength. He narrowed his eyes as he looked down at the body of the huge dead monster. The Behemoth was indeed powerful. The corpse emanated such energy that it could knock out most of the players. Those who were close to it could not rise from their knees and desperately tried to cough. Jihan manages to stay next to him despite his injury. However, the priestess has already descended to the ground. Sophia, a member of America First and the 3rd-ranked player in the guild, a young maiden in a floor-length robe with long blonde hair, screamed in fear when she saw Son. Realizing this, She pointed her staff at the guy, using a restoration spell, from which soft green healing energy immediately gushed out. Seeing the young man wince, the priestess hastened to remind him of the pain caused by the behemoth's energy, so the hero would have to endure it a little. He clenched his teeth with all his might and just hissed, expressing displeasure, but he had no intention of complaining about the pain. Suddenly, the guild members on the skyscraper balcony became animated, calling for Mr. Baron to look down. A large golden chest appeared in front of Jihan and Sophia, from which a golden glow emanated, the reward for the boss, which the others noticed. The boy clutched the stump of his arm tightly as the guild leader ordered him and the priestess to step aside. The man and his assistants gathered to collect the reward themselves, and immediately raised their hands, glowing with the red energy of collection. The warriors standing below clicked their tongues in irritation, outraged by the impudence of William's actions, but they could do nothing. The end of humanity was near, and it was a real danger, so such people were their only hope. The leader and the rest of the guild members descended from the skyscraper's balcony. Baron called on the guild to listen carefully. Those present lined up as he was about to announce the names of those who would receive the awards. Sun exhaled, and Sophia let out a muffled cry when the names of the lucky ones were announced. Priestess number 4 and number 5. The priestess waved her hand towards the guy. Stepping forward, she demanded to wait, because it was he who killed the monster. When asked why Jihan was left without a reward, Baron frowned his bushy eyebrows and pointed his finger rudely at the young man. The dream was not an American. The sentence that was pronounced struck the boy's heart like an arrow, but he did not show that it had in any way hurt his feelings. Blue, piercing eyes pierced the indignant couple. The man stated firmly that citizenship did not make Jihan one of them. He lowered his head, looking back fearlessly. As it turned out, for all his achievements, Sun was now only a useful assistant. The priestess clenched her fists, intending to condemn what was said, but the 7th player twitched his injured shoulder, assuring that everything was fine. Jihan turned on his heels and walked in the opposite direction, throwing out as a parting word that he didn't care, knowing deep down that the guild leader was right. He was just a refugee who fled after losing his homeland, almost the only one who survived and saw the destroyed city with his own eyes. The young man obtained the 4th rank of the nameless divine arts fragments of an unknown ability, reaching 7th place in the world player rankings. But even this did not help Jihan to integrate into society. Others did not recognize him as one of their own, and forced him to experience all kinds of discrimination. And it was not these circumstances that worried him more. There was something else that hurt the player to the depths of his soul. He felt incredible guilt for being the only survivor. He wanted to howl from helplessness. Sun sat among the destroyed streets, having climbed right onto the roof of a broken taxi, where just a few weeks ago a random resident was driving somewhere in joyful anticipation. The guy shook his head and, as if coming to his senses, decided to restore his hand with his own energy, because the results should come soon. The system sign immediately announced the results of the low-ranking Bronze League task. Task type, defense, conditions met, more than half of the players survived. The USA completed the task. China was among the lucky ones, despite the widespread destruction. Russia, Japan, and other countries failed the mission. The sky turned red as the system listed the destroyed countries on a large 3D globe. People looked up in horror, not believing that only 2 countries out of 10 had completed the task. A red sign threatening dire consequences stated that humanity had lost and had not passed the rating downgrade prevention. There are other players who have not passed the rating downgrade prevention. They will meet the orcs in the final battle during the rating downgrade prevention. The warriors who had been damaged by the behemoth's energy, currently standing next to the guild leader, cried out in dismay upon hearing who they would be fighting. Sophia ran up to Baron, who was starting to get angry, calling on him to bring Jihan back, since they only won the last fight thanks to the fighter. But the man was adamant. He firmly replied that the guild would go into battle without him. The system called for representatives from each planet. The event would soon begin. In the 3-dimensional arena, people were transformed, on the opposite side from them. Orcs. Williams led the warriors, with the first representative standing behind him. The guild leader couldn't allow an outsider to rise in the rankings at his expense. He spat at the orcs, the vile pigs as the man called them. The monsters were confidently playing with the weapons in their paws. Their powerful, wide bodies were covered in ritual designs, and their small red eyes glowed in the semi-darkness. The priestess, having appeared in the arena, stepped back. The girl's eyebrows shot up indignantly. Were there really only 4 representatives of their people, in addition to the ranker from China? The guild leader's hand clenched into a trembling fist. He convinced himself that everything was fine. They didn't need Song Jihan. The man clenched his teeth and growled fiercely, releasing his inner strength. He was burning, emitting lightning, and believed that he could handle it alone. The first player called for the orcs to attack, and he himself rose up, forming a bright magical flame coming from his solar plexus. He loudly declared that he was a representative of humanity and swung his arm to attack the monsters. Having built up enough rage, Baron roared, his eyes empty, only the seething anger remaining in them. He rushed at the enemy, and the huge orc knocked down the target with a single blow, as if it were a toy airplane. Sophia's mouth opened wide, clutching her staff in her hands. Even the strong-looking player standing in front froze in horror. The rest of the people watching the carnage suddenly gasped, and some covered their mouths with their hands. Jihan jumped off the roof of the taxi, seeing the new sign from the system. His face reflected bewilderment. The orc's blow proved fatal for the guild leader. The system stated that the human representative was dead. The remaining population of the planet, upon reading the inscription, howled in stunned horror and despair, realizing that they were now left without their leader. The monsters did not stop there. The warriors who rushed to avenge the leader fell into a trap. As soon as another orc killed players with his bare hands, the system immediately notified about the death of another human representative. Finding herself on the ground, Sophia begged for mercy as the monster brought his deadly axe down on her. But he seemed not to hear the human voice, and only raised his weapon over his head again, intending to thank the people for their weakness. A second. And for humanity, the game is over. It has lost and has been excluded from the Bronze League. There is no lower league. Humanity has been recognized as worthless. It has been excluded from the Space League. A small portal appeared near the foot of one of the last people. A black hole with purple flowers. This is how the deletion that the system had announced began. The portal grew in a matter of seconds, covering the entire area where the men and women were now standing. Jihan stepped back, looking in bewilderment as his entire body was engulfed in thin clots of deadly energy. Now he found himself in pitch darkness and looked up in horror. The end of the world was coming. A portal, a black hole, formed right in the planet. It seemed that the Earth was destroying itself. People were writhing, screaming, calling for help from their loved ones for the last time, and there was no way to refuse or run away from this. In the cycle of deaths, when the human race was being devoured by energy, the star flared up for the last time, and then the removal of humanity was complete. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the system had detected an error, causing some people to remain, and the nameless divine arts were preventing the deletion. That was what Jihan's consciousness heard. That same fragment of an unknown ability, the user must find out the real name after reworking 3 divine secrets for the player. Then, he will be able to awaken them. His eyes were closing. He wanted to fall asleep. But right now, the system and the higher ones were deciding the fate of the guy who desperately wanted to save and protect his loved ones. The majority voted to have the player return during his first entry into the league. Something seemed to knock the player out of consciousness, and the next second he woke up from loud voices, finding himself sweating, with his heart beating wildly and his breathing quickened. Jihan sat up abruptly and grabbed his head, which was suddenly pierced by thousands of needles. It hurt mercilessly, and several empty bottles of strong alcohol were lined up in a row on the table before his eyes. Gritting his teeth, the boy tried to understand what had happened, because he only remembered reading that he would return during his first entry into the league. Removing his hand from his face, the player looked around in surprise. The pain giving way to bewilderment, he was sitting on a wide sofa in front of a large TV in a spacious room. Suddenly, some cogs in his head started to move, and Jihan shuddered when his hearing focused on the sounds of the street coming from behind the curtained window. The young man ran there and abruptly pulled aside the curtains blocking the view, and then was stunned. A faint note of hope trembled in my soul when it became clear that it was once again 2022, and South Korea still existed with its population, cities, and provinces. Under the windows of Jihan's house, boys played Kings of Swords, fighting with sticks from the trees. A young couple passing by were having fun. The girl was egging the guy on, asking if he would play today too. He chuckled, intending to do it after the training. The player looked at this picture in shock, unshed tears frozen in his eyes. He really had returned. This realization suddenly overwhelmed Jihan with a wave of panic, and he rushed to open the status window. A smile formed on his lips as he saw his name and the second-level designation on the screen, the time when humans first entered the league. It became a little calmer. Adrenaline started running through the blood. The guy had been given a great opportunity. If he uses information from his past life, he can change the future. Jihan slowly turned to the opposite wall, where a large portrait of his family hung. This time, he would protect everyone. Now everything will probably turn out differently, because he himself saw how the game ended and returned. In 2012, people had no idea what was going to happen. Up until that point, Korea was on its own. In the world ranking of players, the top 11 were from here, and among them one was in third place. He was faster than light, more powerful than any lightning bolt, and could dispatch an entire swath of enemies with incredible speed and a single movement. The man had the ability to wield two swords at once. He was the Sword King, Yoon Se-jin, and thanks to him, Korea remained invincible. The Sword King is the pride and treasure of the country, the strongest warrior, thanks to whom the country always occupies a high position in Northeast Asia. There was a correction here, it always occupied, since Yoon Se-jin soon made an unexpected statement to journalists. He decided to change his name to Ryuhei and renounce his Korean citizenship to take Japanese citizenship. And in July 2020, the player joined the new Japan Self-Defense Forces. By asking to be addressed as Ito Ryuhei, the man sent the Korean BattleNet into the greatest shock in its history, and his departure plunged the country into chaos. It was on that day that Jihan returned, crossing his arms over his chest. He chuckled, because he never liked this player. The news was all over the place about the Sword King's actions in letting his country down, and concerns about the fate of Korea's ranking in the league were growing. Korea, which was ranked high, has suffered a series of defeats and has fallen down the list at a terrifying rate. But even now, some analysts see little change in the rankings, and news channels optimistically point to talented young people, hoping that the country will remain in the top 20. Jihan, in a fit of anger, grabbed the remote control and turned off the TV. It was no wonder that with this approach the situation turned for the worse. No one could replace Se-jin. And everything would have been different if BattleNet had given Korea at least a little time, but the conditions were too strict. At the very beginning, BattleNet was a simple game. People on the go called the system with its signs and enthusiastically read the rules. But just 2 years later, when the Space League began, BattleNet became a battlefield for survival. If a player died in the game, then in reality he also lost his life. Such were the inexorable rules. In countries with low ratings, monsters appeared. Huge dinosaurs burning cities to the ground, monstrous spiders, two-headed werewolves, and other creatures invented by the system. This led to slaughter, wars, and millions of human casualties. After Se-jin's departure, Korea, as expected, sank to the bottom of the rankings and was destroyed. Those who were lucky enough to survive continued to repeat that it would not have ended like this if the Sword King had remained in his homeland. This man played a huge role for the country, as he possessed extraordinary strength. The portrait that hung in the room where Jihan woke up depicted his family, and next to a young girl holding a baby in her arms stood Se-jin. The face of the former national hero seemed to come to life and mocked the guy. Unable to bear it, he punched the mocking grin with all his might, breaking the glass on the painting. The fragments painfully dug into the thin skin, but the only thing that worried the player was the question: why did his sister fall in love with such a bastard? Like a disease, the web from the broken glass spread across the entire portrait. But would everything have turned out differently if she had lived? The thought of going to the BattleNet headquarters, a skyscraper with a sculpture of two huge crossed swords on the roof, ran through my head like a computer line. Jihan frowned, looking ahead, biting his lower lip. It was good that he returned at this time, but now, having called up the system tablet to find out his indicators, he sighed in disappointment, since they turned out to be too low. The guy scratched his forehead sadly, fully aware that it was his own fault, since he had previously spent all his time drinking and gambling. In the past, he was a real fool, because he did not realize what an incredible thing he had. The system plate indicated that the player had a gift: Eyes of the Wanderer, allowing him to see information about other players. Everyone who turned 18 became a player, but only a small number of people received gifts. Jihan was given the lowest rated gift and only used the ability to predict the winner of various online bets. At that time, Song did not yet know that her true value would only be revealed after awakening. Looking at the table, he hissed in irritation at the sight of the nightmarish indicators. Were they really equal to the first level? Then how did he manage to get the second? After closing his eyes for a moment, the guy suddenly opened them, finally remembering what he had forgotten. His gaze fell on an overturned bottle of bright yellow liquid lying on the table. An experience potion. It was embarrassing to even remember that Jihan drank it when he was drunk, and then the level increased. Continuing to study his characteristics, the player stared in surprise at the new, previously unseen numbers and scratched the back of his head. 100,000 achievement points, and Jihan didn't know where they came from. since he hardly achieved anything before entering the league, especially since the points were free. Thinking that something might have changed due to going back in time, the guy opened his inventory. He instantly broke out in a sweat from the strain and let out a startled cry when he saw the image on the screen. EX rank points. Exchange. Coupon. Last survivor advantage. Choosing the path to test yourself again cannot be sold. Jihan wasn't sure that he was the only one with such an advantage. After thinking about it, he still clicked on the achievement points exchange coupon button. The system added an achievement store. A golden shadow from the screen fell on the player's pale face, and he whispered words of delight with his lips alone. The gold plaque indicated many achievement upgrades, status windows, even spots for an additional class with more points. Jihan thought hard about whether he should improve the store. Then there would probably be more choice, but for now, there wasn't much to choose from. However, given the lack of many options, it was worth choosing at least something. So the guy decided to try to improve the store. The achievement store got a second level, but the player decided it wasn't for him and decided to continue. Next, the achievement store received a level 3, adding an additional place for the title, but this turned out not to be what was needed. There were only 50,000 points left. If the store was upgraded, it had 10,000 points left. The higher the level, the more expensive the upgrade. There were two choices left: buy up all the available options or level up. There was no point in thinking about it. Jihan put everything on the last attempt, and the achievement store reached level 4. The system notified that urgent recovery had been added. Jihan was scared for a second, not knowing what it was. Urgent repair provided the ability to restore a broken item to a new condition. The player buried his hand in his hair. This was bad. He was angry with himself, exclaiming dejectedly that he now understood the reason why he had not been able to give up gambling. Deciding to take a break, Jihan left the room and went to another, where before entering he put his finger on the sensor, which recognized his fingerprints and opened the door. The mechanical doors slowly opened. The mechanism loudly announced that members of the Jihan family were allowed to enter. Once in Song Jihan's playroom, the boy approached a large chair that looked more like the interior of a spaceship. Having climbed up the small glowing steps, the player sat down there, pressing the buttons on the dashboard, absent-mindedly thinking that the system had identified him in the absence of the owner. A sign appeared in front of his eyes, saying that Jihan had opened the BattleNet inventory and the player was going to use it. His first key is the corrupted Dongfangshu brush, rank A, a useless broken brush. But this was not a problem. The guy immediately gave the system a command for urgent restoration. The image on the screen began to change rapidly, and Dongfangshu's damaged hand was gradually restored. After some time, 2 stones appeared on the brush, red and blue. The restoration was complete. Jihan extended his hand, squeezed his palm, smiled with satisfaction, and nodded to himself. Preparation complete. Dongfangshu brush, SS rank, famous writer's brush, associated with the god of martial arts. An image of a tall, stately man, resembling a celestial being, appeared before the player. The brush from the system screen flew softly into the guy's hands, shining with a magical blue light that trembled in the air, wrapping around the object like a small snake. The player heard a cold, metallic voice announce that training in the Gangnam Bronze League would soon begin. There were 10 seconds left before the call. A state window appeared in front of Jihan, and he quickly jumped up from the chair, holding onto its back with one hand. The guy raised his brush up and smeared it across the screen, where a white blot immediately appeared. There was a reason why Jihan was able to take 7th place and become a martial saint. It combined strength, agility, and health points into a special, rare stat. The boy had never used this broken brush before, but what she wrote would begin his awakening. Jihan continued to swing his brush furiously as the seconds inexorably ticked away. Strength level, agility level, health level. Everything increased to 5 at the time the count ended. Player Sun Jihan entered the BattleNet League. The huge Coliseum is the main location of the BattleNet battles, and this time, the main task type is survival. A dry metallic voice expressed hope that the players would survive when faced with the Coliseum's monsters and hundreds of other players. This was the last thing Jihan heard while in his playroom. The next moment, he, still holding a brush in his hands, transformed right there in the arena under the hot summer sun. He was worried, not knowing what happened to the combat force, and immediately called up the status window. Jihan's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had no faith in himself at all. But now he saw his characteristics that had combined into a fighting force, and this meant that he had succeeded. The boy breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that he had gained combat power, completed the acquisition of a unique skill, and received 10,000 achievement points. Jihan smiled. Probably for the first time in a long time, he was finally here. It was just one step towards gaining the nameless divine arts. The combat strength increased to 5. This is enough to easily pass the Bronze League. The system sign announced that the player entered without joining the combat connection, without which he will experience 100% of the pain received. Jihan sighed dejectedly. He shouldn't forget that he lived in a world where pain was reduced by money. At this time, people were reducing the amount they received in the game more by using the connection. Yun Se-jin had a high-tech one. It got rid of 99% of the pain. The guy clenched his fists, taking a deep breath, deciding to use it later. Through his closed eyes, Jihan heard a notification from the system that the achievements window was open. As it turned out, he received a limited task. He had to take first place in the training. The reward: 1,000 achievement points. This had not happened in the past. The player grinned at his own thoughts. With fighting force, it was easy to do, and now the game had begun. He needed to survive until the very end. Before the player had time to prepare, he heard heavy footsteps and the sound of a sword swinging behind him. Someone's youthful, mad laughter cut through the air like a sharp blade. The stranger shouted that the newcomer was caught. But his arrogance immediately disappeared. The player began to blink stupidly when he realized that something went wrong. The sharpest tip of his sword was caught in a grip, but not a normal one. It was simply clamped between his fingertips. Jihan didn't even need to turn around completely. He caught the dagger and turned his head slightly to see the attacker. The newcomer's eyes lit up with an unnatural blue light. For some reason, he thanked him for the first murder. The murder of people. The game had a guild, a group of people who trained and managed players. Since everyone in the world was interested in BattleNet, every country started investing resources in encouraging players. Thanks to active investments from well-known enterprises, large and small guilds emerged in South Korea that could prepare strong players for the league. For example, the Gangnam Bronze League, from the first zone, is a place where rising stars of guilds make their debuts. The game was about to begin. All the players, warriors, magicians, priests, knights, looked around warily. The young man with dark hair and new clothes, bought for the occasion of the game, was noticeably nervous. Do Hyukyo grabbed the hilt of his sword, telling himself to calm down. Everything would be fine, because he was luckier than the others. The guy was from the Divergent Guild, which was run by various groups. Very famous, it was this guild that included many rising stars. Hyukyo is an ordinary young man who was able to join Divergent after receiving the A-rank gift of agility, although only a small number of players received such a gift. Setting himself up for victory, Hyukyo narrowed his eyes, looking around, searching for his first opponent. It seemed he had not expected to see nothing but monsters and thugs around him. Having decided that these guys definitely wouldn't be touched, the guy tried to retreat to a safer area. He believed that the most important thing for completing the mission was to stay alive, so it was better not to run into trouble. Hyukyo continued to look around at the potential opponents, noting that most of those present were from large guilds with good weapons, as if they weren't even in the Bronze League. The player's search was successful. His gaze caught on a stranger with no visible weapon and not even a uniform. He stood carelessly with his back to the other players, as if he had entered the arena by accident. Was he really going to participate in the Bronze League looking like that? Heki raised an eyebrow, amazed at the newcomer's attire. He must have been summoned by accident. The player grinned, taking a better grip on the hilt of his cool sword. He decided that this weirdo would be easy prey, so he rushed at him from behind. He couldn't believe that he could make money for such an easy kill, and he even thanked the stranger out loud. The system just announced the start of the game, and Yukio sped up to kill the enemy right there and get the points he deserved. He raised his sword with a joyful cry and pounced on the newcomer, confident of his victory. The delight on Hyukyo's face turned into complete confidence, and a question appeared in his eyes. This guy seemed to sense danger on a subconscious level and caught the sword with his bare hands. The blade was held so tightly by someone else's fingers that his own hands were shaking. How could that weakling have managed to keep up with Hyukyo's speed? Meanwhile, the new guy, without taking his angry gaze away, easily let go of the sword. Hyukyo immediately fell to the ground, screaming desperately in pain and resentment. Without turning around, Jihan noted the other's self-confidence, assuming that he decided to participate in the Gangnam Bronze League because of some gift. Almost in tears, the warrior exclaimed that his A-rank agility was not a gift, and in general, such a rank is not a joke. Putting his hand in his pocket, Song turned around and shrugged, replying that he would not deny anything. Hyukyo cursed to himself because this poor man dared to despise him by blocking only one blow. He quickly rose to his feet and decided to attack with all his speed using lightning magic. Jihan tensed up, seeing that the enemy had decided to attack with maximum effort, and it had been difficult to deal with him the first time. The player leaned forward, pointing the blade straight at the other's neck, this time not questioning his own agility. Alas, the sharp attack did not give him any advantages, because the newcomer dodged this time too. Hyukyo abruptly put his sword away, staring wide-eyed at the unremarkable opponent. Again and again, with enviable persistence, he attacked, but Jihan nimbly dodged, teasing the player. Without being distracted from the attacks, he thought that the feeling was completely different, and that the second level was again difficult to get used to. Rather, he himself has become too slow, and the enemy is not fast at all. It will not be easy. For Jihan's current status, after countless battles, the other's trajectory seems simple and obvious. This dangerous dance has been going on for more than half an hour, and it is not known who will be the winner. When his heavily breathing opponent jumped to the side once again, Don realized that he was reading all the moves. Taking advantage of the newcomer's hesitation, the angry Hyukyo screamed terribly and ran forward. Unfortunately, Jihan only now realized that he had lost his concentration. He turned around in horror, hearing someone else's cry, and was seriously scared in the first seconds. The guy managed to group himself and strike at the breach, knocking the sword out of the enemy's hands. How surprised Hyukyo was when his palm became empty in the blink of an eye. Not even a second passed before Jihan jumped into the air, grabbed the alien blade, and landed on the ground. Eyes blazing with a bright light, Don turned and charged at his bewildered opponent. The sword was stuck in the throat of its former owner, and Hyukyo began to cough. He paid for his carelessness by shouting that it was absolutely impossible. Instead of blood, pixels gushed from the throat of the defeated enemy, and he fell to the ground, curled up into a ball. The body slowly disappeared into space. The guy bared his teeth, promising the new guy that the next time they met, victory would be his. Jihan shook his head. This player died, and he's already talking about another fight. Standing over the lifeless, ghostly body, he heard the system's voice asking about the first kill in the tutorial and about getting 100 achievement points. Following the player, the alien sword disappeared from Jihan's hands, to his great regret. Now he's warmed up, he can continue further because, to take first place for sure, he needs to kill more than 5 participants. The player walked a little further and saw out of the corner of his eye an empty part of the field. On the other side, dozens of pairs of monster eyes were staring at him. No one wanted to fight them. In BattleNet, in addition to players, there are monsters, but killing them is equal to 1/10 of a murder. You will have to finish off as many as 10. Therefore, most avoid them and prefer to fight with players, especially when it comes to orcs. Thinking that fighting them was simply stupid, a sign appeared in front of Jihan. The new task was to kill 30 of the strongest orcs. The reward for this was 500 achievement points. Then, the player decided not to give up killing monsters because he would get the same number of points if he had killed 5 players. Don scratched his head. Because monsters are just monsters, they don't even look like real orcs. He stretched his body to prepare for the fight and the well-deserved reward. The guy decided to cross the field to get to the monsters with a few jumps. The orcs, looking intently ahead, began to hum and point their fingers. They couldn't believe that a man without equipment or weapons was running towards them. With a war cry, the monsters rushed forward, threatening to kill the madman on the spot. They swung their sharp axes with gusto, not doubting that they would chop the player into pieces. At first, Jihan looked at the floor, but then he raised his head, smiling mysteriously. He didn't slow down when he ran up to the orcs very close. The picture before his eyes merged into one. The monsters waved their weapons so quickly. Don covered himself with his hands as a sharp blade whistled past him. But somehow, in an unimaginable way, 2 axes ended up in the player's hands. At that very moment, he was going to show the impudent monsters how to throw them correctly. The guy swung his weapon with all his might and actually threw it into the crowd of orcs. The axe immediately chopped into pieces several monsters that stood in front. The other orcs growled as they saw their brethren die, their red dotted eyes glowing in their terrifying faces. The man disappeared from their sight, moving faster than light. Now he was behind the crowd. With his second trophy, he began to cut up the monsters, finding himself right in the center of their cluster. A few seconds later, the severed, ugly heads of the enemies flew into the air. Jihan threw his hair back from his forehead as he dealt with some of the monsters. One of the orcs growled, opening his mouth wide, and called out someone's name. 5 of the 30 monsters were defeated. The rest surrounded the player, encircling him from all sides. He, without hesitation, turned around his axis, assessing the situation in a split second. The axe, which Jihan held tightly in his hand, entered the flesh of his opponents with refined movements. The guy moved like lightning from one monster to another, not allowing himself to be touched. Everywhere, one could hear the growling of creatures calling for the killing of man. At one moment, a wooden spear with a sharp tip flew towards the player, and Don deftly intercepted it. Then he broke it in half, which was also not difficult for a second-level player. Scraping the sharp end of the equipment, he turned his head to see the puzzled orc. He stood alone, still holding the broken weapon, and grunted in surprise. Jihan swung his axe, expressing his contempt for the monster, saying that it shouldn't have screamed when attacked from behind. The monster seemed to be mad with fear, because it did not even attack, but only tried to repel the deadly attack. Jihan, clutching the handle of the spear, broke it off from the other side. Now the almost defeated orc was left with only a useless wooden stick in his hands. Jihan spat to the side, mockingly informing that the orcs needed better weapons, ones that suited their size. The monster howled when he saw that the man's axe had also broken, and the others called for him to be killed finally. A hubbub of monsters rose above the arena. They approached the player again. He considered the orcs too persistent. Finding himself in the ring, he suddenly raised his leg and stepped hard straight onto the ground, destroying it. The blow was so powerful that a wave passed straight from the surface, knocking the monsters off their feet. Pushing off the ground, the player flew above the group of remaining orcs. A sharp, honed blade appeared in one of the guy's hands. In the second, he held the axe tightly and swung his sword in different directions to discourage his opponents. The guy soared into the sky so sharply that magical circles passed through the air, as if through water. Descending a little lower, he pointed the tip of the blade straight at the enemies. A few swings and the figures of half the group glowed blue, signifying a fall. The orcs, like pigs being slaughtered, squealed that they had lost their sight. Jihan got into a fighting stance, raising his weapons in both hands up. One swing of the sword and the bulky figure of one orc flew back. The player's magical wave of power pierced the monsters, piercing their bodies like a needle and thread. Like a sharp arrow, she flew out of the alien body, rushing into the distance. The surviving orc watched in bewilderment as his brothers, one by one, ended up lying on the ground. He opened his toothy mouth again, muttering that this player was not human at all. In the last seconds of his life before Jihan chopped off the monster's head with one precise blow, he screamed that this was a real monster. The system announced the completion of the task, the destruction of the orcs. Jihan received 500 achievement points. Then, seeing that his level had increased, the guy was surprised by such a turn of events right in the middle of the game, because usually experience is calculated at the end. Perhaps this happened because of his low level, but it was even better this way. Now it was worth increasing the stat. Don wondered which one to choose, carefully studying the screen in front of him with the characteristics. Of the proposed ones was combat strength, a unique characteristic that combines strength, agility, and health points. Compared to statistics of the same level, this one doubles the player's capabilities. But there was another important reason why fighting power was special for Jihan. After gaining 30 points, he will have a chance to obtain nameless divine arts. He needed to get them as soon as possible, so the guy resolutely pressed the button to increase the characteristics. There was only one drawback. It was not so easy to pump up combat power. And yet, to Jihan's great surprise, the strength increased. The blue board showed the 6th level of the characteristic, mana, 5, and 1 remaining stat. Usually, it required gaining combat experience and training to increase his strength. But for now, these points would only affect his growth rate. The player smiled. It was great anyway, even though he didn't know why it happened. He had barely wanted to note what would happen if things continued like this, when suddenly a girl's figure appeared in front of him. Something flew past the player's head a few centimeters away, shining with a bright green light. He realized with surprise that it was a magic arrow fueled by the participant's mana. The girl next to whom the knight stood smiled, calling Jihan a lucky bastard. She shook her hair, gathered in a high ponytail, and suggested finishing with the player quickly, because there was little time left, and the man nodded. He was going to be the first to deal with the new guy in order to take the reward. Sun shrugged, noting unsatisfactorily that players from different classes had teamed up, something that happened often. The survival map must be played player versus player, but there are no rules against teaming up. Judging by the emblem on the girl's clothes, she is a member of one of the best guilds in Korea, the Turtle Guild. Warrior and archer, a combination of melee and ranged combat. If they are from the same guild, then everything is clear. Jihan heard the voice of the system. It announced that the training would soon end. There were 60 survivors left. If he just dodges, he will easily survive, but they are clearly in the mood to kill. It seems the couple thinks they have found an easy target. The knight even managed to flirt with the girl, inviting her on a date. A blue scoreboard appeared in front of Don. He had 4 kills. The guy was barely holding on to first place, and that was encouraging. He could definitely get first place. The girl, pulling the arrow onto the bowstring, shook her head with a smile, saying that the knight was much older, he should be ashamed. She snorted in surprise when a bright flash flashed before her eyes. The flash turned out to be Jihan's attack. Unexpected and so sharp that it killed the girl right there. Here it is, the power of 6 points of combat strength. The knight standing at a distance froze when he saw his girlfriend being struck down on the spot. The man trembled, gritting his teeth. He could not believe that a newbie without equipment managed to kill a warrior. Without answering, Jihan instantly found himself behind the player, who until recently had not even been worried that he would not be able to defeat the guy. Don swung his blade and plunged it into the knight's back, who screamed desperately, scared to death. Jihan was surprised when he realized that his attack did not bring the expected result. The knight smiled tensely as he looked over his shoulder. His exclusive B-rank turtle armor was very durable. Gaining confidence, he assured that such a weapon would never penetrate it. But the man started and screamed hoarsely when the newcomer began to cover his back with more and more blows. He aimed at the same place, and even such powerful armor could not withstand the influx of attacks. Clutching his sword tightly in his hands, Jihan mocked the knight who was too arrogant and believed in his own victory. He said with a grin that the player deserved more suffering. The knight's shrill cry came from the computer screen, and 2 spectators calmly watched what was happening. Lee Hyo-yeon of the Divergent Guild, Human Resources Manager, head of the 3rd Department, whistled in surprise. She asked her interlocutor if she was happy with what was happening in the arena, and she was surprised. It was Lim Gaeun from the same guild, Ha-young's bodyguard, asking her if the woman was glad that this guy wasn't standing in front of her now. Gaeun could have been disqualified instead of being given 2nd place. Maybe he shouldn't have avoided a fight with a new guy if the opportunity presented itself. Haeon smiled, confident that her protector would never lose and would beat the guy. Gaeun told the lady that she would refuse, but she shook her head. This is an order, so there will be a battle. The woman bowed her head obediently, ready to carry out the order. She looked closely at the screen. A shadow fell on Gaeun's face. There, Jihan continued to cover the back of the unfortunate knight with powerful blows. Gaeun could have sworn that she had seen this guy somewhere before. In the Divergent Guild, Lim Gaeun was not the last person. Strong and agile, she could deal with any opponent in no time. A well-known and promising player with an S-rank gift. Her performance in the league lived up to all expectations. The woman had everything to take 1st place, and that is what happened if Song Jihan had not appeared. The Turtle Guild scout team was baffled as to how a man with no equipment or guild managed to get 6 kills on the 2nd level. Nobody knew who this guy was who walked into the arena wearing just a t-shirt and sweatpants. The system stated that Jihan took 1st place in the training. As a reward, he received 50% of the experience earned and increased his level to 6th. Sitting on the couch, the player was pleased with himself. He was leveling up so quickly because he was at the very beginning. There were no equipment points given for training, so he decided to invest the remaining stat points into combat strength and increase it to level 6. In addition, he was given a title for his achievements in the league. The bronze title, Conqueror of Learning. +1 to all stats and 20% additional experience gained. The title is only retained in the Bronze League, but that was still not bad. 10 points of combat power was like a free ticket to the Bronze League. The battle for promotion to the Silver League was available after level 25. He should concentrate on leveling up. Jihan remembered that he had the opportunity to get a class when he saw the stats board. Getting a class is an important moment when a player chooses a class. There are 4 options to choose from: Warrior, Archer, Mage, and Support. In his past life, Jihan chose the Warrior class. It would probably be easier if he chose it again. It was nothing new for the player. The achievement store also gave the opportunity to add a Warrior for 10,000 points when choosing another class. The guy reached out his hand to select a class and clicked on the desired line. The living dead filled the entire space, growling sounds escaping from their mouths. The system invited players to the Bronze League in the Gangnam area. This time, the type of task is the defense of a high fortress, below which the living dead have gathered. They fell on top of each other, scratching and growling, trying to climb up. It was necessary to protect the crystals placed around the perimeter of the tower and survive the zombie attack. The battle will continue until there are 5 towers left. Lim Gaeun stood by one of the crystals, looking down at her opponents. The woman narrowed her eyes in disdain. Even though they were in the game, all this was too disgusting. The disgusting, dangerous living dead were ready to devour anyone who stumbled and fell down. At that moment, Gaeun heard the sounds of the system behind her. New players appeared on the small site. 2 guys. The blonde archer sighed when he realized that out of all the options, this was the card they got. He was from the LK organization with B-rank equipment. The one who showed up with him was a mage who wasn't even in the guild, but his equipment was impressive. The woman looked at the sky. She was waiting for another player, the most important one on this map. Now the support was supposed to appear on the site. The space immediately lit up with bright colors. Defense is a long-term fight. It's a war of attrition, and support is very important. Gaeun covered her face with her hands, saving herself from the bright light, but when she saw the new arrival, she was stunned. The two familiar facial features discouraged the bodyguard. She immediately realized that it was Song Ji-han. The new guy was now wearing a tracksuit and had a stick slung over his shoulder. As his body slowly manifested on the tower, the player looked around, asking if the defense was here. 20 minutes ago, when choosing a class, the system warned about not being compatible with the user. But Ji-han still chose what he wanted. There was only one reason for such a choice, which even the system considered unsuitable. A new ability, a divine power, unlocked after choosing a class, is required for a new unique skill to appear. Otherwise, it is almost impossible to get it, even if you train hard. It won't help like with other skills, but there was another way to get it. This was an additional contribution to him, but Ji-han did not want to spend them. There was another way, one that no one knew about, and this is a very quick method that allowed the guy to show up for the mission. Gaeun met Ji-han with displeasure, not expecting him to choose such a class. The magician theatrically covered his face with his hand, shouting that this was madness, so he did not want to talk about training. He pointed his finger at Ji-han, asking if he was a beggar, because he had spent a lot of money on his own equipment, and now he would probably have to drag such a bungler along with him. Don didn't respond to this, but simply measured his ally with a glance. The archer tried to calm his comrade, saying that he was crossing all boundaries, but the guy irritably threw the stranger's hand away. The magician continued to shout that this was completely inappropriate and he would not play. Gaeun closed her eyes tiredly. Her new allies were too noisy, and it would be difficult to complete the task together with a newcomer. She flinched as she heard a new indignant cry from the smug magician. As it turned out, Ji-han, who had been silent the entire time, grabbed the offender and lifted him off the ground. He struggled and demanded to be let go, and the newcomer suddenly and easily agreed. For a moment the magician was silent, only blinking his big eyes in surprise. An unknown force threw the grumpy magician, and now he was outside the tower. Ji-han didn't just let his ally go, he threw him into the air. A heart-rending scream filled the entire space as he fell like a stone straight into the clutches of the living dead. And they were already opening their mouths wide and sticking out their long tongues in anticipation of a victim. Meanwhile, Ji-han unbuttoned his jacket and spat angrily, saying that if the magician didn't want to play, then let him not play. The archer and the bodyguard looked in shock at the newcomer, who didn't even change his expression after killing his ally. When the magician transformed again on the platform, the boy reached out to him again. Now the wayward player fell to his knees, begging not to kill him because he would try his best. Kim Gyo-hyuk fell to the ground in his expensive gear and begged for mercy. This annoying mage didn't just start acting differently for no reason. In the Bronze League, you get 3 lives during defense. Kim Gyo-hyuk, after being killed by Song Ji-han, was immediately revived. The player then killed him again in cold blood, easily replying that he would rise again. Thus, Go-hyuk had 1 last life left. If he died again, he would take the last place. And this was what the players feared the most. The second time, the magician fell to his knees before his judge, assuring him that he would try his best. Looking at the floor, the guy clenched his teeth. He could not be last under any circumstances. For that, he would be punished by lowering his level. If the player's level does not match the ability level, it is automatically removed. Ji-han noted how quickly the mage changed his tactics. As it turned out, last time Go-hyuk tried to attack the offender with fire strikes. Hearing that the blows had worked surprisingly well, the magician suddenly raised his head. Then he smiled ingratiatingly and nodded vigorously. However, fire mages are very useful against entities that attack players. Getting to his feet, Gyo-hyuk, trembling, created a fireball on his palm to show off his skills, and he was level 15. He tried to appease Ji-han again, saying that he certainly wouldn't want to lose such a valuable team member. Gaeun shook her head, finally remembering where she could have seen this magician. Kim Gyo-hyuk was previously a member of one of the 10 great guilds and was respected by everyone. But he lost the fight for promotion to the Silver League 4 times and caused a massacre. A real loser, that's what this guy was, but he exalted himself above others. He had barely managed to convince his judge when the magician decided to set a condition. Ji-han looked at the player with bewilderment, who demanded an apology, and only then would he help the team. The archer supported his comrade, exclaiming that this was a good idea. Feeling the support, Go-hyuk became bolder, calling the offender a bastard in his heart. But he couldn't stand it and grabbed the impudent fellow by the collar again. Without further ado, Jihan once again lifted the boy off the ground and swung him with one hand as if he weighed nothing. He raised his head and smirked, asking the mage if he was sure of his demands. Go-hyuk acted as if nothing had happened, or as if he didn't understand what was waiting for him. The impudent fellow needed to be taught a lesson, and so for the third and final time he flew into the air. Looking at him attentively, Jihan swung his stick like a bat, and he hit the magician with it like a ball. He immediately screamed desperately, flying down. The system announced the death of the player, and Jihan, as if nothing had happened, called the remaining team. Winking at them, he asked them not to lose their heads. Meanwhile, the living dead stubbornly climbed up the slippery rocks. The crowd on the other side of the tower was washed off the wall by the fire. The other teams were successfully completing the tasks. Their fire mage was attacking the enemy with all his might. Jihan's team just looked at the others. The archer sighed heavily, realizing that they had lost the advantage of Hyogyok. Finally, he got angry at the involuntary judge, shouting that he and the magician should have come to an agreement. Without answering, Jihan called up the status window, which indicated that for first place among 10 towers, one could receive 1,000 achievement shackles. The new information surprised him. It turned out that there was also a related task. For killing 1,000 zombies on your own, you could get 3,000 achievement points. Jihan thought seriously. He wanted to get a reward, but it was clearly not easy to complete the task. Guyan assessed the guy for some time, considering him to be the worst in many respects. I did what I wanted and chose the support class without taking into account my characteristics. Even an ordinary player doesn't do such nonsense. The Divergent Guild had no reason to keep an eye on him. The archer did not let up, demanding an answer from the player, threatening to leave him if he continued to behave like this. In response, Jihan asked quite sincerely whether it was possible to do so. His interlocutor did not expect such a reaction and did not even know what to say. Gayan reached for her sword, saying that she would be at the forefront and let the guy stay behind. The result was already predetermined, but the player's duty must be fulfilled. The woman was stunned when she heard that everything was fine, deciding that she had misheard. But Jihan had already rolled up the sleeves of his sweatshirt, saying that everything was fine. He would take care of the zombies. Let the rest stay and protect the crystal. At the very moment when the archer cried out in irritation, a dead man's hand appeared on the edge of the tower. An ugly monster, a bloody zombie, with glowing red eyes, snapped its sharp teeth, slowly climbing towards the people. It was different from the usual one. The creature's head was made of liquid bone. It does not die from physical attacks. Such an opponent was too tough for such a team. He, having torn himself off the ground, rushed towards Jihan. At that moment, a bright beam tore the monster apart. Lightning circled around the player, guiding his homemade weapon. The rest of the team couldn't believe their eyes when pieces of the living dead man's body began to fall to the floor. Gayan followed them with her eyes only, not understanding what was happening. Could it be that this was the white sacred flame of divine power? Several other monsters had already managed to climb up the wall, and Jihan barely had time to wield his staff. Powerful blows pierced the dead bodies, cutting them into pieces. Another bloody zombie was already reaching out with a clawed hand towards the player. But Jihan did not allow anyone to come close to him, cutting the enemy with white flame. Jihan deftly threw the stick into his other hand. He didn't know if he could handle it. But killing another monster? I realized that it was worth trying. He needed to kill 1,000 living dead on his own, because there was a good reward at stake. One by one, the guy attacked the enemies crawling towards the team. After some time, the number of zombies killed decreased, and he managed to kill 26. Jihan thought dejectedly that attacks really didn't work on the bloody zombies. He decided that he would release some divine power when they appeared. This was necessary in order to finish them all off at once. Another bloody zombie fell down, thrown from the tower. The guy's attacks were admired by other players. Even the archer acknowledged his strength. He realized that he was wrong to think that Jihan was an idiot, and he exclaimed loudly what a good job he was doing. Gayan watched in amazement as the boy freely used divine power during battle without any unnecessary expenses. From the very beginning, he hit the heads of the living dead with utmost accuracy. A few minutes later, Dawn stopped, dozens of bodies lying at his feet. The system announced that the condition had been met. The boy fully understood the faith of the other world, but the divine power increased from 6 to 7. He knew another way to increase divine power, and this method fortunately worked perfectly. Divine objects were sacred in the year 2010. When the teaching on Earth began, they were sold at a high price, justifying it by the presence of secrets in the objects. After 10 years, none of them had been discovered, so the value of the items gradually decreased, especially the seemingly divine items that were not suitable for use as weapons. Many people didn't even know they existed. Priestess Sophia, top 3 of the America First Guild, revealed that she had increased her divine power with an item from another world. The interlocutor with whom she was training stared at the girl in surprise. Sophia nodded, saying that after finishing her training, it still wouldn't work. She deftly jumped off the bench and nodded her head, saying that it was possible, and that was how she became a priestess. If you hold it for a long time and pray, you can gain divine power, although the conditions vary slightly from item to item. The interlocutor ruffled his hair. He didn't know about such a simple method, but such items are incredibly difficult to find. Thanks to this, the girl managed to monopolize all divine items. Sophia thought for a moment and replied that this was not entirely true. There was someone who was constantly collecting divine items, Jihan thought. Jihan returned in time to the Sword King's penthouse and saw something incredible in the house. All the divine items were collected there. They were empty due to the power being drained. The Holy Grail, the cross, the medallion. The divine items of the other world have been deactivated. The boy stood by the useless trinkets, wondering if this was the case. The person who collected these items was known to him. The older sister, Songjia, is the girl holding the baby next to Yoon Se-jin. Together with him, the girl was Korea's best support and heroine. Her death is a long story, not the most pleasant to remember. Among the items she left behind, Jihan found a steel staff. Otherworld priests strengthened their faith by hitting cult members on the head with it. Judging by the description, they were supposed to smash the heads of the living dead, which is what Jihan was now doing. The item's rank has increased, and it can absorb just a little more divine power, but its heaviness already makes it great for striking. Gayan noted the guy's amazing physical fitness and how well he controlled everything. The archer excitedly noted that a tower had fallen not far from them, and those players were highly rated, and they managed to enter the top 5. A zombie roared next to him, opening its mouth wide. When the archer, in a trembling voice, suggested joining the fight, the bodyguard did not wait, but began to chop down the living dead with her sword. Noticing the movement, Jihan was briefly distracted from the carnage. He was surprised by the woman's ardor, catching something familiar in her movements. The sword that Gayan wielded was called Plum Blossom. Gayan was famous for temporarily holding the position of Sword King, but she met a tragic end. She died at the hands of Yoon Se-jin, and the guy once had the chance to save her. A woman's voice brought Jihan out of his thoughts. She asked if the player would mind if they helped. Then the team would take a higher place. Without answering, Dawn called up the status window. They were in 5th place with 398 kills, with a little more to go. The player decided that the Plum Blossom sword would do just fine without him. Nodding to his ally, Jihan encouraged her to continue in the same spirit. He left the living dead to the warrior and the magician, soaring somewhere upward. The puzzled players stared at Jihan's back, not expecting such a turn of events. And he was already flying down straight into the thick of the crowd of monsters. The player's gaze was directed straight at the target. He gripped the staff tighter, intensifying the divine fire. If he gathers the rest together, he will be able to tear them to shreds. His mana rushed into the group of normal and bloody zombies. The archer, watching his ally, whistled in amazement. The system announced that the group was the last survivors. They completed the limited quest, take first place among 10 towers. The game was over. The guy moved back to the tower platform. The archer greeted him with a standing ovation, shouting that this support was amazing and thanking him for his efforts. Jihan didn't pay any attention to him, thinking that he had to try again since he had become stronger. The guy was looking for something on the screen, continuing to think, while the archer was praising him to the fullest. Gayun, also ignoring the cries of her ally, thoughtfully approached the edge. She didn't believe that an independent player was capable of doing something like this alone, especially a low-level support. Was this some kind of error in the system? The woman shuddered when she heard the archer's voice. He said that he was leaving. Jihan buttoned up his jacket, deciding that it was time for him to go out and receive his reward. He froze when he heard Gayun call his name. Plum Blossom's sword. She looked him straight in the eyes. Dawn didn't look away, asking if his bodyguard knew. She was determined to talk, because a person with such potential and achievements was needed by the Divergent Guild. In order to recruit him, Gayun, as a member of the guild, needs to do something. The woman decided to ask the guy for his phone number. She continued to stand and look at Jihan, but a few seconds passed before the warrior herself was surprised by her own request. The player himself seemed not to understand what was wanted from him, perceiving it as a manifestation of a different kind of attention. Gaeun waved her hands, exclaiming in fear that this was not what she meant. Finally, having calmed down, she tried to explain everything in order. But Jihan interrupted her speech, asking for forgiveness. He suddenly announced that he didn't remember his number, which surprised the woman even more. Pressing something on the system screen, Jihan said goodbye, saying that he would give it to him as soon as they saw each other again. The next second, his figure dissolved into the blue color of the system. The bodyguard didn't understand how it was possible not to remember her number. Then she sighed, realizing that the guy had probably turned her down in this way. Jihan walked along the crowded streets of the city, scratching the back of his head. And he really didn't remember the Korean number, since he had previously used an American one. The player walked past a cafe where people were quietly having lunch, thinking that he didn't know who to ask about something like this. Don seemed to have just realized that they wanted to accept him into the guild. There was an advertisement on the roof of the neighboring house about joining the guild. He probably distinguished himself greatly. He could have asked for Gaeun's number himself, but the guy wasn't planning on joining the guild yet. He called up the status window, because there were more important things for now. The level increased by 2, and I also managed to earn 1,500 equipment points and increase my divine power. But the equipment store still didn't have anything he could afford. Jihan decided to go home and rummage around in his sister's closet some more. The elevator doors closed behind the guy, barely audibly. The fingers quickly dialed the desired floor combination. Lost in his own thoughts, Jihan opened the door to the apartment. Entering there, he lowered his head, noticing something unusual. The guy's eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. There was a pair of women's boots on the floor which made Jihan freeze in amazement. The bag of noodles fell to the floor with a loud thud from his weakened hands. Everyone has a moment in life that they regret, and Jihan regretted a lot in his past. Now he opened the door to the room with shaking hands. Until now, the guy could not forgive himself for not protecting one important person. Her ghostly silhouette slipped past, casually talking to Jihan about everyday things. There was so much he wanted to tell her when they met. In those moments when Jihan drank himself to death, the girl encouraged him. Looking into the void, the boy spoke of how strong C was. The girl carefully took the bottle from the stranger's hands, promising to protect him. His niece's face shattered into tiny pieces before his eyes. He couldn't protect her and was endlessly remorseful. Jihan clutched the lifeless body in his arms, screaming terribly somewhere into the sky. But now, Sia stood in front of her parents' portrait, smiling broadly at her uncle. He missed her so much, even though it probably sounded shameless. Without blinking, Jihan could not take a step, much less say anything in response. This year marks the 18th birthday of his niece, the daughter of Yoon Se-jin and his older sister. Having mastered himself, the guy swallowed the lump in his throat, asking if the night in Jeju was over. The girl laughed, replying that she had left before everyone else. Jihan looked after the baby from childhood, because she was born when his sister was working to provide for the family. And now, having lost her entire family at an early age, for her uncle Sia is more important than anyone else. She is his family. Pressing his hand to his face, Jihan asked if the girl had called her father. She lowered her head, her thick bangs covering her eyes. As it turned out, he fell in love with a woman and told his daughter about it over the phone. She shuddered, deciding that her father had gone crazy. Would he really abandon her and leave her alone? And this was the condition of that woman in exchange for her love. The daughter did not believe that her closest person agreed to this absurdity. Jihan bared his teeth when he heard this stupid story. However, he could not do anything, because this man had always been like this. Irresponsible, selfish. He abandoned his own daughter and country for a woman. Barely containing his anger, the girl's uncle scolded his father-in-law, while Sia noticed the portrait for the first time. Pointing at him with her hand, she asked if Jihan had broken the glass on him. He cursed under his breath and immediately asked for forgiveness, explaining that he had become very angry at that moment. Just when he decided that he had acted too rashly, Sia smiled and said that she had wanted to do it herself. Jihan's anger disappeared, giving way to bewilderment. The girl assured that she was fine, despite the death of her mother and the betrayal of her father. She never stops smiling and worries about her uncle more than about herself. But the thing is, she doesn't have to be like that anymore. Jihan reached out his hand to his niece, deciding that he could not allow her to take care of him. The boy patted C on the head, saying that she was already quite grown up, and he even knows how to take care of his uncle. The girl blinked in surprise. She knew that Jihan would not let anyone hurt her and would protect her. He asked her not to overwork herself, and Sia agreed for the first time in a long time, thanking her uncle. The girl pressed herself against Jihan's jacket and immediately recoiled. Laughing, she noticed that he smelled of sweat, causing her uncle to gasp and become embarrassed. In the Gangnam area, the Divergent Guild was located in one of the prominent buildings. Gayun stood there, ashamed, staring at the wall. Clutching her sword, she exhaled and asked Mrs. Haeyoung not to hold back her laughter. The woman was indeed trying her best not to burst out laughing. Finally, she burst into loud laughter, asking her bodyguard for forgiveness through tears. Wiping away a tear, Haeyoung noted Jihan's sense of humor, who didn't even give his phone number to the great Gayun, and even said that he didn't remember it. Gayun lowered her head, answering that she was powerless here, because people always judge by appearance and she was not as beautiful as the lady and generally looked like a man. Haeyoung immediately stopped laughing, looking cautiously at the bodyguard. She raised an eyebrow, thinking she had a problem. Doesn't this girl realize how popular she is, and doesn't hear the guys in the guild whispering behind her back about wanting to ask her out on a date? The lady waved her hand, asking Gayun to ask people's opinions. They would clearly convince her otherwise. In the break room, the bodyguard asked Haeyoung what she planned to do about hiring Jihan. She sighed heavily, answering that he needed to be convinced at any cost, because the old people, like madmen, insisted on arranging everything as quickly as possible. The head of the third department's gaze fell on the screen of the phone lying nearby. There was a notification about a live broadcast, a prediction of the winner of BattleNet from Mr. Sun. The woman transferred the image to the screen, surprised by the event since there were no major fights today. Gayun didn't know that Haeyoung was still watching gambling broadcasts, but the lady convinced her that they were just analyzing strategies. Both were stunned when they saw who appeared on the screen. Jihan himself leaned towards the camera, asking Sia if everything was working properly. The bodyguard screamed, not knowing that Haeyoung was watching the players' live broadcasts, but she waved her hand. Now the guy claimed to be the Sword King's son-in-law. The commentators were as shocked as the guild members when they saw the roof of the Sword Palace, which only members of the Sejin family could enter. Jihan asked her niece to stand a little further away, and she nodded. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Jihan's figure was illuminated by divine fire, and he raised his leg in the air. And after a few seconds, he forcefully put her on the ground, destroying the floor. From the place where he stood, cracks appeared. They went straight to the symbol of the Sword King. 2 crossed blades. This statue was a landmark of Korea. No one could have imagined that they would decide to destroy it. It was visible that a huge crack had opened up right under the swords. Jihan's figure looked quite small compared to the statue, but that didn't make it any less majestic. With wide eyes, the boy raised his fist straight in the direction of the blades. The space was illuminated by divine fire. Less than a minute passed before the statue was shattered into hundreds of tiny pieces. The system lit up with achievement completion signs, and Jihan was incredibly happy, feeling relieved, saying that he now wanted to talk about the citizenship of the Sword King, Yoon Sejin, a platform that has no equal in the world. The BattleNet streaming platform. Being part of the BattleNet, the number of viewers, subscribers, and views will help the player to get the achievement rewards. With such a loud title for Jihan, there will be no better chance to get all the rewards. He gathered viewers and received 100,000 dislikes on this live broadcast. But this was not a surprise for the guy after all. There is some benefit from Yoon Sejin too. Jihan noticed one particularly active commentator, or rather his profile picture, 2 swords, and he was scolding the player for destroying the statue. The guy was no less angry at the sword fandom, because it was the club of crazy fans of Yoon Sejin that drove Sia to death. People supported the hero. Their anger grew and gradually turned towards his only relative, Yoon Sia. They claimed that the Sword King had abandoned his country because of his disobedient daughter, and that the girl must die for him to return. The frenzied crowd literally devoured Sia's energy and strength alive, exhausting her morally and physically. Like many sharp daggers, cruel words pierced the girl, leaving her no chance to live. Jihan's jaw muscles twitched in silent rage. He knew that people needed someone to blame and take out their anger on. The guy decided that he would gladly become a target for their emotions, and with some inner joy he smashed the statue, causing a surge of angry comments. Sia looked at her uncle in surprise as he announced to everyone on the stream that Ito Ryuhei would not be returning. Jihan walked away from the destroyed swords, taking something out of the inside pocket of his jacket. The commentators were amazed at what a player from the Bronze League was doing. He pulled out the phone containing the recording of Ryuhei's conversation with his daughter, after he decided to accept Japanese citizenship and held the device up to the camera. The stream was broadcast directly to the main square in the city, and all residents were able to hear with their own ears how their national hero leaves his country for another woman. Lee Haeyoung's mouth dropped open in confusion. While Lim Gayun's eyebrows furrowed, she considered the man a real bastard. Many huge screens in the city center broadcast a stream. The voice of the national hero left his own daughter for a new love. This was the woman's condition in exchange for her love. After these words, Jihan turned off the recording. He turned around and looked cautiously at his niece, who was standing silently to the side. Sia smiled at her relative, as they had agreed, and the girl nodded in agreement. She walked up to the camera and awkwardly bent down to get into the frame, then introduced herself. And the commentators immediately noted the beauty of the King of the Sword's daughter. The girl straightened up and clasped her hands in front of her, saying that she was shocked by this situation and that she was here to say something. As it turned out, the father left his daughter the Sword Palace as an inheritance. But being honest and fair, Sia could not accept the inheritance from a man who abandoned his country and family. Therefore, the girl firmly decided to give the house bequeathed to her country. Jihan lowered his head as he listened to his niece's words. She hoped that the donation would be a great help to the Korean players. However, knowing that the cameras couldn't see him, he allowed himself to grin. 30 minutes ago, he himself suggested this to Sia. She cried out in amazement upon hearing about such a sacrifice. The uncle was just drying his hair with a towel after coming out of the shower, and the girl patted him on the cheek, noticing that he didn't look drunk. Sia clasped her hands in a prayerful gesture, asking her uncle in surprise why he wanted to give away everything they had. Sun noticed that his mind was sharper than usual and thought for a few seconds, his hand hovering over his head, holding the towel. He wasn't sure that he could convince his niece, especially since he didn't ask her to sell the house at an exorbitant price, but to donate it. But this had to be done at any cost because when Seijin destroyed Korea as a representative of Japan, the anger of the Koreans got out of control. The government could not cope with the discontent and confiscated the property of the traitor. Sia had nowhere to go. She couldn't withstand all the threats and persecution from the Sword King fan club. The girl decided to take a terrible and irreversible step. She took her own life. Therefore, since the house will be taken away anyway, it is better to give it back ourselves and protect everyone. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jihan grimaced, knowing that he now looked like an ordinary freeloader and drunkard, spending all his days at home because he couldn't tell his niece that he came from the future. Sia considered her uncle's words, still staring at him, and the next moment, completely unexpectedly for the player, she agreed. Shrugging her shoulders, she walked into the room. Jihan rushed after the girl, asking again if she really agreed, but there was no point in asking questions. Sia said that her uncle was not the type to ask for something like that without a reason, which stunned the guy. However, besides this, the girl had not seen him so confident for a long time. Jihan couldn't come to his senses for several more long minutes, looking after his niece in confusion. He couldn't understand who Sia had grown up to be, and remembering their conversation now, he only shook his head with a smile. Looking at his sister's daughter, the player thought she was an absolutely amazing person. The commentators did not support the girl's idea, saying that the guy was a fraud and was clearly not the son-in-law of the Sword King. But this didn't upset him either. Jihan was ready for attacks. Then, if everything went like this, there would be no claims against Sia. Stepping forward and looking straight into the camera lens, he addressed Yun Sang-jin, assuming he would listen. Even though Jihan's suit was torn from his previous actions, he still knew that he had done a great job. Saya looked at her uncle in shock, who spoke in unprepared text. Her father justified his actions by a woman. What made the commentators laugh was the words about the national hero. Jihan called him a nobody. He grabbed the half-torn sleeve of his jacket and loudly announced that Seichin had flown to Japan only because of his failure in Korea. Even Lee Hae-young and Lim Ga-eun were completely shocked by these words. The women did not expect this on a live broadcast. Throwing aside the torn sleeve, Jihan declared that the man should enjoy his stay in Japan, because if they met again soon, he would destroy him. The strange stream ended in the sunset of the city landscape, and the comments continued to discuss what happened for a long time. When the family returned home, Jihan was changing clothes. Sia was immersed in reading comments on her phone and asked her uncle if it was necessary to go so far. Moreover, now both the Koreans and the Japanese are outraged. But Sun replied that everything is fine. There is no need to pay attention to them and worry about trifles. The girl suddenly tore herself away from her mobile phone and quietly said that Jihan was now different, as if he had changed overnight. He rolled his eyes and scratched his cheek, satisfied that his niece had noticed after all. But he clearly wouldn't be able to act like he normally did after dying and going back in time. As soon as the player noticed that he looked like a dependent who drank all day, there was a knock at the door of the apartment. Both residents froze. Sia sat down on the sofa, thoughtfully asking who it could be. Son put his hands in his pockets, expressing that he had not expected such a quick visit, while his niece became worried that they had already come for her uncle. Jihan waved his hand, asking Sia not to worry because it was not what she thought. He needed to earn some money anyway. Meanwhile, in Japan, in Tokyo, where both night and day, the city lights never went out for a second. Sejin watched the news system screen while sitting on his bed. They were still discussing about the Sword King receiving citizenship from another country. The woman, who had been lying quietly until then, moved closer, putting on a robe. She couldn't sleep because of the recent upheavals. Shizuru was worried that Sejin was going through such hardships, and he asked to be called by his Japanese name. His lover's hands closed around Sejin's stomach and she shook her head. Korea's top 1 player, the King of Sword, Yoon Se-jin, and he will always remain so. The man turned around, feeling a touch on his cheek, looking into Shizuru's eyes in surprise. The magic of love hovered around the woman, drawing her lover to her. It was as if she was sharing her own breath with him, confessing her love. Both clung to each other, merging in a kiss. A pink, suffocating aura enveloping the couple. In Korea, Jihan opened the door to the uninvited guest and invited him in with a smile. The man standing at the threshold apologized for the intrusion, but still slowly took off his shoes. Sun said that he expected the government to intervene because the matter was important. The manager of the BattleNet department of the South Korean government, Park Yoon-sik, a respectable middle-aged man, came to visit the family. After Yoon Se-jin left, his department had not come to visit. Now Jihan gestured for Yoon-sik to come in. He greeted Sia. This man made sure that the boy and girl were taken into account. The Sword King's daughter straightened up and lowered her head, greeting him respectfully. The player watched the guest leave, contentedly thinking that now that everything was prepared, he would be able to take what he needed. Yoon-sik was offered tea, and while it was cooling, the man shared his impressions of the show, calling it quite cruel. The government has accepted the fact that the Sword King cannot be brought back, but they cannot let the citizens know about it so quickly. As soon as Jihan heard that a fight between Korea and Japan would soon take place, he immediately asked Yoon-sik to get down to business. The manager took a demonstrative sip of tea when the player asked if he should refuse the donation of the Sword Palace, as it was an official admission that the king would not return. Yoon-sik immediately squeezed the thin handle of the cup tighter and swallowed hard, admitting that it was so. The man peered carefully into the player's face, remembering him as an unemployed alcoholic who was obsessed with gambling. He nevertheless admitted that the government had not yet given up hope for Yoon Se-jin's return, and he offered Jihan to become a contract manager instead of a donation. Sun crossed his arms over his chest, realizing that they wanted to put the responsibility of management on him until the real owner returned. He asked the manager if the house would go back to the returning owner, and the man quickly began searching for something in his folder, nodding. He added that it would be good if both relatives remained in the Sword Palace and placed a contract for the manager on the table. Having pushed the papers towards the young people, Yoon-sik said that all the conditions there were favorable for both parties. They needed to read the contract and think about it. Carefully studying the documents, Jihan decided that it was even better for him if the government wanted otherwise, because at the beginning he was going to give everything. Putting the papers aside, he slammed the table hard, announcing that the family also had a request. Sia blinked her eyes in confusion, not knowing what to say, since she had not been involved in the conversation to begin with. The system announced the beginning of the Golden Light stream, which was immediately greeted by the commentators. Someone was surprised that the player climbed onto the head of the Colosseum statue. The fair-haired knight, a handsome guy, put his hand to his head as a visor, greeting everyone on his stream. He reported that today, everyone had to return to the bloody and dusty Colosseum, where the players were already gathering in the arena. The young man called himself a streamer, a travel specialist who came back to the people smiling happily. He took a running start and jumped down from the statue, landing deftly on his feet. Then he masterfully drew from its sheath a sword, as golden and prominent as his armor, which screamed of wealth and luxury. One of the spectators donated to the player, and he was overjoyed, promising to dance for his benefactor. The guy bent in different directions and even showed the back of his armor, which caused puzzled looks from the other players. They obviously didn't like the local upstart. A player from another class even prayed for him to be hit by a car. Streamer Golden Light didn't pay attention to evil tongues and sidelong glances. A notorious buffoon, he was popular for his hyperactive appearance. The boy was once a respected member of the Golden League until he decided to drop down to bronze, saying he was going to explore the depths of the sea. Space Jester, in fact, he wasn't interested in the game. The streamer only cared about having fun. He was madly interested in sea creatures, more than in real life. His gear and stats are still at gold rank, so he has fun hitting and killing bronze players who are weaker than him. Others believe that he is a real psychopath who burst into the arena and called victims to him, allowing them to choose who would be first. Carefully examining the arena, Golden Light suddenly froze when he saw him. Jihan was standing nearby, holding one of the new weapons, and the streamer saw content in the guy. He rushed towards Sun, pointing a microphone at his mouth, declaring that he wanted to take the Sword King's son-in-law, the smasher of the statue of the two swords that everyone was interested in lately. Gihan looked at the annoying streamer and turned away, remembering that he had only a few achievements left to get. Having called up the system table, he began to move his finger along the table. It was necessary to raise the views. As the stream continued, the player turned to the camera, gave a thumbs up, and stated that he was being completely ignored. Seeing the many comments, the Space Jester's mouth dropped open in surprise, realizing that the Bronze League player was also streaming. Golden Light began to bite his nails in tension when he realized that he had simply given free publicity to an unlucky player. He glanced at the system sign and wondered how he could make people watch only his stream. One of the viewers offered the streamer a deal for 2,000 gear points. Kill Sun Jihan so that he would take the last place. The player was amazed by such generosity. Because 1 point of equipment costs about $1,000, the Sword King fandom was ready to take revenge on the offender and increase the reward. A plan for enrichment was already maturing in the Jester's head. He knew that the fandom hated Jihan, but he didn't think it was that strong. The awards increased with each new commentator more and more often. The guy's eyes ran across the screen, and he himself was beside himself with what he saw. Now the reward was calculated in simply incredible numbers. Golden Light blushed and quickly covered his mouth with his hands. The number of points will soon reach 40,000, and 50 is not far away. The system announced the start of the game and the call for all players. The knight fell to his knees, stuck his sword into the sand and screamed loudly, his mind exploding from the bright prospects. The streamer covered his face with his hands, causing even more disgust among those around him. He couldn't agree until the amount increased to 50,000. One of Yun Se-jin's fans made a strong-willed decision. He promised to add 10,000 equipment points if the player defeats Sun Jihan. Hearing this, the Jester concentrated so much that he turned black and white and entered the greedy mode. It was a great deal for the guy, and he stated that the determination of the Sword King fandom rubbed off on him. Sun Jihan stood with his back to the knight. The Jester challenged the player to begin to fall into despair. Its active ability, Charge, accelerated the user's body and allowed them to rush forward at high speed. Streamer emitted a golden light and was about to end someone else's game. As the Jester raised his blade above his head, a golden flash lit up the air. He himself shouted that he would become Jihan's personal death, intending to pounce on him from behind. The bronze player, even feeling and hearing the incredible danger, did not even turn around in the first seconds. But then, when his opponent was a few centimeters away, Sun turned around and in a split second made such a lightning-fast move that it prevented the other player from touching him. The golden light froze and raised its head, realizing that its hand had stopped obeying its owner and was simply hanging above. As it turned out, Jihan had a zero-rank kitchen pusher in his hands. On another planet, aliens use a pusher to cook atheists. The system suggested supplementing it with a kitchen knife. The guy chuckled that he had no choice but to fight with what he had, and reached into the inside pocket of his sweater. The golden light stood awkwardly, continuing to look at the poorly equipped player who ironically wanted to match his weapon. The streamer himself did not understand how he ended up being attacked by something incredibly sharp. The bronze player jumped to the side, finishing actively waving his hand, clutching a regular knife in his fingers. His opponent couldn't hold back and screamed at the top of his lungs, the alien energy still holding him in the air. The commentators were furious that the bronze player was already using divine power and a support class, and the system had just announced the spilled first blood and increased the player's achievement points. He raised the kitchen knife in front of him with interest. On another planet, aliens used it to cook the atheists. The Jester rose and resurrected, theatrically folding his arms across his chest, saying that he did it for the sake of all the players. As it turned out, the player had a resurrection cross. It allowed the user to resurrect once. The boy reappeared in the arena, his eyes downcast, his red cloak fluttering in the air, falling right on Jihan. Putting his finger to his temple, the Jester said with a smile that because of his inattention the audience was disappointed, and that he would soon repay Jihan for all his suffering. The guy clearly didn't expect that the enemy would be right behind him. Listening attentively to this speech, the golden light froze in fear, turning its eyes to Jihan, who grinned. Less than a minute later, the confident streamer's figure was painted in the colors of the system. Player Sun Jihan committed a double kill. As he walked away, He thought that no one had used resurrection before, and it was not worth repeating, not because of the fines, but because of the vulnerable position of the resurrected. Jihan turned towards the raised area of the arena. Under the canopy sat the observers who had come to watch the game. Because of this, the atmosphere around was more tense. Today they were beautiful elves. The commentators noticed how they looked at Sun. The player was shaking just by looking at these creatures, because they played a big role in the fall of humanity. But he planned to deal with them later, and now it was worth concentrating on pressing problems. Looking around, Jihan noticed for the first time that he had remained isolated in the arena. Apparently, he had been counted among the outcasts. Moreover, the other players, seeing that he turned around, ran away screaming. Knights, monks, mages. Everyone rushed forward, shouting that now was not the time to fight each other, because Sun had killed even a Gold League player. The guy shrugged and sighed heavily, thinking that it would now be more difficult for him to kill. However, he finally found D-rank holy items. He no longer needs to fight to fulfill the condition to use them. Lost in thought, the player weighed the knife and the pusher in both hands, looking at the system screen. The boy raised an eyebrow and smirked when he saw the new game task. He needed to subdue all the goblins that had gathered around the goblin champion. A disgusting creature with yellow eyes and sharp, half-rotten teeth growled as it appeared next to Jihan. But not even a minute had passed before he suddenly turned around and ran away, begging to be saved from the player filled with divine power, rushing after him with a mortar. The creature didn't manage to escape far, its mouth opening and closing silently when a heavy blow fell on its head. Jihan gripped the kitchen knife tightly in his palm, preparing to launch his next attack. Using it as a basis for a fight, Sun stunned the goblin and sent him flying with a mortar. The condition for using holy items has been met, and the items from the D-rank cooking set have been used together. It was necessary to hit one on the head, and the other to pierce the heart. Since they are from a set, they have a certain order of use. Straightening up, the player thought with satisfaction that he was lucky to figure this out before the end of the game. Jihan spent a lot of time. If he could have mastered the weapon earlier, he would have been able to kill more goblins. But, noticing the shadow hanging over him, the guy realized that this was not the end. A huge champion goblin loomed over the man. Compared to ordinary goblins, whose height is only a meter, such goblins have increased physical and mental strength. Complaining that the system had given too long a description, Jihan knocked the goblin out with one blow of the mortar. The heavy body fell at the man's feet within a few seconds. Raising the knife, the player hissed, not understanding what all the fuss was about when in fact the monster was just tall. He swung the kitchen knife and plunged the weapon into the goblin champion's heart. For his efforts, the system rewarded the player with another point of divine power. Cooking sets. The pusher and kitchen knife have been downgraded after this 1-second battle. Since they were still E rank, Jihan could earn divine power points again, but these items were not very suitable for killing monsters. At the other end of the arena, the sounds of blades striking and war cries could be heard. Sun decided that it was time to catch the players, because they had gone too far. The guy started rolling up his sleeves, muttering that it would be bad. But nothing could be done, because if they didn't come to him, divine power was radiating from the player in all directions. He firmly decided that he would approach the others himself. The commentators were talking with all their might about how terrible Jihan's appearance was. In the real world, Seoul, Gangnam District, Yeoksam Station, there was peace, but not in the apartment and the gaming chair of the Golden Light, which did not look as frightening as in the game. The guy sat in front of 4 wide monitors, pointing at Jihan's image, and was indignant about the latest incident. The streamer watched as the player he hated dealt with goblins. He had too high stats. The jester fell headfirst onto the keyboard, starting to whine that in the Bronze League people have a maximum of 20 stat points, and Jihan has a lot of them. Howling sounds were heard from the speakers. The guy chuckled something and raised his head. As it turned out, player Sun Jihan committed the murder by knocking out another user with a mortar. Golden Light's eyes widened at what he saw on the screen. All the censored words suddenly flew out of my head, because something was happening that no one could have expected. With the help of, albeit divine, but still ordinary objects, Jihan moved straight through the corridor of players, knocking each one off their feet. He committed double murder time after time without fail, and the system signs kept popping up in the air. Even the commentators who didn't believe in him couldn't deny the guy's success, because killing 4 people in flight seemed impossible. Triple kill, mega kill, rampage, and this is only a small part of what Jihan did. A line of opponents flew into the air and fell flat on the ground. The users were beside themselves with rage. The shooter demanded additional improvements for himself from the magician, who snapped back irritably. One of the bolder players loudly called out to Jihan, calling him a cheater and a deceiver. The shooter shouted that he had had enough of victories and that the guy needed to leave the arena. Without blinking an eye, Sun began to fight off the stream of arrows fired at him. The attacks were unable to reach their target because the player was a master at wielding the mortar. The intense gaze with enviable speed anticipated which direction the arrow would fly in and immediately deflected it. Finally, when the shooter simply ran out of weapons, Jihan looked in that direction with some strange expression on his face. Both warriors immediately drooped, starting to giggle stupidly in different ways, almost dropping the objects in their hands onto the ground. A few seconds later, Jihan was already standing nearby with a raised dagger, and the system notified that the player had committed a double murder. The E-rank cooking set items were used together. The boy received 1 point of divine power, while the cooking set items were downgraded to F. Hidden quest completed. Get 10 kills in the Colosseum. Jihan got 5,000 achievement points. He thought he got everything he wanted. But, unfortunately, this was not enough. He needed something more substantial. The young man's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw one of the inscriptions on the system's screen. An epic quest that was not given in the Bronze League. Among the spectators of the Colosseum, you had to find the Queen of Shadows and provoke her. Reward: 50,000 achievement points. The interest of the constellation Queen of Shadows. The absolute being. The representative of the star and the divine creature in BattleNet. The constellation's interest meant that it would become a sponsor for the player, helping them gain abilities that were otherwise impossible to obtain, something that could only happen in the Diamond League. This task must be completed at any cost. If one constellation can be lured to one side, then others will become interested. But will Jihan be able to find what others can only dream of? This will be especially difficult to do in a crowd of ubiquitous and hated elves. These creatures looked at people unfavorably, even aggressively. Like marble statues, they sat in separate stands from the rest of the spectators and pierced the users with their gaze. Jihan took first place, and now everyone in the Colosseum knew about his record 10 kills. They moved the show to show Yoon Se-jin, and the news spread throughout the community. This brought the guy about 10,000 subscribers and 4,000 regular viewers who were part of the Sword King fandom and hoped for Sun Jihan's defeat, became his supporters. And it was no surprise to anyone that all the anger was now directed at streamer Golden Light, who was defeated by a Bronze League player. Commentators saw that Jester had filmed Jihan's murders and was promoting them through his streams, and he was thinking hard about how to increase his reputation. Getting up from his chair, the streamer stretched, loosening his stiff muscles. He decided that he couldn't do anything about the current situation. From now on, he will also be on Song Jihan's side. The guy has a new fan. Golden Light dreamed of becoming Jihan's editor and making his BattleTube popular. Sia, dressed in funny pajamas, sat with her eyes wide open, excitedly asking what she had just watched. Jihan, not having time to take a sip of water, looked around in surprise because his niece was interested in when he managed to become so strong. The girl shook her head, saying that she felt sorry for the others, while her uncle noted that the world was a cruel competition. She noticed that many viewers wanted to donate to the player. Sun immediately opened this option on the system panel. She also suggested raising the minimum amount since Jihan decided to open a fundraiser. Then the guy decided to set the minimum to 10,000 points of equipment. Sia was amazed at someone else's appetite because it was equal to 1,000,001. Then I thought, maybe it really wasn't enough after all. But Jihan's thoughts were occupied only by the epic task. He must find and provoke the Queen of Shadows. But it was still difficult to figure out how to find her among so many viewers. The guy was pulled out of his deep thoughts by his niece's cheerful voice offering help. She noted with a smile that her uncle always had that expression on his face when something wasn't going according to plan, so it was worth telling her everything. Jihan smiled back, absent-mindedly thinking that the girl looked so much like her mother, his sister. Shrugging his shoulders, he decided to give her a chance and see how she handled it. Sun told about the epic task and answered his niece's questions. Surprised by the strangeness of the task, Sia enthusiastically decided that she would find the Shadow Queen by rewatching the game. Jihan left the room. His conscience immediately began to torment him because of his request for help. After all, it all looked like looking for a needle in a haystack. But he was still proud of his niece. The girl sincerely wants to help, so all that remains is to thank her for it. Returning to his room, Jihan decided to do what he had been putting off for a long time. He already had one class, support. Now the system asked if the player wanted to add another one. The guy bought an extra seat for the class with the points he earned. Now he could choose another one. Smiling contentedly, Jihan extended his finger to the desired inscription on the screen. He firmly decided that he wanted to add a mage class to his support class. At that moment, a purple funnel began to form around the guy's figure. A new power, different from the divine, was coming from his heart, and it was clearly felt. Now, after some time, it was necessary to try out a new class. The reason for this choice was hidden in a unique stat that only appears after obtaining these two classes. The strength stat was the player's desired prey, a small purple ball slowly appearing on Jihan's open palm. In his past life, he had a conversation with an important person while drinking. While drunk, Baron Williams kept saying how sad he was that the guy had gotten citizenship a little earlier. The guild leader would have recognized him as an American and treated him better. That day, after saying they would become closer, Baron shared something unusual with his protege. The man took another sip of whiskey and used his other hand to lift the bottle into the air using red energy. He started talking about strength, abilities, and was surprised when Jihan did not understand what he was talking about. Williams talked about strength, the stat that comes with the perfect combination of divine power and mana. Smiling drunkenly, the man, looking into a glass of ice, said that it was not easy to reach such a level. Others could not do it. He was the only player with two classes. Only the guild leader can have power, since he has two windows of status, support and mage. Such was the gift of Baron SSS rank. As it turns out, there is another condition. You need to have 10 or more points of divine power. Jihan asked again if he could get something similar, but Baron shook his head condescendingly, repeating with emphasis that no one else except him had two classes. The man acted ignorantly, but Sun did not dare to argue. It was true that only Baron had the power to dominate space. But that was the case before. And now, knowing the conditions, Jihan decided to take a desperate step at the cost of his own health. An incredible energy, stronger than the Bronze League, seemed to tear his body apart. This stat propelled Baron to the top spot in the world rankings. Despite his poor development and control of it, Jihan must get it in order to cope with the tests in the future. He must endure. It is necessary to concentrate divine power in the hands and direct mana from the heart there, uniting it with it. It was important to concentrate so that nothing would slip past. Sun clenched his teeth, holding the sphere in his hand with all his might. His eyes were bloodshot, delighted by what was happening. Jihan muttered something, looking at his hands. The space was illuminated by bright red flashes. A deafening explosion threw the player back somewhere. Jihan hit his head painfully against the wall, unable to hold back a scream. As it turned out, he was thrown back against the door when the guy slid down a few seconds later. Breathing was still difficult. Jihan rubbed the back of his head, closing his eyes. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't just hold them with his hands. Leaning back against the wall, he took a deep breath, thinking that he should have increased his mana reserves, since they were used up after the first attempt. Looking at his own palm, the player doubted whether he would be able to combine the two energies in his hands, because holding them was definitely not an option. A crazy thought struck his head. Would he really have to do this forever? Jihan jerked to his feet, ignoring the nagging pain in his head. The player decided to calm down and think logically to help himself in a difficult decision. Let's say, if there is no need to hold the force, especially if it is not so tame. What happens if you put it into your own body? Take the divine power that originates in the upper dantian and combine it with the mana of the middle, holding the layer of the lower one while they mix. Taking the ideal shape, you can try to compress them in this state. The sphere, surrounded by other particles, grew larger and burned even brighter. Jihan closed his eyes tightly, sweat trickling down his face from the strain. The player's deafening scream filled the room, a red stream of energy bursting out from his body. The system announced that Jihan was trying to unite the three daniations. The danger was great, because the player had exceeded his limit and a threat to life was detected. Xia, who was calmly listening to music on her headphones, jumped when she heard some noise coming from the side. The girl watched the game with fascination, looking for the Queen of Shadows, but she could concentrate more on the matter, turning away from the table. Combining the three dantians, Jihan tried to merge the divine power and mana together to use the power. I also subconsciously added another combat power to them. But the conditions for combining the three daniations are very strict. It is necessary to be able to use each of them perfectly. They had their own distinctive nature, and the stats had to be at least 100 points. If a person is far from this level, then when trying to unite the three daniations, there is a chance of losing his life. Xia screamed in fear and pulled the headphones out of her ears when she heard a heartbreaking scream coming from her uncle's room. She dashed down the corridor, asking what had happened as she went. The girl, beside herself with horror, abruptly opened the door, imagining the most terrible pictures. She fell silent, staring in surprise at the basin of ice water on the floor and the towel. Jihan sat leaning against the bed and put a wet towel on his burning forehead, saying that he was screaming from a headache. Seiya asked suspiciously why he felt better so quickly, and the boy replied with a chuckle that the human body was incredibly amazing. The niece moaned something, covering her face with her hands. Sun immediately apologized because he didn't want to anger her. Seiya wiped away the tears that had appeared from the recent tension. She was really scared. She thought that something bad had happened to her uncle. Jihan looked at the girl with confusion. He was inattentive. It was worth thinking about Seiya. Still not removing her hands from her face, she tried to calm down, asking again and again if her uncle was okay. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and looked down, assuring her that there was no need to worry. Looking at the player again, Seiya sobbed again, wiping the moisture from her eyes. A few seconds later, she burst out laughing and punched the guy in the chest with all her might, screaming that she wasn't worried because he himself said that everything was fine. He bent over from the blow, muttering his gratitude, and Seiya went on to look for the Queen of Shadows. And even though Jihan's head was still splitting, he would never show his weak sides to his niece. The unification of the three Dantians failed because the guy had a low level and did not have enough points. The towel from the basin suddenly rose into the air, radiating furious energy. Clenching his fist, Jihan cried out in victory. He had received the power after all. After the fusion, divine power and mana are replaced by the unique stat strength. Three DNTNs could not be combined, but the fusion created strength. Jihan was surprised by the inscription on the screen. The connection was weak, and the PowerPoint was too strange. There were 12 of them from the start. The combat strength and strength stats interact and share their value. This means that if one stat is pumped up, the combat strength increases by 2 points, and the strength points also increase due to the interaction of the forces. Jihan even felt embarrassed for a moment, wiping the sweat from his forehead. What he saw was a pure deception. The fact that he has strength is already very good, but how effective will the three combined Dantians be? Realizing that he was completely tired, the player decided to leave this issue. If he tried to do it at the current level, he would definitely die. He got what he wanted anyway. It was time to try out the mage's ability. Raising his hand, he opened his palm and called for fire. A small flame immediately appeared in the air. The system immediately announced that the player did not have enough mana. He smiled weakly. The full moon seemed to be watching the user's unfortunate outcome and chuckling. Finally, after this long, difficult night, the sun rose over the city. It ran gently across Jihan's face, making its way through the half-open curtains. The guy didn't feel rested. He just muttered discontentedly that it was already morning, and immediately received a notification that 10 points of divine power had been added. As it turned out, he couldn't absorb divine power from D-rank sacred items and below. He had to use C-rank divine items and above. Yawning, Jihan glanced at the hand acupressure device and the game ball. Fortunately, they were cheap. He managed to buy them with glasses. He decided to sell the rest at the second-hand market, then went to see. He called the girl, asking if she was awake, but received no answer. A few minutes later, he saw his niece, who obviously had not closed her eyes all night. Sun was struck by Seiya's appearance, and she replied that she had been persistently watching replays of the game, and her efforts were not in vain. Seiya pointed her finger at the screen when Jihan leaned over the laptop monitor with a frozen heart. This was a fan video. There were people who got the zoom as a gift. They only film representatives of other species. For Jihan, it was very strange that people would use such an amazing gift for secret filming. His niece immediately distracted him from his thoughts, urging him to take a closer look. A replay of Jihan's fight was broadcast. The commentator pointed to a group of elves, noting that they had very clear skin without any imperfections. The two elves sitting on the thrones looked like high-ranking elves. Among them was one drow. The title of queen would suit her. She should be the Queen of Shadows. Seiya turned to her uncle with a smile, asking what he thought. The guy praised her for a job well done. But still, the player doubted to himself that the constellation could be found so easily. The girl promised to watch videos from foreign channels. She even made an edit video especially for her uncle. Jihan was surprised that Seiya knew how to edit, and she replied that she used to make videos from her father's games for fun. Hearing this, the guy froze in surprise. He immediately narrowed his eyes, using an unkind word towards Yunsei Jin. Straightening up, without removing his hand from the back of the sofa where Seiya was sitting, the player turned his head towards the portrait. Even through the broken glass, this man looked at his relatives mockingly. Left his daughter alone, a real infantile bastard. 2 days earlier, when Park Yunsik came to the family, he assumed that he knew the Sword King's girlfriend. It was Ito Shizuru. the owner of the SSS rank gift, unparalleled beauty. Jihan exclaimed that Yoon Se-jin might have fallen in love with the girl because of this ability, and Yoon Sik said that the department thought so. And now the player suddenly remembered this person, looking at the Sword King. Something similar has happened before. It is not the first time that rising Korean stars have taken Japanese citizenship. If this gift has no limits, she can switch to another player at any time. Since that day, Jihan has been searching for information about Ito Shizuru, a woman of incomparable beauty. Unfortunately, the search has not yielded any results so far. Japan must be hiding her identity. Now it's impossible to find anything. As Manager Pak said, you need to be extremely careful. The player turned his back to the window, deciding that he needed to prepare in advance. If he was right, the opponents had already begun to act. The Japanese self-defense forces had already arrived in Korea. Sia, dressed in a business suit, was a little nervous as she asked her uncle how much longer they had to wait. Looking at his watch, Jihan replied that he was almost ready because they might be late. Both felt great, ready for new achievements that awaited the family beyond the threshold of the house. Jihan straightened the collar of his jacket, grinning as he said that it was time to greet the guests. The elevator descended slowly, passing the 32nd floor. The uncle asked his niece if she was nervous, noticing her thoughtful look. The girl shuddered. After the incident with her father, this would be her first appearance in public. Jihan hastened to reassure her. He asked Sia to be confident and brave, because there was no need to think about what others would say. The Song family had done nothing wrong. The niece forced a hesitant smile and nodded to herself. Several bells from the elevator alerted passengers that they had arrived at the lobby. No matter how much Sia tried to calm herself down, she still couldn't contain her emotions in front of the open elevator door. Jihan told her in a barely audible voice that many already knew what they were going to say. As soon as they both had time to leave, a respectable man turned to Jihan, saying that everyone was waiting for him. All the guy's requests were fulfilled. He smiled, thanked, and asked to make sure that the event went well. Manager Park Yoon-sik didn't answer, but simply nodded in response. He admitted that at first Jihan's request caught him by surprise. He hadn't expected at all that Song would want to put the Sword King's collectibles up for sale. But now the idea is clear. So the auction of the former Sword King, Yoon Se-jin's favorite items and other belongings, was organized. The manager asked if this was necessary to attract Japan's attention. Jihan confirmed his guess. He specifically chose such lots. They need Yoon Se-jin's connector and the data stored on the server. Japan will certainly try to take possession of them. Perhaps something unexpected will happen. The owner of the items may secretly enter the country and interfere with the auction. But whatever he does, citizens will be forced to face reality and realize that they have no choice but to accept it. Park Yoon-sik took a new look at this seemingly simple-minded guy, thinking that he seemed to see the future. Jihan added that this was their last chance to change the public's mind and asked the manager to ask reporters to keep an eye on the Japan Self-Defense Forces table. Suddenly, loud shouts were heard in the hall. Someone was calling Sia by name, calling her relatives, but the security did not let them in. The girl turned around and shuddered when she saw her aunt and uncle. The richly dressed woman called Sia a madwoman who stooped to holding an auction. She immediately switched to Jihan, calling him a swindler who had the audacity to sell someone else's inheritance. Sia firmly stated that it was her relatives who were thrown out, because they used her father's name to deceive people. The uncles and aunt were stunned and froze, seeing such a harsh rebuff from their always submissive niece. The girl asked if they thought she was stupid, the one who couldn't see who was actually looking at her father's money in his absence. Sia said that now all of her father's things are hers, and only she has the right to decide the fate of the inheritance. Turning sharply, she demanded that security remove her relatives, who did not belong there. Jihan looked at his niece with admiration, calling her cool, and she proudly threw her hair out of her face, saying that she could stand up for herself. The manager opened the heavy doors and informed the family that they had arrived. Sia and Jihan walked straight onto the auction stage and were already noticed by reporters. The savvy journalists immediately turned on their cameras and flashes, ready to capture the sensation. Jihan glanced at the crowd with indifference when he heard them ask him why he was holding the auction. Sia was also attacked, claiming that her decision to give up the Sword Palace and hold an auction was provoked by public pressure. As the girl and boy walked towards the podium, reporters pounced on them, asking if they believed the Sword King would return and if Song was trying to profit from a relative's property. Jihan got tired of this pretty quickly, and unnoticed by the others, he gathered bloody energy in his palm, then made a circular motion with his fingers. A few seconds later, the lens of one of the photographer's cameras burst, scattering into small pieces on the floor. Then the same thing happened with the cameras of other reporters. The crowd looked at the equipment in a daze, not understanding what had happened. The player, reaching the podium with a microphone, asked the crowd to be quiet because they were at an auction, not a press conference. Finally, straightening up, Jihan, with his characteristic confidence, announced the start of the auction. His men prepared 3 lots. The first was Seijin's BattleNet connector. It reduced the feeling of pain by 99%. The data stored in it remained intact. Also present were Seijin's analyses of himself and high-ranking East Asian players. Those present began to discuss the lots. The data of the King of the Sword is very valuable, and the analyses are incredibly useful when the battle between Korea and Japan is approaching. Jihan looked at the people sitting at the tables and grinned imperceptibly. They would not want to miss a single lot. The analysis from a high-ranking player is not easy to get. Suddenly, the guy noticed that someone's hand confidently reached up. The player was stunned when he saw who exactly wanted to ask the question. Takeda Kazuo, the recruitment manager of the Japan Self-Defense Forces, a plump man, was smiling. And next to him stood a girl, looking askance at Jihan. Takeda, twitching his gray mustache, slyly asked if he could offer a price since the auction had already begun. He offered $5 billion for all the lots, which caused a natural reaction from the others. The man added that he would like to request a personal meeting with Song Jihan and Yoon Xia. With his hands in his pockets, the player approached Kazuo, asking him to say whatever he wanted to say. This is not the time or place to accept an offer to meet, as Japan knows firsthand. The interlocutor shook his head, replying that he was scared by the guy's gaze, especially since the man was a guest, and the host should have been more welcoming. If he shows his hostile attitude, someone will have to intervene. After these words, the young girl in 2 steps appeared at Jihan, putting the hilt of the katana to his head. It was Kazuo's bodyguard named Shadow. She couldn't be compared to Keno, but she was also an amazing player who could do a lot. The man pretended to be worried, saying that he was in no way threatening, but simply keeping me informed. A glimmer of divine fire appeared in Jihan's eyes, and he was amazed at how similar the warrior was to Yoon Sejin. They didn't take a single step to the side, just like Shadow, who continued to stand nearby. Thin fingers gripped the katana with force. The girl was ready to strike at any second. A shadow appeared in front of Song Jihan, and he fearlessly attacked it. The next second, something happened that no one expected. The player forced Shadow to fall back with 1 blow. The girl dropped the katana from her left hand, although she held onto the other one. She lowered her head, clenching her teeth in impotent rage. A bruise from the blow had already begun to bloom on the delicate skin of the bridge of her nose. Shadow suddenly felt an incredible force coming from her opponent, just as she was about to pull out the tip of her katana. Jihan put his hand on Tenny's shoulder, advising her to abandon her plan, since the auction was being broadcast on his BattleTube channel all over the world. Does the girl really want to bare her blade in front of the audience? Takeda Kazuo's expression suddenly changed and he waved his hands, calling on everyone to calm down. He rose from his chair and began to bow to Jihan and apologize, saying that his bodyguard was rather hot-tempered. The man raised his eyebrows, telling the boy that they needed to discuss something. He is ready to pay $5 billion, taking into account a personal meeting. Jihan frowned and Seiya screamed when Kazuo insisted that the Sword King's daughter answer the offer. The player was at a loss for words when such a claim was made to his face, since the property of the national hero belongs to his relative. The man put his hands behind his back and slowly walked next to Jihan, noting that the auction was actually being run by a girl. He was getting closer and closer to Seiya, saying as he went that he wanted to meet her in person, since she was clearly interested in where her father was now. It was truly a forbidden move. Seiya cowered in front of Kazuo like a small animal in front of a predator. Her interlocutor calmly straightened his bow tie, saying that he could be asked about everything, and he himself had a lot to tell. Raising his small, cunning eyes to Seiya, he asked what she had decided. Seeing the confusion in the other person's eyes, Kazuo rubbed his hands, thinking that the girl would definitely agree, because such an offer could not be refused in a sane mind. The man's face took on a truly incredible expression as Seiya loudly announced that she refused. Now he looked at the girl in bewilderment, starting to stutter, not believing that Seiya was refusing $5 billion because of the need to meet in person. The girl replied that her uncle was right, and if her father could only be contacted on his terms, then she did not want to know anything about him. Seiya smiled, stating that she was a minor, so she had to do what her uncle said. Jihan thought it was a complete relief. He thought all the items would go to Japan. Even though Seiya declined a personal meeting, it is unknown what else Kazuo can offer. The man fell silent, replying that nothing could be done, and Jihan thought that he had given up. But the Japanese man suddenly beamed and exclaimed that he was still offering $5 billion. The offer of a personal meeting was optional, his own whim. The player was angry listening to this deception, but Takeda took something out of his inside jacket pocket, saying that he had received orders from the very beginning to offer money. Smiling widely, he placed an envelope with the seal of the Sword King on the table. Then Sia said that this letter was personally for her, written by her father. He asked again if they had come to an agreement, and the girl bit her lip, not knowing what to do. On the envelope there was a seal with a flower and the name written, Ito Ryuhei. Unable to resist, Seiya picked up the concerto, and Kazuo happily turned to Jihan, saying that it was too easy to get the Sword King items, and didn't the Korean BattleNet have 5 billion? The man spread his arms, deliberately mocking the player, singing as the auction ended quickly. Jihan recalled that the recruiting manager of the Japan Self-Defense Forces in his past life was banned from entering America, and he was good at recruiting foreign players, which earned him the nickname Japanese Disaster. Now, confident of his impunity, Kazuo clasped his hands together, offering Sia to sign the contract right now. Jihan thought that the man must be directly related to the player who uses the incomparable beauty. This was a man to be wary of, especially since Japan had received all the items too easily, as if the participants had agreed on everything in advance. It would look bad on screen. Those present were indignant. Why did they come at all? It was pointless. 5 billion from the very beginning. But all was not lost yet, we just had to turn the momentum around. At that moment, Seiya entered the game. She began to read a letter from her father into the microphone, which stunned everyone. He wrote that his daughter's decision to give away the Sword Palace was a real shame, because it was the last thing left of him, and the property should have been managed wisely. And finally, this is the end of the relationship between father and daughter. Let Sia not expect anything more from him. The guests invited to the auction began to whisper loudly when they heard the cruel words. Wiping away stinging tears from her eyes, the girl forced a smile and said that it was his handwriting. And this is what her father wrote. Jihan turned away, physically feeling the pain of his niece's betrayal. From what he heard, the woman was of incomparable beauty and knew how to influence the mind. He hated Yoon Se-jin from the beginning, but to Sia, he was a good and reliable father. He couldn't do this to her. A loud sound of paper being torn in half was heard through the speakers. Seiya, in a low voice, as she tore the letter into pieces, told Kazuo to convey the following words from her to Mr. Ito. His daughter read his last will and was glad to end their relationship. The scraps of paper fell to the floor. Sia pretended to be upset and said that she shouldn't have shredded the letter. Now the cleaner would have to work harder. But at that moment the pieces began to rise upward, circling around the girl's face. Jihan declared that everything was fine. He would take care of it, and with one movement of his hand, he lifted the paper into the air, and it headed towards the shining sphere. The boy clenched his fist, summoning fire, and the pieces of paper burst into bright flames right in the air. Like so many phoenixes, they blazed and immediately turned to ashes. The rest of them opened their mouths in silent surprise. The auction participants were amazed by the player's possession of both combat techniques and divine power. Jihan stopped using energy and immediately heard an admiring cry. Kazuo's face shone brighter than the sun. A man like this was needed in Japan. He didn't immediately realize that a whole crowd had rushed towards the player, leaving him far behind. Representatives of various guilds vied with each other to offer Jihan to join them under any conditions. He looked at the business cards, raising his hands up, asking them to wait, because he was uncomfortable with everyone crowding around him. He stepped back, deciding that now was not the time to talk about such things. Jihan heard his niece's weak voice. She said that her uncle could go without her. The girl seemed to be suffocating. Beads of sweat appeared on her face and she began to babble something. Sia grabbed her head, almost falling off her feet. She muttered that her head hurt too much. The next moment, the niece moved to the side and fell to the floor. Jihan froze in horror for a second, forgetting about everything in the world. His dear relative lay on the stage and did not move. Jihan ran up to the girl, lifting her in his arms and begging her to open her eyes. When Sia woke up, she was mumbling something as the guy kept asking her if she was okay and urging her to hold on. The girl was clearly trying to say something to her uncle and grabbed the collar of his jacket. Pressing herself against Jihan, Sia whispered in a completely calm voice that she was pretending. The girl thought that it would be difficult for her uncle to cope with the guests, so she played along. While they were negotiating, the security quickly pulled the crowd aside. The guests were indignant. Now they wouldn't be able to place a bet. A puzzled Jihan looked at his niece with wide eyes, admiring her intelligence. He shook his head, sadly noticing how much his daughter resembled her mother. The guy turned to the guests, asking for forgiveness for the auction ending abruptly because his niece felt ill and needed rest. Supporting the girl, who was diligently playing her role, Jihan loudly asked if she could go on her own. Kazuo persistently tried to get through to the young people through security. He asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience his visit had caused them. Pointing to his business card, the man invited Jihan to greet him personally and asked permission to contact him personally. At that moment, the business card flew out of his hands with a whistle. Jihan just laughed at the man and instantly burned the piece of paper in the air. The player held out his palm and menacingly announced that this was his answer. Commentators could not believe that the bronze player had rejected such an offer, while the manager stood silently, clenching his fists. He straightened his bow tie again, smiling strangely, muttering that Jihan was the best. The unknown force that can tear a business card to shreds is real. He deserves it even now, being only at the Bronze League level. Kazuo must get his hands on this rising star at any cost. Meanwhile, hidden from prying eyes, Jihan gave his niece a high five. He praised the girl for her excellent acting skills, and she brushed her bangs from her face, replying that she was good at everything she did. The player froze when he heard from the system about an unread message. He read the notification. It said that he had a sponsor, who even with the broadcast turned off sent 10,000 equipment points. The writing style was similar to Takeda Kazuo's. While the uncle and niece were talking, Lee Ha-young blocked their way and greeted the family. They froze when the woman said she was glad to meet them. The head of the third department wanted to greet the guys on behalf of the Divergent Guild. The woman smiled, asking for forgiveness for the sudden visit. She really wanted to meet them. Jihan was not at all embarrassed. He only asked how she came here without an invitation. Haeyeon openly said that she had good connections with the Korean BattleNet department, and she used them. The player was surprised to hear the revelation that at work the head of the third department was known as a spoiled child. This confidence, shamelessness, and tone of voice were definitely familiar to him. Their owner extended an elegant hand. Looking closely at the woman, Jihan saw a completely different figure before his eyes. That one from his past life, a sly woman in a mask and revealing outfit, coquettishly said that she was his fan. He looked at the head as if enchanted. Sia cast a questioning glance at her uncle. She did not understand what had happened to Jihan, who was silent, and blinked her eyes in surprise. Turning her gaze to Lee Ha-young, she shuddered, deciding that the guy had fallen in love with the stately woman opposite him. The player said that in everything there is a line beyond which it is dangerous to cross, because once you cross it, it is impossible to turn back. The head and her bodyguard were stunned when they heard a quote from the writer Dostoevsky, who was known for his gambling addiction. Lim Gayan frowned and became angry as she looked at Jihan. Unable to hold back, Plum Blossom's sword pushed her mistress back with her hand and stepped forward. The woman almost threw herself at the guy, asking who he was and how he knew Lee Ha-young's motto. Only a couple of people knew that the lady was a real gambler. No one from outside could know about it. Jihan smiled, realizing that there was no longer any doubt. This woman's nickname was Zero, and she was the manager of America First. The only Korean besides him, this scoundrel was always drinking and gambling, but became the guild's deputy thanks to the capabilities of her voice, an ability that is used for amplification. After finishing the training, when people pay attention to pumping other aspects of stats and gift ranks, she reveals herself in a new light. And the strongest was she, Zero. Continuing to smile, Lee Ha-young gritted her teeth and ordered Gayun to shut up. Jihan thought that the guild was doing well, and he met Zero on one of his previous broadcasts. What she wrote in the chat was imprinted in his memory, so he decided to clarify. The guy apologized for catching them by surprise. Lim Gayan was surprised that her mistress was also writing in the chat. She didn't know what to do with herself from embarrassment. The woman coughed, feeling awkward at being suddenly called a gambler. Jihan thought with a smile that this was a fact, and Sia, looking at him, was sure that he really liked the chapter. Lee Ha-young smiled and shook her head, saying that she didn't mind talking in a more casual setting, and that they would see each other often in the future. Sia covered her mouth with her hands when she saw the guild leader take out his phone. She must have really liked her uncle. She confidently handed over her mobile phone, offering to meet in person since the Divergent Guild needed the guy. Sia almost squealed with delight, painting in her head the rosy prospects for the development of her uncle's relationship. Lee Ha-young fixed her hair, thinking that she was good, and was good at setting the tone of the conversation while separating business and personal relationships. The woman glanced at Gayun, showing with her eyes that she needed to learn. This is exactly how you should manipulate men. The atmosphere changed. The air seemed to be filled with the scent of flowers coming from the flirting Lee Ha-yeon. Jihan sheepishly apologized, replying that he still didn't know his phone number. Both women froze in shock when they heard the answer to all their efforts. The guy turned to Sia, asking what her number was, causing his niece to look confused. Sia suddenly decided that her uncle was playing the prude. She thought that Jihan was up to something and needed help, so she pretended to feel bad again. Jihan told the women that his niece was not feeling well and that they had to go. Hyan held out her business card with trembling hands, and the player promised to use it to contact the guild leader. When everyone left, Sia was proud of herself. Now she didn't have to worry about her uncle's relationship. Hayoung turned to his bodyguard, who was trembling slightly. The woman saw that Gayun was overwhelmed with emotion and was barely holding back the laughter that was bursting out, and she ordered her not to hold back. Uncontrollable laughter echoed through the corridors, and the head of the guild grumbled something in response. Jihan was brought out of his thoughts by his niece's question. She noticed that something had come as a big surprise to her. With a smile, Sia noticed that her uncle was wearing his father's suit. The player shrugged. His own had already become too small. He straightened his jacket. The guy noticed that the suit was not to blame. Sia nodded. If it suited her uncle, then everything was fine. She suddenly added that Jihan's answer was simply terrible. He looked at the girl in surprise. She shook her head, saying that it was too old-fashioned and tasteless. The "I'm the first one to reject you" tactic has been around since prehistoric times. While Jihan didn't understand what was being discussed, Sia mentored him by saying that you can play hard to get, but saying that you forgot your number is terrible. The player was lucky that his niece was nearby and saved the situation, but she was incredibly surprised to hear that he had not planned anything like that. The hand with the index finger extended hung in the air. Sia asked incredulously if this was true. Jihan nodded. The next task in BattleNet involved moving to the Bronze League in the territory of Gangnam. The task type was protection. It was necessary to protect the crystal and survive the zombie attack. Moving into place right in the suit, Jihan shook his head wearily. He remembered how difficult it had been to calm Sia down that evening. The girl immediately burst into tears, deciding that she had ruined her uncle's chance for a relationship because of her stupidity. Did his niece really think that he liked Lee Hae-young? Who would pay attention to a gambling enthusiast? Still, he hadn't expected to meet Zero under these circumstances. In a past life, he was sitting in a bar and watching a sports match where Argentina's Diego Maradona won. Jihan became close to Zero because they both lost their homeland, and on weekends they bet on sports. The woman was obsessed with them. The player's victory upset and angered Zero, but Jihan knew that he would win. He advised her to pay attention to the rank of the gift God t-shirt, but the woman did not listen to him. Jihan advised her to stop playing games, but she just waved her hand. Then she said her motto, that very quote from Dostoevsky, and it really irritated her. Sun asked if Zero was going to get rid of the scar on his face. The woman pressed the mask tighter, answering that it was the price for the deal with the devil. The couple had a lot in common besides sharing the same nationality. Zero asked why Jihan became strong only now. If she had been as strong in the past as she is now, she would have stayed in Korea, and then her friends wouldn't have died. So what united them most was guilt and self-hatred. The woman shook her head drunkenly, saying that she had no right to say that it was all her own fault. Both felt guilty for failing to protect their loved ones. Jihan looked at the amber drink in his glass, wishing he could drown in it and not feel anything anymore. Now he looked at the bloody sky in the game space, remembering these moments. Commentators watching the game were puzzled as to how long the player would remain standing there. In Jihan's right hand was a sword that pierced the horse, Pontiff Urk, an alien sacred object. The guy was curious why it was so cheap despite its rank, but it turned out that it was because it was too big and heavy for most people. Jihan decided to try the dagger in action and swung it widely. Then, raising the weapon above his head, he swung. It wasn't difficult for Jihan to handle such a blade. The user heard strange voices asking him to show the status window. The ground shook as a huge weapon descended upon it. The number of spectators grew, and they began to ask questions about the origin of his power. 12,000 people were already looking at the player. Jihan didn't know if he should show the window, but it would be unwise to ignore the request of regular viewers. It was worth deciding whether to answer directly or lie. Finally, the guy took a deep breath and addressed his viewers directly, greeting them and introducing himself. If they are so interested in his status window, the player will show it when he gets 200,000 subscribers. That was his promise. Commentators began to complain that such a number would not be reached anytime soon. But Jihan decided to add one more condition. If he loses even one game, then he will immediately show the window. The audience didn't expect this, but everything would have changed if the guy had met the troll. Jihan gripped the hilt of his blade even tighter. Blue beams appeared behind him, signaling the arrival of his teammates. The guy turned around sharply, raising an eyebrow. The players that appeared were not the ones he expected to see. It was simply impossible. Golden light, Argentina player Diego Matsid and the hated Kim Gyo-hyuk. The jester theatrically wiped a tear from the corner of his eye with a handkerchief, exclaiming that fate itself had brought him to Song Ji-han. The fire mage turned red with anger, clenching his teeth, threatening to kill the player with one look. Ji-han met the Argentinian in person for the first time. Diego Matsid seemed oblivious to everyone as he continued to play with the ball. He was Argentina's best player until Sihan's return in time. But now he was nothing special, and besides, he looked vulnerable and stupid. Suddenly the guy thought about something, realizing that it was strange. If he himself is a support, Golden Ray is a warrior, and that disgruntled third one is a mage. Could it be that the football player here was an archer, considering that in his past life he had the mage class? Ji-han couldn't even imagine what had happened. Meanwhile, Go-hyuk was terribly angry when he met his offender. Because of him, he lost his ability, and now he didn't even want to see. A system board appeared in front of the magician's face. Someone registered a reward for the task. Go-hyuk was surprised that such a fool could give him such a thing. He was completely taken aback when he read that he was offered to destroy the crystal and prevent Ji-han from taking first place. A few seconds later, the game began, and Masida's sword flew into the face of the first zombie. Without saying anything, he continued to attack the dead man with the ball every now and then, as if he were scoring goals into the goal. Stopping for a moment, the man ordered Ji-han to apply enhancements to him, because the archer needed more strength. In a team game, it is important to treat all participants fairly. Previously, the player did not use stats because they were not enough. But now the number of divine power points has increased. You can try. The user called upon the force, and the figures of all team members lit up with a bright blue light. Golden Light clapped his hands happily when he realized that he had also been given a buff. Ji-han turned out to be a real support. Go-hyuk was puzzled as to why Ji-han supported him when he addressed the boy. Looking over his shoulder, the player asked if he was going to play for the first time. The same jester jumped up to them, wondering what had happened between them and whether they were both friends. The magician muttered what would happen, then Ji-han nodded to him, satisfied with the answer. Declaring that he relied on his team, the boy took off and jumped from the tower, asking for the blade to be placed on his shoulder. The trio looked down in confusion as their support disappeared from sight. Masid pointed down, asking if Ji-han was crazy, and the magician immediately called him a stupid football player who didn't understand anything right away. Kim Gye-hyuk hated the player. Does he really think that his teammates are subordinates? The wrinkles on the guy's forehead smoothed out. He decided that he would do what he decided for himself. Ji-han rushed into the thick of the living dead. The zombies growled and stretched out their half-decayed hands towards him. A fireball appeared in the player's hand. He was about to attack the enemy with pure fire. The mana and divine power, which became more powerful after the fusion, will tear this gathering of zombies apart. Ji-han's eyes turned white, and the fireball turned into a powerful sphere. It turned into a real hurricane that descended to the ground. With his power, he swept away the living dead like paper dolls. Ji-han pushed himself off the wall and extended his hand with a dagger. Then he rushed forward and raised the weapon above his head. The tip pierced one of the monsters, but the enormous power of the weapon splashed out to the sides, increasing the effect of the force. The zombies, who were at a great distance, began to melt from the fire. Masid and Golden Light leaned over the edges of the tower, calling the Korean support crazy. Enemies died in a matter of seconds, and it was all broadcast live. The audience discussed the guy with admiration, not understanding where he came from. As if from nowhere, a bloody zombie rushed at the player, screaming deafeningly. The hideous face grunted and snapped its sharp teeth, trying to reach the user. Ji-han stood in front of him and thrust his blade into the ground. He smirked at his thoughts. Everything was going as the player thought. It was not in vain that I had to endure those torments. That is the true value of the ability to control space. A bloody sphere appeared above him, and the two zombies. Absolute territory. Anyone who enters it falls under the control of the user. Many people don't know about this ability, but Ji-han was personally familiar with it. Baron was poor at control, unlike his abilities, so he often used him as a training partner. Song Ji-han fought against the Guildmaster's power quite often. The guy was able to fully study her in that amount of time. From the destroyed ground, the player pulled out a sharp sword with a jerk. Ji-han is currently in an absolute state, using both divine and martial powers along with mana. The level of the pathetic Bronze League was no obstacle for him against the fight against the strongest zombies. The number of slain living dead gradually increased, burning in the divine fire. Last time, Ji-han couldn't kill 1,000, but now he knew he could do it. There was very little left to get the deserved reward, but it was necessary to move even faster than usual. Song Ji-han literally flew above the ground, wielding his blade. My head was buzzing. My feelings were tense to the limit, trying to move only forward. A bright blue light poured from the player's eyes, as if he was blinded by the target. Golden Light and Masid found what happened absurd as they watched the support. The jester noticed that he too was now interested in looking at his status window. Meanwhile, Kim Gyo-hyuk was preparing to carry out the mission. The spectators asked Golden Light to show them the mage, who turned around, calling out to his teammate. The streamer was stunned when he saw what he was about to do. Gyo-hyuk was already standing next to the crystal, apparently preparing to attack it with a fire blast. The rest of the team froze, not understanding what the magician was doing. He raised his head high, filled with hatred for Jihan. Finally, he sent the player to hell with all his might, calling him a rootless scumbag. Jihan froze with a dagger in his hands, hearing these words behind him. The magician, without stopping, exclaimed that in the last few days everyone had been looking only at him. All he had done was court his niece and manipulate her. Jihan froze, especially hurt by the words about his niece. Kim Gyo-hyuk didn't stop, wondering what the player had done to make the girl obey him obediently. The audience understood that the magician was testing Jihan's patience, because the impudent man even doubted the player's intentions towards his niece. Now the reward of 50,000 equipment points for Kim Gyo-hyuk reflects the degree of hatred of the Sword King's family towards Jihan. Millions of dollars helped the magician gain courage. Jihan himself stood, clutching a sword in his hands with fallen living dead lying under his feet. And in his ears there was the insane laughter and insults of the former team member. He breathed deeply, trying to calm down, thinking that this bastard had acquired patrons, or that he was being forced to do so. This guy is a complete loser, hoping only that he will have time to do everything since Jihan is far away. The player was not affected by the insults directed at him. Kim Gyo-hyuk continued to shower him with accusations of ambition, and how his uncle was grooming and manipulating his niece. Then the same dirty hints followed again, asking what Jihan had done that they obeyed him so obediently. Rage flared in the guy's eyes, and the veins on his neck stood out from the tension. The magician had no right to say anything about Sia. After returning in time, the player could not help but remember what he tried to forget. Like his worst nightmare, he was haunted by Sia's death, her lifeless body hanging like a rag doll in his uncle's arms. Jihan choked on his own tears, which continued to flow, soaking into his shirt, already stained with his niece's blood. To hide the scars left by the attack of the Sword King's family, she had to bandage her face, but her body lost the warmth of life forever. He allowed this to happen and could do nothing more. All he could do was wish for himself to die and scream at the top of his lungs so as not to go completely crazy. And that is why now, standing on the deceased zombies filling with divine fire, Jihan swore that such a thing would never happen again, that he would protect her from everyone and everything. At the moment of gaining power, the player realized something while trying to unite the three Dantians. He could use nameless divine arts, and the gentle blue color of the power would change to a bloody hue. Until he had 30 points of combat strength, it would only be an imitation. But the guy clearly felt them at the moment of the fusion of the three Danyates, languishing in pain, scratching his chest and wanting to pass out as soon as possible. Jihan is familiar with the feeling of mastering the nameless divine arts. Several agonizing seconds passed as the player collected his thoughts, fully concentrating on his own sensations. Noticing the delay, the living dead, with disgusting screams, attacked him from behind, stretching out their half-rotten hands. At that moment, gathering all his strength, Jihan felt how everything around him was transformed. Electricity pierced his body from head to toe, as if it had been born in the man in order to rush far upward. Sand turned into lightning when he used the Heaven's Break technique. Otherwise, the lightning step of the shimmering sky, and this did not go unnoticed by those around. The Sword King's family immediately sent 100 points to Gyo-hyuk, urging him to quickly break the crystal, since Jihan was already rushing to the player. As soon as the fireball appeared on the magician's palm and he felt relief from the curse towards Jihan, the player was immediately called out. Recognizing the voice of the golden light, without even turning around, Gyo-hyuk threw a fire sphere towards him, knocking him down. Flashes of fire glowed red on the magician's palm, and in an emotionless voice he ordered them not to interfere, otherwise he would burn the enemy to ashes. Numerous symbols appeared in the dark sky. Waving his staff, on the base of which precious stones were ringing, the magician crossed his arms, filling the fireball with power. He decided to finish off the crystal. A crazy grin appeared on his handsome face. The player believed in his own strength and the support of the Sword King's family. With another wave of his hands, Gyo-hyuk threw the flaming sphere towards the crystal, and a string of flames immediately followed it. But the sphere was not destined to reach its target. A few seconds later, a ball from the legendary Argentine player crashed into it. In the silence that followed, the ball, covered in black soot, bounced back, leaving traces behind it. A look of surprise appeared on Go-hyuk's face as he turned sharply towards the footballer. Diego himself was completely unperturbed, and his fans greeted their favorite in the chat with all their might. The magician looked like an offended child, asking where he was throwing the ball, to which the footballer replied that he always took the game seriously and this blow could ruin everything. In addition, the villain cursed their comrade, who dragged this task on himself and even his relative. Diego will not allow the game to be spoiled anymore. Now the traitor player turned red with rage, his teeth clicking together with a dull sound. He cursed filthily at the football player, completely not noticing the one who appeared behind him in divine flame. The golden light shone with delight. Clutching the sword in his hands, Diego stood next to him. Seeing these glances, Go-hyuk immediately became quiet and slowly turned around, because he felt the stinging traces of lightning on himself. Jihan's face was so dark that nothing could be seen on it. He slowly assumed that the magician had something to tell him, and at that moment his pupils turned red. This did not bode well for his interlocutor. Go-hyuk shuddered and was horrified. He trembled all over and almost ran back, because his own body subconsciously screamed about danger. The player looked at Jihan as if he were a deity and asked himself what he should do now. Biting his lip, he realized that he had already lost, so he could finally allow himself to speak out about Jihan. But things didn't go according to plan. Jihan ordered his opponent to shut up, literally sealing his mouth with one movement of his hand, without even touching Gyoyoku. The staff fell from someone else's hands. The magician moaned in horror when Jihan told how he wanted to blow up someone else's head, but for some reason changed his mind, only because he didn't want to give the magician such an easy death. San began to move his fingers on his hand as if conducting, telling Go-hyuk what he would do to him. From these movements, the alien body uncontrollably moved to the side. The connector filters the feeling of pain. If Jihan kills the magician, he will only go down to a lower level. The traitor's face had already turned purple from all the manipulations that had been done. Jihan mockingly asked if he had felt something similar before. The guy then promised that he would introduce Go-hyuk to the unknown world right now. Go-hyuk trembled more than before when Jihan's hand dug into his shoulder with a steel grip. The magician mentally cursed the player. He knew that he couldn't really kill another. However, he himself had already lost all his abilities. It was impossible to fall any lower. It's a shame to lose the award, but Go-hyuk was still able to anger his opponent, so the victory is still his. Quick thoughts were flying through his head, preventing him from realizing the most important thing. And when the player realized what was wrong, it was already too late. The whole body seemed to be torn into small pieces. It hurt so much, as if Jihan was not just holding the interlocutor by the shoulder, but piercing him with a sharp dagger straight into the chest. San watched without blinking as Go-hyuk writhed in agony, screaming at the top of her lungs. The magician screamed, choking on tears, begging for it to stop, because his torment was incomparable to what he had ever experienced. A cry of horror and incredible torment rang out from the high tower, calling on Jihan to stop. Golden Light trembled with pleasure as he watched this scene. He considered Go-hyuk to be completely unstable. The footballer agreed with the team member. The streamer was surprised that the connector was causing so much pain, but Diego advised the shiny one to take a closer look. With one hand, Jihan was crippling Go-hyuk, but with the other hand, he was healing him non-stop. A bright green sphere of health glowed in the other person's palm. This was a side effect. The space jester scratched his chin, suggesting that what was happening was a bug, a mistake. If you heal wounds that are damaged over time, like poison or burn, you will get overloaded. And at the same time, the player feels all the pain that the connector lets through. The streamer thought it looked really painful and wondered what ability Jihan was using to deal so much damage. Muscle tension and bone cracking, bone fracture and muscle rupture. This happens because of the ability that sends an unknown energy into the body and destroys it from the inside. Only a few martial artists are skilled enough to use it. Go-hyuk, who was barely able to comprehend, couldn't understand what was happening since he had set the connectors to 95% pain reduction. It hurt as if my organs were being torn out of my body step by step, and the flesh itself was being pierced with needles. The mage didn't want to feel this, so he screamed in despair, calling on Jihan to kill and end it all. As if obeying the order, San removed his hand and swung his sword, cutting off the bastard's head. The cameras showed viewers Jihan's gaze, and they were amazed at how calmly he carried out his revenge. A few seconds passed, and Go-hyuk's body slowly dissolved into pixels, and the system announced the death of the player. Golden Light screamed, and Jihan began to carefully examine the area so as not to miss the enemy's rebirth. The streamer smiled tightly, deciding to be more careful with Jihan. He felt his fear to the fullest extent. As San had expected, Gyohyuk appeared again, not sparing the air in his lungs to scream. Jihan cast a calm glance in his direction, listening to the screams and pleas for mercy. The system appeared for the second time and showed a sign with the death of the player Kim Gyohyuk. He was not in the arena for even a few minutes. The magician's body once again dissolved into blue pixels on the floor. Jihan wiggled his fingers, glancing at the dissipating figure. He needed to regulate his power better. The system announced the player's rebirth. Gyohyuk slowly appeared on the court and immediately crawled away from Jihan, screaming hysterically. He tried to move as far back as possible, begging his opponent not to come closer. Then he began to plead, shouting that he was wrong. To this, San only shook his head, noting that he shouldn't say something for which he couldn't answer. At that moment, a spectator with the nickname of his niece sent the player 10,000 fortune points. The girl, standing in front of the monitor, screamed that it was enough, she was okay now, and her uncle had gotten too carried away. She was worried that if Jihan continued his actions, he would lose all his subscribers. The girl literally begged the player to stop and concentrate on the task. Jihan felt his niece's emotions and was relieved to notice that it was calmer there than he had imagined. And although this was not enough, looking at Gyohyuk crawling away, the guy determined a peaceful period for them, and such a punishment as an example is quite sufficient. Trembling with horror and humiliation, the magician continued to beg for mercy, first asking to be saved, but then choosing death. Jihan decided to find out who had prompted his ally to do such a thing, and loudly asked who had ordered it. He screamed in horror, seeing someone else's red eyes in front of him, then named the nickname of the Ill-Wisher, Sword King Family 898. It was he who offered 50,000 equipment points for the destruction of the crystal. Kneeling, Gyohyuk folded his hands in a prayerful gesture, shouting that he had completely lost his mind. Such a reward was not worth his death. Jihan wondered how one person could offer so many points. It must be a whole organization. Deciding to keep this in mind for the future, the player grabbed the mage by the collar of his cloak with force. Holding his opponent in the air with one hand, Jihan muttered that he should thank Sia for saving him. Gyohyuk had tears in his eyes, swallowed hard and nodded his head vigorously. A few seconds later, the player had already set off on a long flight, but was completely happy. The echo of his gratitude to the girl carried far beyond the tower. A streamer and a football player cast their sympathy votes for Jihan when the system announced the death and exclusion of Kim Gyohyuk from the game. While viewers cheered in the comments, Sun dusted off his hands thinking about the zombie massacre. He hissed irritably. If it weren't for the interference from the outside, the player would have finished the task long ago. Jihan dealt with the evil spirits quite successfully, cutting them down left and right, and now out of 1,000 living dead, 921 were killed. The guy called up a status window and started quickly looking through something on it, then decided that he could quickly finish off the remaining 80. But suddenly, an unread notification on the window surprised him and caught his attention. As it turned out, the related quest Origin of the Zombies was already listed as completed. As if he had just woken up, the player looked around the ground, which turned out to be full of motionless bodies of the living dead, all due to the trace of the lightning-fast tread of the shimmering sky. The electricity that the guy himself generated when he managed to release his rage was able to do the almost impossible. It zigzagged through the rows of standing zombies, effortlessly killing the remnants of humanity in them. To be more precise, Jihan simply lost control, causing the scattered power to explode. He didn't use nameless divine arts, but 3 Dantians, so it didn't turn out very well, although the result is pleasing, but still there is a feeling of awkwardness. Standing next to the rescued crystal, Jihan took a deep breath, thinking that he should train more. The guy was distracted from his heavy thoughts by someone's voice calling him by name. The golden light jumped around the player like a little dog, asking if he would go down and if he could come with him. However, San did not pay attention to him, but immediately approached Mr. Masid. With one hand he shook the outstretched palm, with the other he held the ball tightly under his arm, accepting gratitude from Jihan. He did what he had to. The player smiled, offering to meet outside the game so he could repay. As soon as Jihan started talking about wanting to discuss something with Diego, he felt the floor trembling under his feet. The ground around the tower began to crack, creating huge furrows. An earthquake had never happened in the middle of a mission before. The space jester screamed in fear that he sensed an explosion and didn't know what to do. Jihan heard shouts from the side, calling for him to look the other way. Commentators also wondered what was happening to this place, and it became especially alarming when something began to rise from under the ground. San froze in shock, and a semblance of panic began to splash in his eyes. A few seconds passed and what seemed to be a growing mountain turned out to be the hand of a giant who was awakening. A huge palm emerged from under the ground, scattering living dead people around. And right in the middle of it, a human mouth of the same size grinned. It opened up and screamed disgustingly, raising a real hurricane in the air. The golden light squealed when it saw the oddity. Diego only groaned in disappointment, calling the hand disgusting. Having fallen silent, the mouth bared in a creepy grin. The remaining zombies perked up, sensing an ally in the unexpected guest. Jihan didn't know what to do in such a situation. He could only look helplessly at the giant. The player gritted his teeth. The appearance of such a monster had angered him considerably and interfered with his plans. The zombies that tried to get close to the hand immediately felt its evil intentions. Jihan, watching the monster, grimaced, feeling disgusted by what he saw. This thing, whatever it was, simply devoured the living dead, scooping them up into its palm like food. The huge mouth smacked as it chewed on dozens of bodies, the sound of crunching bones echoing throughout the valley. Having dealt with the next batch, the palm straightened above the ground and the mouth opened wide. Something that the mouth couldn't handle slowly slid from the middle of the tongue onto the tip of the tongue. A large lump of zombie remains. Having fallen to the ground, he began to move, as if a new monster was being born right from him, only vaguely resembling a human. Golden Light was puzzled as to why this monster appeared on the Bronze League map when it should only be in gold and above. Jihan swallowed hard once again, because before them appeared an evil monster created from pieces of different bodies, a corpse golem. These creatures slowly rose above the ground, slime slowly dripping from their heavy bodies. The streamer was right. They had no place in the Bronze League. San immediately called up the status window to find out the reason for the zombies' appearance. Was it because of a related task? The system explained that the goal of this task was to defeat the corpse golem without the help of the crystal, which the guy didn't quite understand. He was slightly surprised by the new notification. It said that the player had cleared the map 10 towers. Next, the system gave Jihan a bonus task: stop the corpse golem. Other teams from different parts of the tower looked at the sign in bewilderment. They also did not understand his presence in the Bronze League. The game required stopping a corpse golem created by the follower of destruction, Black Hand. There were more and more of these incredibly strong living dead, because the mouth continued to eat the zombies. The system, as if mockingly, suggested using the blessing of the crystal so that it would be possible to reduce the difference in strength. Looking at the horde of newborn corpse golems, the streamer groaned. How can they complete this task if even the Golden League players can barely cope? Jihan closed his eyes in dismay and shook his head. The game can't wait for the teams to cope. Suddenly, something dawned on the guy. He thought that otherwise they would not have been able to offer a reward of 10,000 achievement points and a crystal fragment to boot. So the gift was rare, which means it was at least an epic rank quest. Diego started training with the ball, and Golden Ray sighed heavily, moaning that since the task was a bonus, they should give it their all. He suggested that Jigen be the first to receive the blessing, and he was already pulling his blade out of the stone surface of the earth. Both teammates looked at their leader in surprise when he replied that he would not need a blessing. Taking a step forward, lightning bolts shot out from under the player's boot, a trace of shimmering sky's lightning-fast gait. They sparkled as Jihan moved towards the corpse golem. This is a dead man with an incredible amount of health. It can only be defeated by destroying the core in the center of the body, and it was located deep in the monster. Since the corpse golem was considered a boss monster, even in the Golden League, Jihan asked the streamer and the football player to step aside. Lightning went around the men, and they, looking at Jihan, did not even understand at first what he was asking them about. Not even a few seconds passed before the player took off faster than light and literally flew into the sky, accelerating to attack. On the stone surface of the area where he stood, there was even a trace of a boot from which smoke was coming. Masid and Golden Light almost screamed in unison upon seeing this, and were immediately amazed at their comrade's strength. The streamer gasped, opening his mouth slightly, and only now turned his head to look for Jihan. Meanwhile, he, with his sword in his hand, was approaching the head of the corpse golem, being the size of the monster's mouth. The most basic ability among nameless martial arts is the 3 talents of martial devotion. At its core, it is based on the concepts of heaven, earth, and man, each of which has its own meaning. Sky, firmament and vertical strike, earth, surface and horizontal strike. A person is a person and a piercing blow. This is the basis of the nameless martial arts. This means that there is a technique that will allow the player to destroy an entire mountain. 3 talents of martial devotion. Now Jihan used mountain destruction. This was how he was able to reach the core in the center of the corpse golem's body. The golden light never closed its mouth, slightly open in surprise, and Diego clutched his ball in his hands with all his might. Having seen the outline of the core of the living dead man, he still could not hold the ball in his hands. Jihan took advantage of the moment and pierced the base of the corpse golem with his sword. Yes, what he knew sounded impressive. The guy raised an eyebrow at what he saw. But in reality, it was a normal vertical strike. Player San Jihan defeated the corpse golem. In this way, he completed the task of the fourth tower, causing delight among the commentators. As the player swung his sword, Golden Light felt conflicting emotions that were difficult to describe in words. Looking at Jihan, the streamer felt fear, despair, anticipation, and pity. All this was mixed up inside him, and the winner himself looked like a deity. The Golden Light fell to his knees because he felt true admiration, while Diego stood next to him without moving. The streamer was breathing heavily, so deeply, as if he was remembering how to do it. He understood that he had never experienced anything like this before. At first, the blonde perceived Jihan as excellent material for broadcasts. The streamer closed his eyes tightly because he understood that things would never be like before. He wanted to capture every move of the one who would become the best player and streamer in the future. Opening his eyes abruptly, Golden Light raised his head and resolutely clenched his fists. He has to film this player to capture how Jihan became a true legend. But, unfortunately, the streamer's efforts to give his all to Jihan were not crowned with success. No matter how much he showered the player with confessions and praise, it did not have the desired effect. It was this moment that gave Jihan the gratitude of footballer Diego Masida. Meanwhile, the other BattleNet team looked in despair at the huge shadow that loomed over them. Everyone unanimously called the game stupid. But the corpse golem didn't think about anything, but simply destroyed everything he saw in front of him. It didn't take much effort for him to bring his giant palm down on one of the tower's sections, destroying it. Thus, the third tower, and after it all the remaining ones, did not complete the bonus task. Only Jihan's team completed the task, and its players received 3 times more experience and equipment points. San didn't see the stunned faces of his comrades. He was thinking about how generously the game would reward them. Seconds later, the player glanced to the side. He still had one more thing to do. Jihan offered Diego to meet in real life, but he initially refused because he thought that they just wanted to repay him for a favor. But then the stakes became higher and surprised the footballer. He was asked to provide information regarding his own ability. A fire sphere formed on Jihan's palm, a hint to this. A magician. It would be boring to tell everything now, so the player wanted to discuss everything in detail over lunch. Masid froze in confusion, thinking that he had heard a hint about changing classes, because if someone else had made this proposal, it would not have been worth wasting time. The footballer was approached by San Sihan himself, whose incredible strength he had personally witnessed. Diego couldn't help but be interested in his words if there really was a separate class that suited him. It made sense to meet. Such an opportunity could not be refused, so the player promised to write to Jihan, who offered to find a suitable place. The Golden Light, listening reverently to their dialogue, immediately began to jump on the spot, asking to be included in the company. Jihan shrugged, replying that he had already invited Masid, and even refused the fact that his teammate was helping him with the stream. The streamer did not calm down, begging to be accepted as a reliable comrade, or at least as an editor. San sighed tiredly and seemed to give hope to the restless guy. But then he added a firm no and left the game, slowly disappearing into space as tiny pixels. The Golden Light almost cried as it reached out to the disintegrating image. He groaned that Jihan had acted very cruelly, which made the audience laugh quite a bit. Finally, Jihan found himself at home in his apartment, tired after the fight. The status screen stated that the player had completed the interconnected quest Zombie Walkthrough and received 10,000 achievement points and a crystal fragment. San sat on the bed, his trusty sword resting there. For such a reward, the task was more than difficult, the player thought, remembering how much he had to work hard for the points and the crystal. Tossing the last one into his palms, Jihan thought with disappointment that the crystal had disappointed him. It bestowed a divine blessing on the player and can only be used in the bronze and silver leagues. Divine blessing can only be used by saints who play the support role to the maximum. This is a top-rank buff that increases all stats by 50% and is considered mandatory at the top ranks. But this item can only be used once and only in the bronze and silver leagues, which did not suit the player. Next, there will be rewards for the defense itself. For first place, Jihan was given 50% more experience and equipment points. The guy's level has increased 3 times. Now the level has risen to 13, and the combat and normal strengths have 17 points each. There are 12 levels left before the game to move to the Silver League. The system then announced that the player had fully understood the religion of the other world, and his divine power had increased by 2 points, merging with the Force. Then the equipment rank dropped from C to E. Seeing this, Jihan raised an eyebrow. The characteristics did not increase, and the sword, piercing the horse of Pontiff Urk, could not withstand its remaining power and began to crack right before the eyes of the owner. The system warned that the equipment would be destroyed, and the next second, pieces of the weapon flew around the room, casting a bright yellow light around. Jihan tried to hide from the flying fragments and the detonation of the explosion. The power of the 3 dantians inside was leaking out. The player couldn't understand why the dagger couldn't withstand the destruction of the mountain. The lightning flashes were so strong that they damaged the player's shoulder, cutting through it as if with a sharp blade. Jihan gritted his teeth and stretched his hands forward because it was too dangerous to leave this sphere like this. He needed to absorb the power into his own body. The glow was so bright and blazing that it could be seen even from the windows of neighboring buildings. Finally, the glow of the sphere died down slightly, and a lone window lit up in the building opposite. Takeda Kazuo and the Sword King 898 family. The manager tried so hard and even moved into the next apartment, but his plan failed. It was he who acted on behalf of the Seojin family and instigated Gyohyuk to frame Jihan with a generous reward. Kazuo sat at a table filled with numerous monitors and watched the magician. He had finally found an assistant who fully shared his goals. He was incredibly happy, because when Jihan was avenged, he would be able to see his status window. Takeda rubbed his hands in satisfaction, calling people fools who, having lost their strongest player, continue to quarrel with each other. Thanks to them, it is easy to engage in incitement. It is enough to pretend to be one of the fans of the King of the Sword to interfere with Jihan. Now the manager looked slyly at the screen. The guy was on guard thanks to Takeda. But he needs to fear not the man, but his compatriots. The Japanese man laughed villainously, imagining how San Jihan would feel the taste of his helplessness. Now the manager wasn't too upset as he ate the crispy chicken. His plan had failed, but it wasn't worth spoiling the game yet by pretending to be a fan of the Sword King. It would be great if everything worked out the first time, but Gyohyuk turned out to be an incredibly pathetic player. He failed to master the game at any level, dying every time from Jihan's attacks. It would have been better to break the crystal right away. The magician only needed to do this. Then, according to Takeda Jihan's plan, he would have had to show his status window. Still, the manager was indignant, furiously chewing the chicken meat. Because of Gyohyuk, the man was in trouble. He almost fell out of his chair, furiously threatening the screens with his fist, because at this rate he could lose Jihan. A second later, the man slammed his fist on the table, cursing everything under the sun. Takeda Kazuo finds himself in a difficult position. He understands that Jihan is a talented player whom he must lure to his side, but he will only be given the go-ahead if he has proof. The bosses are considering firing the man because he cites his intuition as the reason, which is why Takeda needs Jihan's status window, direct evidence of the player's value and potential. The manager had little time. He had enough of these amateurish strategies. Jihan doesn't have long to wait until a professional takes him on. Kazuo will get his window and permission to present all the evidence to Seijin. Jihan can be recruited using a special method that was used on the King of Swords. Meanwhile, Jihan saw that his divine power had increased by 1 point. It had merged with the Force, and it had also increased by 1 point. The boy sat on the floor, wounded by shards from the dagger, realizing that strength received 1 point for every 3 divine. Thanks to their connection, the combat strength indicator increased to 18 points. The sword piercing the horse was destroyed, and the remaining divine power in it must have been absorbed by the player's body. The system announced that the strength had exceeded 17 points. From now on, the player can only absorb divine power from divine items of A rank and above. Jihan was amazed by this news because now he could completely forget about increasing his divine power. He shook his head sadly, thinking about how cheap a trick it was, when the door to the room slammed open and Sia appeared in the doorway. She excitedly pointed to the screen of her mobile phone, bragging that she had received a 50 billion deposit. Jihan looked there with interest, while the niece herself breathed out in confusion when she saw the state her uncle was in. She immediately asked why he was like that, and the guy looked at his own palm and briefly replied that his sword had exploded. Then he forced a fake smile, assuring her that he was fine. Sia grabbed his hand and dragged him out of the room, finding Jihan unbearable. She was indignant that her uncle remained a child. He urgently needed to wash and treat his wounds. Jihan allowed himself to be led away, but looked at his niece's back in surprise. He thought how touching she looked, considering herself an adult, but still appreciated the concern hidden under the grumbling. A little later, already washed and with his wounds treated while eating meat, the guy looked in surprise at his niece, who asked if he was okay. The uncle and niece were sitting in an inexpensive cafe. Sia said that since they now had so much money, perhaps the family could afford much more than the usual pork tenderloin. Sia loved this kind of food, but Jihan, as far as she remembered, always preferred Western food. But he still ate enough to stop admiring her. Jihan had really missed eating in such a cozy atmosphere, and now he had eaten properly for the first time since returning. Smiling happily at his niece, the guy declared that he still preferred Korean cuisine. Sia pursed her lips, saying that since she was paying, her uncle could have ordered something better and more expensive. But he waved his hand. They would still have time for dinner. He didn't even have time to bring the drink to his mouth before he stared at the girl in amazement. She said that there might not be time. In response to Uncle Sia's questioning look, she replied that she planned to return to school. She was the head of the student council, so it was strange for the girl to be absent for so long. Jihan asked if it was worth resting for another week, as the teacher advised. Sia was slightly embarrassed, reminding him that the day of receiving the blessing in the gift room was already near. Looking at his phone, Jihan nodded. His niece was right. On August 22nd, Sia will turn 18. Even in hellish and difficult times, she waited for this day. The niece dreamed of receiving a blessing in the school gift room. She hoped that she could change the situation if something good happened to her, but hope quickly faded. She received an F-rank gift. It was a turning point after which the strong C broke. Jihan lowered his head. The wounds from what happened to his niece in her past life still tormented his soul. The girl will probably be upset if you tell her about this in advance. It's better to gradually lower her expectations. When her uncle asked her if she would be back tomorrow, the niece nodded happily, because there was no better time than Monday. Jihan straightened up in his chair, saying that he would take the girl to and from her, and she immediately screamed. She waved her hands, screaming that she was no longer a child, but Jihan shook his head, asking her not to resist. Sia, knowing her uncle's stubbornness, sighed dejectedly, asking why he had suddenly started behaving like this. She pursed her lips again, crossing her arms over her chest, saying that it didn't suit the guy. Unable to contain himself, Jihan burst into laughter into his fist, looking at the expression on Sia's face, again asking the girl to agree as long as he offered. The next morning, when they arrived at the underground parking lot, the family couldn't believe their eyes. It was empty, and at first they both thought they had been robbed. After all, the Sword King's family used to have all kinds of sports cars and supercars. Sia assumed that they had been sold. Jihan rubbed his face with his hand, and he had been wondering where all the keys had gone. The girl was happy that she would be going by bus, but then the player noticed a small car nearby. Jihan told his niece about this half-heartedly, and she screamed as soon as she saw the vehicle. Sia ran up to a rather battered small car of bright yellow color. Her mother's car? Jihan said that it was not sold because of the low price. Pulling the handle, the guy discovered that it was still unlocked. He immediately sat down in the driver's seat and saw the keys. His niece asked incredulously if her uncle wanted to go in this particular car. Instead of an answer, she heard strange sounds and clouds of smoke from the exhaust pipe. Jihan asked if Sia was uncomfortable riding such a vehicle, but she immediately waved her hands. She replied that she was a little worried, which surprised her uncle. An unfamiliar man with an unpleasant and menacing appearance appeared in front of the car and immediately demanded that the car be removed from the road. It was precisely these situations that Sia did not like, but the stranger continued to shout with a threat in his voice, demanding that this trough be removed. BattleNet School was located in the Gangnam district of Seoul, and the conflict flared up in the school's parking lot. Jihan raised an eyebrow. He knew the cheap car would attract attention, but he didn't expect others to openly pick a fight. He calmly asked what was going on, but the man aggressively continued to insist that such a car had no place there. Jihan, having heard in a rude manner that he had taken someone else's seat, immediately got out of the salon, saying that he was the guardian of a student of this school. The parking lot guard who had come out to hear the noise was talking to another man. Both of them screamed when they recognized Sanji Han, the bronze assassin from BattleNet. The security guard began filming the conflict on camera, telling his interlocutor that the player had brought his niece, who was on academic leave, to school. The video quickly went viral online, with the headline stating that the Sword King's son-in-law had arrived at BattleNet School and was arguing with the owner of a Rolls-Royce. Meanwhile, the Divergent Guild headquarters was also following the news. Lee Ha-yeon, the head of the third department, called her bodyguard, Lim Ga-yoon, who was playing a game during her break. The boss was already hiding the phone with the news about San Jihan in her bag, answering that they were sent to the BattleNet school. Gayan asked what happened there. The manager chuckled, taking out a bright red lipstick from her purse. Without even hiding it, the woman continued to go crazy from what she thought was Jihan's contempt. She even growled quietly, anticipating revenge and the feeling with which to repay the player when they met. Meanwhile, the impudent stranger continued to throw mud at Jihan, calling him a pauper. The man raised his fist back to strike, ordering the boy to bow his head. San didn't answer, but it was clear from the sparkle in his eyes that the stranger would not go unpunished. At that moment, he roared, repeating his order, and fell upon the guy with blows. Sia quickly got out of the car, calling out for Jihan in fear, realizing that she couldn't help in any way. The men standing to the side were in no hurry to help, but they also did not expect to witness anything strange. The stranger's fist magically stopped in front of the boy's face. The impudent man's body began to flicker red, emitting electrical impulses. He stood motionless and clearly could not move. The mouth was sealed by an unknown force. No matter how hard the stranger tried to open it, he couldn't do it. The next moment, San suddenly lowered his hand back, and the man's heavy body fell to the floor. He found himself on his knees. Jihan called the stranger rude, suggesting that he was someone's driver. The player scolded the man as if he were a guilty child, saying that his behavior was a bad example to follow and resembled the habits of a bandit. Sia ran up to her uncle, asking him to stop, when suddenly someone called out to the girl. Kim Hee-so, the vice president of the BattleNet School Student Council, was looking out of the window of a nearby expensive car. Sia became quiet and greeted her friend, whom she had not seen for a long time. Hee-so got out of the car and saw a man on the floor, her uncle, and immediately asked what he was doing there. The man rose heavily from his knees, starting to ask for forgiveness, as Kim gasped, asking her friend where all her cars had gone. Turning to her mother's car, looking at it with confusion, Sia hesitantly extended something in response. Scratching her chin, Sia told her that her father had sold all the cars, to which Hee-so continued to chatter excitedly that her friend could call her. Looking devotedly at her classmate, the girl promised that she would give her a ride to school because her car stood out too much. Hee-so assured her that it was no burden, but Sia continued to mutter about how awkward she felt. Looking at the girls, Jihan wondered if Sia had a close friend in her past life. It seemed to him that something was wrong, and it was unknown where this feeling came from. Lee Ha-young's rage and Lim Gayan's humility were difficult to convey in words. The head of the 3rd Department of the Divergent Guild even stamped her foot when she didn't find San Jihan in the parking lot. The parking attendant cautiously noted that they had passed each other, but the woman did not understand how a fight between two men could end so quickly. Ha-young began to bite her thumbnail, worried that foreign agents would come for the player. At that moment, her hand was gently covered by someone else's palm, and a low female voice softly asked her to stop. Gayan reminded the lady of her own words. Biting your nails doesn't help matters, so she stopped the manager. Ha-young looked up at the bodyguard, catching herself thinking that such actions could make her fall in love. Then, shaking her head, she turned sharply, walking towards the car. Gayan asked after her what she was going to do. The woman summoned the system window, where the stream with Jihan was being broadcast. She joined the broadcast, slyly revealing that she now intended to stalk him. San Jihan was called a predictor of victories, and he really was one. Watching the guy in the office suit defeat another warrior, the audience had no doubt that he would take first place. The next person to be hit by the player's foot was a man dressed in armor. From such an attack, he, with a muffled cry, flew far back along the entire perimeter of the arena. Jihan used the nameless divine arts, the gate technique. Lightning gate of the shimmering sky. Now the rest of the participants had no choice but to be attacked by the guy's energy. Having stopped, Jihan straightened up. Rare discharges hovered around his body, and behind his back the players groaned in defeat. San clenched his fist, thinking that he had done a good job. Concentrating on sensations really helps to adapt faster. The guy glanced to the side and flexed his fists, deciding that he could deal with a couple more. There were warriors there who had encountered Jihan before and recognized him. This player defeated the Golden League Corpse Golem in one hit, and now, standing in front of the Bronze League players, he was instilling in them a great deal of fear. Moreover, the guy was not someone who could be easily defeated. He was like a natural disaster that could not be prepared for. The system announced the end of the game, and Jihan left the battlefield arena. San slowly transformed into reality. He took first place again. The player won for the 5th time in a row. The experience and equipment points received were increased by 200%. The level was increased twice. Jihan reached level 15 and unlocked the dungeon map. The guy was surprised, and taking off his shirt, he realized that you can get into the dungeon after level 15. This type of map is available from level 15. Here, unlike other maps where you just need to fight, there are different conditions. The player is required to avoid traps, navigate mazes, and solve puzzles. Even in BattleNet, it is recommended to cooperate with other players because in the location it is very important to work as a team. But Jihan understood that many did not like him. If he enters the dungeon with someone who plans to take revenge on him, it will be difficult. As he descended the elevator from the roof to the floor, Jihan shook his head because such allies would start to become annoying when he decided to leave. It will be difficult, but it is worth being patient. Soon he will reach the Silver League. Then, as San dreamed, he would be able to create his own guild from the players he liked. 2 eggs were being deliciously fried in a large frying pan. Jihan was preparing food and asked Seiya to set the table at that time. When the dishes and cutlery appeared beautifully arranged on the table, the guy invited his niece to have breakfast. Finally, their small family gathered around the table to share a meal together. Seiya tried a piece and was surprised at how delicious Jihan's cooking was, but he brushed it off since he hadn't done anything wrong. He promised to show his niece what a truly good meal was next time. The uncle asked the girl if her friend had brought her home from school yesterday. Seiya shook her head. She didn't want to ride with Hiso anymore, but Jihan was surprised. The niece said that her friend reacted too sharply to everything, and she felt uncomfortable in such company. The classmate pestered Seiya the whole way with questions about her family, her situation, and tried to ask how she was feeling. Jihan frowned, calling Hiso a terrible girl. Seiya agreed with him. But she suddenly added that there was another reason. The girl smiled, saying that her mother's car was much better, even more comfortable and warmer. Jihan fell silent, staring at his niece in surprise. The next moment his gaze warmed and a smile appeared on his face. He felt the same way. It was then decided to take Seiya to the school by car, and they were immediately noticed by a large crowd at the BattleNet school. Jihan sighed, asking Seiya who all these people were, and the girl replied that they attracted attention yesterday. Jihan drove slowly to the parking lot. A crowd of pursuers rushed after him, but the guards did not let strangers in without passes. The guy exhaled heavily, thinking out loud that he needed to either change the car quickly or come up with something else. Seiya immediately drew his attention to the women standing at a distance. Lee Ha-young, hearing the roar of the engine, turned around and looked languidly at the arrivals. Jihan got out of the car, looking at the guests in bewilderment, wondering why they had such serious faces. The player said that it was strange to see them here. Ha-young came closer, saying that she came early to wait for her family. The head of the 3rd department of the Divergent Guild reminded that the guy never called her back. Seiya waved her hands. She will not interfere anymore. With her arms crossed over her chest, Ha-young walked closer and leaned towards the boy, asking him to pay attention to her right now. A crowd of reporters and partners watched the conversation between Ha-young and Jihan, wanting to break through to such a successful player themselves. Jihan asked if the woman was okay with such attention, but she calmly replied that she was used to it. When the guy remarked that she was comfortable in such an environment, the lady replied that she herself had studied at this school. She added that she couldn't get used to Jihan's reaction, and he apologized for not calling. Ha-young sighed and shook her head, saying that this kind of attitude was new to her. Jihan was the first man who made a woman run after him. Straightening up, she reached out her hand to the bodyguard standing behind her. There was a paper on the table that marked the transition to the platinum level. The crowd roared as Ha-young offered a platinum-level contract to a bronze leaguer. Jihan remained silent. He did not expect that this person would offer so much. Lee Ha-young suddenly stood up from her seat and leaned over the table, whispering that it was only thanks to her that such a contract could be obtained. She smiled, hoping for the guy's understanding because the contract reflected her feelings. Lim Ga-yoon persistently pretended to be somewhere far away, looking away. Realizing that they would get nothing here and that the woman had planned all of this, the crowd began to disperse in disappointment. Jihan calmly looked at Ha-young's beautiful face, surprised by the woman's cunning. He sniffed the air and was stunned, sensing something familiar. The smell? The guy felt the same perfume that Zero wore in their past life. Ha-young couldn't understand what was going on in Jihan's mind and how he managed to stay calm. The smile slowly slid off the woman's face. She felt her self-esteem begin to crumble. Finally, she sat back down in her chair, letting out a sigh of disappointment. She still hadn't managed to get the player's phone number. Having calmed down, Lee Ha-young asked the guy to look over the contract, and then she would send him the original with her signature. After asking how to contact him, Jihan asked if he should give her his phone number. She raised an eyebrow and nodded, and San immediately offered to make a deal. He smiled mysteriously at Haeyeon's surprised question. When she heard that the player had reached level 15 and would be going to the dungeon, she rose from her chair again. The manager expected Jihan to start going on raids and had no idea that it would take the guy less than a month to reach level 15. Jihan rose from the table, announcing that he was going to the dungeon right now. If he doesn't take first place, he will contact the Divergent Guild and, of course, give the head of the third department his phone number. Lim Gyeon couldn't believe that the player wanted to go on a raid without a guild or a team, and Ha-young reminded him that many people don't like the guy. Walking away from the table, Jihan offered to agree, and the woman admitted that she was confused by such a proposal. She asked what would be required of her and received a meaningful smile in response. Jihan wanted to confirm if Ha-young was 0, so he asked her to show him his status window. This way, he will be able to find out if she currently has her gift education. The lady blushed slightly, repeating the question. This gift is simply an enhancement of experience, which would be embarrassing to show to others. Jihan, noticing Ha-young's reaction, thought that this was true, but he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. The woman sighed and agreed, but then warned him not to regret his choice. Jihan had already logged into BattleNet, saying that Ha-young and Gaeun shouldn't leave when he logged into the game. The BattleTube broadcast began. The player slowly moved around the space, asking the women to wait for him. He calmly promised that his participation in the game would not take much time. 3 cards. Dungeon. The dungeon itself was the Tomb of the Conqueror, an ancient warrior, powerful and invincible, with a bow on his back, riding a horse and with burning eyes. In the Tomb of the Conqueror, the difficulty of the task was high. The tomb was the burial place of the legendary conqueror. The dungeon is inhabited by various monsters, but it does not have such difficulties as traps and labyrinths. But in order to clear it, all members of the group must survive until the end. The conqueror's loyal servants left no chance for the players, so it is so important to assemble a successful team. Finally, player San Jihan entered the dungeon. All players were summoned. The system announced that the game would begin soon. Seeing his team, Jihan thought that they must be good players, all from the same guild and with good equipment. The boys were outraged by the hero's appearance and began to shake his hand one by one, saying that they were glad to meet him. The spectators immediately figured out where the players were from the Black Falcon Guild. One of the knights shrugged, saying that they could go since Jihan was now on the team. The Trinity offered the guy to follow them, but he refused, stubbornly going down the stairs. The warrior was surprised, saying that he should be ahead, but Jihan threw in the last words that he was confident in his abilities. They didn't argue and rushed after the player. They would rely on Sun. He thought that this time he was lucky. There were no people here who would set him up. The player was a little worried about the conditions of the cleanup. He stood up straight, serious about clearing the dungeon. As soon as the team entered the narrow corridor, warriors of the Conqueror began to appear right from under the ground. The Black Falcon Guild players slowed down when they saw the danger. The guards of the tomb had already filled the entire corridor. Soulless clay monsters, they were ready to defend their place to the last. The Trinity asked Jihan in what order they would attack. The magician offered to clear the way with magic. The player shook his head, saying that there was no need to do that. Stepping forward a little, the guy demanded that they just stand still. As if understanding what the man was talking about, the clay guards perked up, taking a fighting stance. Several of them immediately pounced on Jihan, swinging their swords, but he dodged. In revenge, the player smashed the warrior into tiny pieces with his bare hands. He rushed to the side and hit the second man on the head with his fist, and it broke, and the stones fell down with a loud noise. In just a few short jumps, Jihan crossed the corridor, leaving a mountain of stones behind him. The whole head of one of the warriors at the end of the corridor remained resting on the guy's palm. Approaching his team, who were dumbfoundedly looking at the one who had dealt with a bunch of warriors in a few steps, Jihan asked why they were so frozen. Winking, the boy crushed the clay head in his palm, asking her to follow him. There are 10 paths in the Conqueror's tomb. Each team is given their own. All paths lead to the 7th level of the dungeon, where the final stage takes place. The 8th path was determined for San Jihan's team, and they successfully pass it. In the Conqueror's tomb, on the 3rd level of the dungeon, Jihan was dealing with the guards with all his might, and the other players were amazed at his strength. The player crushed the guards so deftly as if they were made of sand. The guy himself was only thinking that the dungeon guards didn't look strong at all. There was one among the viewers who sent a flirtatious letter asking the player to check his mail, where a large donation was waiting for the player. Without paying attention to extraneous things, Jihan crushed several guards with one kick. He walked on, casually shoving his hands in his pockets as the figures behind him fell to the ground. Jihan assured his fans that he would stay in Korea and not go to Japan like his father-in-law, then brought up the system window to block the annoying viewer. His team was glad that the third level went so smoothly they would not have been able to defeat the guards on their own. The knight dropped to one knee, still amazed that their leader was crushing the guards with his fists alone. The mage lowered his eyes, thanking the player and asking for forgiveness for the fact that he had to fight alone. Jihan asked him not to apologize. It helped him a lot that his own team wasn't playing against him. The magician added that it would be great to collaborate with the guy again. Jihan didn't answer, but he tensed up as he turned the next corner. The team found themselves on the fourth level, and the corridor looked rather deserted. The rest of the warriors flinched as they took in the situation. Small holes could be seen on the walls and on the floor all around the perimeter. There were traps everywhere. The magician heard that there were almost none here, but he didn't expect to stumble upon them all at once. Jihan asked if the others would mind speeding up a bit, and the guys immediately agreed. Stopping at the beginning of the corridor, the player announced that he would also go first here. The rest had to cover their leader. Jihan did not see how the warrior knight hid, starting to nod to him in a rather strange way. As it turned out, the members of the Black Falcon Guild received identical tasks from Takeda, who was blocked in the chat. He, of course, wanted his teammates to betray their leader. A viewer with the nickname Sword King Family 898 promised to donate 1 million points for this. Takeda was delighted as he sat at his desk and looked at several monitors. He calmly drank tea, thinking out loud that he would not like to resort to such a method, but there was no other way to figure it out. Kazuo narrowed his eyes and smirked as he mentally talked to Jihan, proud of himself for bribing a few people. And these warriors will not give themselves away, because there is a good reward at stake. The trio stood in a row behind the player, calculating his every move, ready to attack at any moment. Jihan, without warning anyone, rushed forward along the corridor to pass all the obstacles. The magician followed him silently. The manager, sitting in the room, was sure that the guy would lose. He laughed joyfully, throwing his hands into the air. It seemed as if his villainous laughter was echoing over the entire city. But Jihan will be able to leave the game unharmed only in one case, if suddenly someone did not warn him in advance. Meanwhile, the guy rushed forward along the corridor. Having run forward a little, a flock of arrows with sharp tips flew straight at the players. An impenetrable mask of attentiveness froze on Jihan's face. It seemed that in another moment the arrows would pierce the guy and his invisible shadow pursuer. But suddenly the player behind shouted at Jihan to step aside. He was going to destroy the arrows with his ability. But he was already about to use the power of space management and answered on the go that there was no point in helping. This power of the absolute territory allowed Jihan to hide behind a bloody dome from other people's attacks. The arrows pierced this field and remained stuck there, trembling finely. The magician raised his head in disbelief, looking at the many points, wondering what had happened. He turned to the other players to see if they had seen the same thing. In response to this, the shooter smiled cheerfully, clutching one of the arrows in his hand. The magician immediately screamed, warning Jihan of the danger that threatened him from his own team. The guy's eyes lit up red. He realized that they were trying to kill themselves. The magician gathered strength in his hands, shouting to stop the others. Jihan immediately used nameless divine arts. A lightning-fast tread of shimmering sky appeared in the air. Yellow and blue flashes cut through the air. At that moment, a strong blow flew into the shooter's face, tearing his glasses off his face. Jihan, waving his fists, burst into the space of his teammates. The knight shook his broken arm and whined pitifully from the pain. Turning around, Jihan extended his hand and pointed his palm at the guys. Jihan's fist clenched, and the force disarmed the two warriors in red flashes, causing them to writhe in agony. A magician ran up to the player, asking if he was okay and if the game was over. The shooter and the knight were talking angrily to each other. They were all given the task of suicide. The magician asked in surprise why they were arguing. Jihan, looking at the status window, answered that they had a reason for this. If any of them had completed the task, the game would have ended. The mage shook his head sadly, saying that as a member of the guild, he was truly very sorry. The guy held his hand on the badge a little longer than usual. Jihan said that there was no need to apologize and immediately pointed his hand towards the magician, repelling the other man's attack. He knew that the magician was also a traitor and managed to stop him. He growled in indignation, but the player knew that all members of the Black Falcon Guild had received the same task. Yes, the magician did not reveal himself in any way, but San Jihan still found out his intentions. Golden Light donated 10,000 fortune points to the player in advance and attached a warning message. As a lifelong fan of Jihan, Svet watched his stream. But he also didn't miss the streams of his new team members in the dungeon. And right in the middle of the broadcast, the guy noticed something suspicious. The Sword King 898 family issued a quest with a reward of $1 million. Players had to kill themselves without anyone noticing. Then Golden Light warned Jihan with a donation. For the sake of justice, he sacrificed his wealth points, also that Jihan could hire his faithful servant as an editor. Suddenly, the guy heard the voice of his hero. Jihan muttered something, waving his hand again to direct power at the mage. While his team writhed on the floor, Jihan kept wondering about the Sword King's motives. Even if he hated his ex-father-in-law so much, it was too expensive to pay 1 million for tasks. Jihan bent down to pick up the sword. He said out loud that even if the player's life was at stake, they weren't worth much. The guy picked up the weapon and swung it a few times to test it. What was happening led him to some conclusions. Either there is some guild behind this, or the special influence of the Sword King. They are willing to pay 1 million just to see the fortune window. Their obsession with the guy is just crazy. And while Jihan was wondering who it could be, Takeda Kazuo was sweating from nerves in his chair. Jihan summoned the system window, saying out loud that the ill-wishers were ready to do anything dirty to see his status window. Their agreement had to be changed. The player decided to change only the part about his hundreds of thousands of subscribers to 1 million, and the first condition remains the same. He was pleased with the work done, but Jihan was still worried that he would get 200,000 subscribers very quickly. Thanks to him, he got money and attention. We need to get the maximum benefit from the situation. Using the F-rank restraining rope that restrained the incapacitated opponents, Jihan tied up the 3 traitors with it. Moreover, their faces showed incredible surprise when the player dragged the guys along with him. Now the teammates were just hanging in the air like a big balloon as Jihan walked further down the corridor. Entering another room, he saw the glowing eyes of one of the statues. The traitors, having fallen to the ground, screamed in horror. Looking up, an otherworldly voice filled the player's ears, ordering them not to disturb his rest. The statue opened its mouth and in a deep voice announced that the Emperor was eternal. The voices of 1,000 stone guards merged into one, warning uninvited guests not to disturb the master's rest. On the 6th level of the dungeon, the danger level increased, but apparently not for those who betrayed Jihan. They were still tightly tied up while the player dragged them along the floor. When the knight began to moan annoyingly, Jihan simply tied his mouth with his power. Just 10 minutes ago, the bewildered knight, asking himself why a Bronze League player was so strong, rudely addressed Jihan. While the trio were just frozen in the air, not yet tied up, they tried to intimidate the player. Players even threatened to turn the entire Black Falcon Guild against Jihan, but this did not produce any results. A few waves of the hand, and invisible bullets pierced the knight's armor. He was stunned and looked down. Seeing holes in the iron armor, Jihan immediately mockingly said that the League would not help such incompetence. The players sank down one after another, exhausted, feeling how light their own bodies were becoming. The traitors were puzzled as to how Jihan could perform such tricks with just one movement of his hand. Apparently, the guy pressed on the pain points, something that is only possible after you reach the advanced class of a warrior, a master of martial arts. The knight, powerlessly frozen in the air, thought absently that he thought Jihan was an ordinary support. The trio then found themselves tied up, irritated to realize that they would now be dragged through the dungeon. The knight suddenly remembered Gohuk. He realized that his niece was Jihan's weak point. He decided to show off his ability to insult, which he developed while playing on the computer, and started chatting. Hearing the word niece from someone else's lips, Jihan smiled unctuously and sealed his opponent's mouth. Pulling the rope tighter, he asked with feigned kindness if the knight should shut up. And now, wiping the floor with his own face, he thought that he didn't care about anything anymore. And so that the trio would not completely lose their strength, Jihan added health points to them along the way. He stopped to check the system window. The player was now on the 6th floor. If he can clear it, he will move on to the last one, so he continued on his way together with his tied-up teammates. A few minutes later, the guy passed a large stone arch. It was behind her that he found himself on the 6th floor. Cursing under his breath, Jihan saw a horde of yellow lights on the ceiling. It was hard to see because of the darkness, but now the player knew one thing. All these lights were the eyes of the clay warriors of their master. Jihan winced when he heard the characteristic sounds of an army awakening. They rose straight out of the ground, surrounding the entire team. Then, driven by the desire to protect their emperor at any cost, the guards rushed at the enemies. The trio of traitors lying on the floor looked in horror at the shadows hanging over them. But Jihan did not let those who betrayed him die, but immediately repelled the attack with someone else's sword. The mage, who found himself tied face up, screamed in despair when he saw the clay blade. The player grabbed the rope and, together with the screaming trio, threw them aside. The sword he snatched from an unexpected enemy dealt with the enemy's attacks with ease. Jihan didn't even have to use his abilities at full strength, deftly dealing with the guards. The clay figures, although they possessed incredible dexterity, instantly fell apart. Clutching the sword in his hands, the player stepped back. The room was filled with dust from the clay figures. The Emperor's next guards lurked on the ceiling, sensing fresh blood. Their eyes once again lit up with a bright yellow light, designed to scare people. The players felt the tomb begin to shake, and Jihan turned around abruptly. The tied-up archer couldn't help but let out a startled cry as he looked ahead. The clay monsters continued, like a prayer, to call for His Majesty's rest not to be disturbed. The Emperor is eternal. Do not disturb his rest. The figures approached the players from all sides. The guards' eyes continued to glow. Perhaps they were in berserker mode. A system table with a limited task appeared in front of Jihan. He had to destroy all the guards. The reward was 1,000 achievement points. The player thought that he hadn't been given any tasks for a long time, so he smiled and immediately covered the tied-up trio with his shield. The shooter squealed in fear when Jihan suddenly decided to attack the self-created defense with a sword. The players yelled indignantly that the team leader was illogical. Why would he pin them under the shield and then hit them like that? Jihan pursued his own goal. The shield was stronger if a force field was placed on top. Now he didn't have to constantly protect these players. Then the guy extended the absolute territory ability over the entire room with one hand. No matter how many times he used it, he was constantly surprised at how effective it was. Then the movements of everyone in it slowed down. The guy could overpower enemies with one movement of his fist. After such a spiritual attack, the clay figures began to crack and crumble. In this territory, one Jihan had true power. The guy thought that Baron should be ashamed because he used this ability only to strengthen his mana. Shaking his head, the player decided that enough of this fooling around was enough and tightened his grip on the borrowed blade. He was going to finish off the entire army of the Emperor's guards once and for all. The figures, as if led by someone, simultaneously rushed towards Jihan. The next moment they found themselves scattered across different parts of the tomb by a lightning whirlwind. Jihan grinned, freezing for a moment, waiting for all the fragments to fall to the ground. The system announced that the task was completed. The Emperor woke up. He could not help but feel the change. The Conqueror's tomb can only be cleared if all party members are alive. The powerful figure greeted the thieves, saying that people come for gold, but in the end they themselves stay. He will give them what they want. And now you will need to fulfill the condition for passing the last floor. The game required all players to bow respectfully to the Emperor. Jihan looked forward at the opened doors, looking there carefully. The Emperor, riding on his faithful horse, met the players on the 7th floor of the dungeon. This was the last stage. A bright circle appeared in the center. Apparently, this is where they should stand and bow. Jihan threw the trio into the circle. Then he raised his hand and opened his palm, using force. With one movement, the guy raised his comrades to their feet and tore apart the tightly tied ropes. Jihan closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, they were already red. He walked forward and the 3 players followed him, floundering in the air. Hearing them groan and be surprised, Jihan smiled slightly. Now the player's strength characteristic is 18 points. The zone and the effect of absolute territory have been pumped up. The Emperor, watching the players, ordered them to begin. All 4 of the team found themselves in their places in the glowing circles. Jihan looked at his team with a glance and looked at them carefully. Although the distance between them was great, as long as he stood in the center, he could control everyone, mentally ordering them to fall to their knees. Then Jihan was the last to bow to the Emperor. Now the cleansing had gone perfectly. He dropped low to the ground, showing his gratitude to the man. Forged from pure gold, the Emperor nodded in satisfaction, informing the plunderers that they could now return to where they came from. The system announced that the 7th floor of the dungeon had been completed. Now the gates of return were open. There was a portal inside, ready to transport players into reality. The remaining members of the team who found themselves free thought that they were happy to have passed, even though they had not earned 1,000,000. They looked at Jihan, surprised that he was not going to leave. He stood in front of the mission window, clutching his head. The system offered to complete a hidden task, to show the statue of the Conqueror genuine respect and receive 5,000 achievement points and the arrow of the Conqueror as a reward. Jihan, seeing the arrow, thought it was a great deal. The guy thought it was so big that it looked more like a spear. The player glanced sideways at the magician and grinned, remembering the conditions of the task. He was angry, not understanding why Jihan was hesitating, because now the guys from the second group could enter the portal. The next moment, the magician was thrown to the side so sharply that he screamed. He found himself next to Jihan, the player holding his teammate tightly by the collar of his coat. Jihan informed the conqueror that this was a sign of true respect for him. It was impossible to read anything on the statue's serious face. It was silent for several seconds. The magician opened his mouth, looking at the conqueror with horror, not knowing what reaction to expect. But what the magician certainly couldn't predict was that Jihan would swing and throw him towards the statue. The mage hit the golden head of the horse statue with force, and it began to chew on the player. The knight, whose mouth was still sealed by magic, trembled slightly as he looked at this. Jihan lowered his head and grinned, shooting red eyes. Having finished eating the magician, the horse stamped its hooves, and the emperor turned his gaze to Jihan. He addressed him as the king of robbers, asking what he wanted. The boy replied that the invader was the personification of a plunderer, and he would show the emperor his true respect. Instead of all the gold lying on the ground, the player will take what is truly valuable. Jihan pointed at the emperor's arrow with a smile. The golden tip shone brightly, reflecting the beautiful glow around it. The conqueror's arrow is included in the reward, and the fact that Jihan recognizes its value and takes it is a demonstration of respect. This was the true condition of this assignment. Suddenly, the emperor bent over, right on his horse, and burst into laughter. The tomb shook with loud laughter. The statue could not stop. He even clapped his hands, exclaiming how much he liked it. It was magical and magnificent. The emperor declared that he would reward the player, and he summoned a dagger to himself. It flew into the owner's hand, and the statue declared that the act was very touching. He will give Jihan his treasure so that he will show true respect. Swinging his blade, the boy declared that he would gladly accept the gift. Then the emperor launched an arrow from his golden bow and called on the boy to catch it. He smiled widely, because this was no ordinary arrow. It was the arrow of the phoenix. The statue was engulfed in something resembling golden fire, and the horse immediately reared up. The shooter, one of Jihan's teammates, suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. He realized that he was literally burning alive, just like the knight on the side. Jihan was also burning in the fire, but he held on steadfastly, not showing pain. Looking sideways, he saw how quickly the health bar of the rest of the team was falling. It doesn't matter that they die. The problem is that when they do, their weapons will disappear along with them. Jihan, standing with someone else's blade in his hands, realized that he needed to prevent this. The large room of the tomb was filled with fire, as if hell itself had descended upon it. It was so hot that even the gold began to melt. The shooter fell to the ground. The system declared him dead. Jihan felt a fierce heat throughout his entire body. Even through his closed eyes, he saw the emperor's grin. Hot sweat was running down the player's face from the heat of the phoenix arrow. Jihan was holding on with all his might. He was not a good counter to this weapon. The statue's golden bow flashed in the semi-darkness, leaving only one option: to aim at it. Jihan was going to attack the emperor with his own bow before he decided to shoot. The story goes that long ago, a wise man appeared before a wandering boy who had lost his way. He stopped, tightening his grip on the straps of his bag. The sage extended his hand and pointed in a certain direction, saying that he would show the way. The long-bearded stranger said that this was the only direction in which the traveler should go. He turned around, looking at the road behind him, on which a barely noticeable white haze had appeared. From the battle devotion of the 3 talents, one unusual technique has reached people. It was called the Ultimate Advanced Super Speed Strike, and that was what Jihan decided to use now. Grinning evilly, confident that an ordinary man would never comprehend his plan, the emperor pulled back the bowstring. The heat coming from Phoenix grew stronger and stronger with each passing second. Jihan, however, lunged forward and actually used his super speed to reach the emperor. It didn't take more than a few seconds before the bow in the statue's hands was split in two by the tip of Jihan's sword. With the help of the Immortal Sage technique, the player managed to turn the tide of events. The Phoenix arrow, emitting fiery flashes and giving off heat, pierced the ground. The emperor no longer smiled, his hands frozen in the air, holding the broken bow. His eyes, glowing with a bright golden light, narrowed. He asked what the name of the robber was. Jihan gave his name with a grin. The emperor lowered his hands and sat up straight in the saddle, looking straight at the player. The arrow stuck in the ground began to move, driven by an alien force. The emperor called the guy a remarkable and noble warrior. He mentally ordered the bird artifact to take off and rush towards Jihan. He, without flinching, suddenly grabbed the spear with one hand, hearing that the emperor appreciated the respect shown to him. The statue of the conqueror decided to give up his phoenix arrow with all his usual gratitude. The emperor said that he looked forward to meeting them again in a more worthy battle in the future. Then Jihan suddenly thrust his sword into the ground. It pierced the surface and froze there firmly. The player replied that he would also wait, at which time the figure of the statue dispersed into the air as a hot fire. Jihan knew that there were plenty of battlefields on BattleNet, so they would see each other again. Then he grabbed his trophy tightly. Having checked the arrow for strength, the player smiled with satisfaction and barely noticeably, deftly pressing the weapon to himself. He then decided to cut off the feathers at the end to use this phoenix arrow as a spear. Meanwhile, viewers were discussing the stream. The camera couldn't even capture the improved super speed punch. Jihan shook his head with a smile. Of course. The path of the immortal dead is not just very fast. This technique strikes a specific point with a thin sword of chi, and strikes at literally the speed of light. Moreover, Jihan understood that he was beginning to have better control over the nameless divine arts. When first used, it was unstable and a lot of energy was wasted. But the more I used it, the more refined and stable it became. This is how Jihan will be able to demonstrate the basic forms of martial arts. The system announced that the conqueror had recognized the player, and he was released from the conditions of the 7th floor. Looking at the screen, Jihan asked himself if it was all over, then glanced sideways at his traitorous teammates. The knight looked terrible, almost at death's door. He looked with a shudder at his window of state. Trembling with fear, the knight quietly asked when the archer died and timidly looked at Jihan. He, having twirled the arrow above his head, decided that he could move on with a clean slate. The knight began to sob out loud like a small child as his leader threw up his hands. He said he was not so generous as to allow a man who had betrayed him to take first place. With unprecedented fury, the boy turned the arrow so that, using the feathers at the end, he could throw the traitor into the air. The yellow, glowing eyes went out. Then, having done what was necessary, Jihan grinned imperceptibly. The investors who had been waiting for the player at the school peered intently at their system screens, then exclaimed in unison when they saw that the game was over. Jihan slowly disappeared from the game space and appeared in the real world. The audience was amazed by the artifact in the player's hands. The highest level first. Casually putting one hand in his pocket, Jihan held the arrow with the other, looking at Lim Gayan and Lee Hayan standing to the side. Winking at the women, he asked if they had watched everything on stream. And again the player was first. Gayan pursed her lips, almost rolling her eyes, and Hayoung admitted that Jihan was amazing. Photographers and investors were watching them from a distance, so the guy immediately asked the head of the 3rd department of the guild to fulfill the agreement. He asked if the lady was retracting her words, but she hesitated, glancing sideways at the arrow behind the player's back. Gayan unconsciously reached for her sword, and Hayoung timidly asked Jihan to lower his spear while they were talking. It was incredibly frightening, possessing stunning power. The woman frowned, shook her head and rubbed her forehead vigorously. She even covered her face with her hand, muttering that the guy would regret this, just like she warned. Looking out the window of the state, Hayoung Jihan allowed himself a victorious smile. He knew what he would see. The woman had an auxiliary gift that helped other players become stronger. Nurture, which allowed the user to nurture a player. Hayoung exclaimed dejectedly that Jihan shouldn't tell anyone about this, while Gayan was worried about her mistress. The bodyguard knew better than anyone that Hayoung hated talking about him, because it was sad to spend all the money on a worthless gift. While sitting together in the car, Hayoung admitted that she was jealous of the good gifts the newcomers gave her this time. She spent all the money and prayed for days on end, and in the end, she received education. She grimaced and muttered that it was a complete waste of time to go to that damn academy. Hayoung always spoke badly of the academy and her gift when the opportunity presented itself. And of all places, it was the academy that gave her education. The color flooded the guild department head's cheeks. She was angry and embarrassed at the same time, not understanding why Jihan was silent. Looking up, she saw a smile on someone else's lips and almost pulled back, deciding that the guy was mocking her. Hayoung defiantly asked why Jihan was being rude and laughing at her in her face, and he replied that he was simply happy with what he saw. The woman's face was filled with confusion, and she let out a surprised cry when she heard this. Suddenly, the player took out his mobile phone from his pocket and asked Hayon for her number. She mumbled that she had lost the bet, but Jihan shrugged, saying that he just needed her mobile number. Frowning, the head of the department rudely replied that the guy could look at the business card he received last time. Jihan simply replied that he had lost his business card, leaving Hayoung and Gayun completely baffled. Did the player really just admit that he wasn't interested in the lady? First he lost his business card, and now he's asking for her number. Still, having started to enter numbers on someone else's mobile, Haeyeon thought that the player was for some reason interested in education. Frowning again, the woman decided that she was being deceived. Her ego couldn't stand it. And how could she give him her number after everything that had happened? But pulling herself together and remembering who she was, Haeyeon decided that she didn't care. She could do it and wouldn't pay attention to anything. So she wrote her number in Jihan's phone book, even adding a heart at the end of her name. Taking the phone, the guy looked at the screen and raised an eyebrow when he saw this. He didn't answer, and Haeyeon turned on her heels, calling Gaeun to follow her. She glanced slyly at Jihan, deciding that he was seriously puzzled by this technique. But instead of surprise, the woman saw a grin on the stranger's face that she had not expected at all. The bodyguard even had to pull the lady along, who froze halfway. Jihan threw out a parting shot that they would call each other sometime, and left Haeyeon to be angry alone. Stepping aside, the guy looked at the number for a long time, trying to remember it. The BattleNet school was buzzing with talk after the recent battle. The students were watching Song Jihan's stream in the dungeon with all their might. Sia listened with joy to her classmates, who vied with each other to praise her uncle, who had become even stronger. Hiso, a close friend, did not look pleased. She was tensely catching the admiration about the clearing of the Conqueror's tomb. She was deep in thought about something, and a strange voice pulled the girl out of her thoughts. The classmate noticed how Jihan had changed since their last visit to Sia's house. The short-haired girl looked at the screen with loving eyes, and even asked Sia to introduce her to her uncle. She sat with a blissful look and almost cried from happiness, thanking her uncle for becoming like this. Suddenly, someone asked her about a special day that was coming very soon. Hiso called the system screen, saying that soon the girl would be 18 and would officially become a player, because then adults could see their status window. The students of the academy are eagerly awaiting the day when training and various tasks will begin, and they will all be able to go to BattleNet. The gift room is the main reason for the academy's existence. It interests all the students. Classmates assumed that Sia would receive a gift of at least S rank. After all, her father was an SSS rank, something that the Seijin family was very proud of. The beautiful mother had an SS rank, and what's more, a saint class. There were even rumors that my uncle's gift was at least an S class. Sia waved her hands, saying that it had long been proven that gifts had nothing to do with kinship. Her classmates objected, since statistics say otherwise, and the girl lowered her eyes, hoping that something good would happen to her. Her birthday was approaching, a few days left, and lately Sia had been feeling uneasy. Someone else's palms lay on the girl's hands, clenched into fists from tension, gently stroking them. Hiso assured with a smile that she was confident in the best outcome of events, so that her friend should not worry. She added that Sia had better wait for the gift she had prepared for her, and the girl immediately became embarrassed. Hiso smiled back and shook her head, pressing something on the system screen. Adding that Sia should accept it, Hiso grinned slightly. Meanwhile, in the first training hall of the Japan's self-defense forces, a powerful player cut up all his opponents with 2 swords at once. The 2 observers spoke to each other in Japanese, asking if the Sword King had always been so strong, but as it turned out, it became clear after the staged round. The Sword King, Yun Seijin, has now become much stronger than he was before. The scientist monitoring the player's condition flipped through the documents, saying that Seijin's condition had improved. They were all eagerly awaiting the first performance of the renewed man. The international BattleNet competition, Korea versus Japan, was about to begin. At night, the Divergent Guild headquarters in Seoul was restless and noisy in the office of the head of the 3rd department. Haeyeon screamed into the phone that someone wanted to marry his own daughter to some man, even if he didn't expect the woman to allow him to control her destiny. She raised her voice again, saying that this was exactly why she left, because she was making the decision to get married on her own. Looking angrily at the screen, Haeyeon screamed that she was not going to get married now. She was talking to her father and then pressed the call end button hard. Then, hiding her mobile phone, she lowered her head and exhaled heavily. At that very moment, Gaeun entered the office, asking if the lady was okay. She didn't expect her boss to angrily respond that something was definitely wrong. Haeyeon turned around and started screaming that she was furious. The bodyguard nodded because the woman looked upset. The head of the department remembered her unsuccessful date with the old man from the self-defense. She was already enraged by the fact that she had to be there, and how could her father consider his candidacy? Gaeun supported the lady, saying that it was terrible and wealth did not make life easier. Haeyeon sat down heavily in a chair, saying that only the bodyguard understood her. She, seeing the lady's fatigue, suggested that she go home, but Haeyeon refused. There was nothing more to talk about, and the women fell silent. looking thoughtfully out the large panoramic window. Finally, Ha-young broke the silence, suddenly asking her interlocutor for forgiveness. After all, because of her work, she has almost no time for herself. With the S-rank gift and talents, Ga-yeon could cope perfectly well on her own. The bodyguard shook her head. It was her duty. She would wait until Ha-young inherited the company, but she grimaced. She didn't want that. The woman wanted to remain independent, earn money herself, and live the way she wanted, so that her parents could not find fault with her about the wedding. Ga-yeon noted that this sounded good, but it was a pity that the lady's way of earning money was gambling. Ha-young rolled her eyes, saying that there was nothing illegal about predicting the winner, since it was a form of investment. The bodyguard threw up her hands, rightly answering that since this is an investment, the person should receive something in return. Ha-young jumped up and put her hands on her hips, declaring that she was in for a big win this time, referring to Korea's fight against Japan. Ga-yeon tried to warn the lady because it was quite a dangerous investment. It was sad that all Koreans were betting on Japan winning with a score of 3-0. Unfortunately, no matter what anyone says, everyone knows that Japan will win. At that moment, Ha-young's cheeks turned pink. A message from Jihan arrived at a rather late hour. What she read made the woman even more surprised. The next day, Jihan managed to invite Diego Masida to the promised dinner at an expensive restaurant. The man was a little embarrassed. It was the first time he ate such expensive beef, but Jihan assured him that everything was fine. Diego then asked if he could order a drink, and the player agreed, giving his friend the choice. A few minutes later, the establishment's guests were served aromatic soju. Then the footballer poured beer into glasses, one portion for each. A few seconds later, both players made toasts, ceremoniously clinking their glasses. Jihan, taking a sip, could not help but praise Diego for the wonderful drink. The proportions were excellent. In turn, the footballer tried a piece of beef and was beside himself with delight. The dish turned out to be so delicious. Then the players agreed to switch to informal terms to make communication more comfortable. A little later, when all the food had been eaten, Diego suddenly said that he felt a little offended. Having had a fair amount of drink, he decided to open up, putting his head in his hands. The man admitted that without BattleNet, he would not be able to live like this, because he was once a football star, and now he found himself at rock bottom. He could no longer earn money, so his wife took the children and left her husband. Jihan listened attentively to his teammate and was also surprised that he spoke Korean well. After all, Diego Masida from Argentina was once a world football star. He had everything you could want. But with the advent of BattleNet, people stopped caring about sports and he lost all his fans. Then people forgot about football. Jihan sighed dejectedly, because now a world-class footballer teaches children in Korea. After a few seconds, Diego gathered his courage and raised his head, saying that he had complained enough and needed to get down to business. Even when drunk, Masida remembered Jihan's proposal to change his class. The footballer should become a magician. The interlocutor smiled and nodded. That's exactly what he meant. Having opened the system window, the player asked the football player whether his gift would enhance any equipment that resembled a football. Diego had the characteristic of the god of football, but he was not happy about it, because that is why he always walked with the ball. Besides, he does not have anything that a magician needs, and his mana indicator is very bad. Jihan was not upset at all by this. He again began to look for something on the screen. A screen and a projection of an object similar to a ball also appeared in front of Diego. The interlocutor asked him to look at all of this. The footballer's face lengthened as soon as he saw the characteristics of what was depicted in front of him. Arachne's B-rank sphere, a magic item used by Arachne of the spider tribe, wrapped in spider webs. This holy relic was very elastic thanks to Arachne. Spiders only have legs, so the sphere was used as a ball. Diego looked like he had just seen the salvation of his life. Such an item suited him perfectly. Jihan asked with a smile. If the man was interested in this thing, it could reveal his potential. In his past life, Masida was the most powerful magician that ever existed. When asked how much the artifact cost, the footballer squealed, "About 50 million, a price more than the down payment on his house." Having calmed down, Diego thanked him for the information, saying that he would not be able to save up for the sphere even in 10 years. How amazed the man was when Jihan announced his intention to donate the artifact, and if necessary, to provide financial support. Masida was covered in sweat. He couldn't help but ask why the player decided to be so generous. Then, becoming more serious, Jihan expressed his desire to see Diego in his own league, which he planned to create when he reached the Silver League. When asked if the guy had money for this, Jihan took out his phone and nodded. Then he turned the screen towards the astonished Diego, saying that he would soon earn even more. At this time, Ha-young did not take her eyes off the screen of her mobile phone. She was visibly nervous. Unable to bear it any longer, the woman hissed, thinking that this made no sense. What a strange choice. Son Jihan sent her the results of the competition at different stages of the matches. 1 win, 3 losses. It was unimaginable that Korea could defeat the King of the Sword. He stood in front of a whole group of warriors, armed from head to toe. Sejin closed his eyes for a second and collected his thoughts, but he didn't even have to try to feel his own strength. The man and his team met the Korean representatives at a specially decorated, dilapidated arena, around which spectators, BattleNet fans, were already jubilant. The international BattleNet competition between Korea and Japan, D-Day, has begun. Jihan, with a confident smile, showed Diego the bets on his phone for the match, where Korea was listed as the winner. Masid warned that he did not disdain the Korean team, but asked if Jihan knew who the Sword King was. He is so strong that he can take on an entire team single-handedly. Jihan replied that it was hard to believe and picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. Diego still looked warily at the guy, who was sure that it was easier to see than to try to convince. The faces of Team Japan ready for battle appeared on the big screen in front of the interlocutors. They looked more than majestic, knowing that the leader of the team was the King of the Sword himself, Ito Ryuhei. Finally, the two teams looked at each other carefully. The system determined the victory condition: defeat all players of the opposing team. There are only 5 rounds. The one who wins 3 times will be the winner. Sejin walked forward confidently, the hem of his robes fluttering in the wind, loudly telling his team to listen to his instructions. The 3 young men looked at each other without saying anything. One of them, the bravest, immediately turned to Ryuhei, who turned around. The gunner guy stepped forward, declaring that the team was not going to obey. They do not acknowledge the Sword King as a member of their team. The man immediately asked if this was because he was Korean. The shooter frowned and angrily exclaimed that there was a more important reason. After all, this place was not Ryuhei's, but Seiji's, who had already arrived on the team a long time ago. But because of the King of Swords, he was removed. The guy simply became an innocent victim. The shooter asked how Ryuhei could be so impudent, and if he planned to apologize to Seiji. While there was disagreement within the team, a brunette from the Korean side watched the players from afar. The Sword King closed his eyes tiredly and shook his head in response to all the accusations. As soon as he opened his mouth to say something, a beam of fire flew straight into the man's head at that very second. A glow filled the area where the Sword King stood, causing clouds of dust to rise into the air. The Japanese team perked up, letting out a muffled cry. It was a divine ray. It seemed the Korean side had already begun the massacre. Even the Korean support who attacked Ryuhei was surprised that he hit a man. The other players also didn't believe that the support managed to hit the Sword King. It seemed like he didn't notice the attack while arguing with his teammates. At this time, the victim himself almost lost health points. His body was strewn with broken pixels. He turned slowly, scanning with a dangerous and frowning gaze the opponents who considered this an opportunity. After all, by weakening the Sword King in the first place, they could turn the tide of battle in their favor. Ryuhei sighed, muttering that the players were making too much noise, then swung his sword with one hand, and a crack in the asphalt immediately appeared in front of them, cutting off their path. Seeing this, the opposing team froze, everyone mentally trying to calculate the next move. A few seconds later, something happened that no one present could have expected. The shooter of the Korean team was stunned, looking at the Sword King with disbelief, asking what he had done. The man shrugged, replying that they themselves refused to carry out his commands. Right in the middle of the game, he fearlessly and calmly plunged his own sword into his chest. Ryuhei slowly scrolled through it, adding that he understood everything, but in that case, he would simply refuse to participate in the competition. The spectators, having witnessed with their own eyes the first kill in the Korean team, could not hold back a collective cry of disappointment. And how amazed Diego was, having become convinced of the truth of Jihan's words, because the commentator announced a suicide in the first round. The murder was counted by Lee Jinwook from the Divergent Guild for the damage inflicted. Then the footballer began to ask his interlocutor how he had found out everything in advance. Moreover, the man jumped up from the table, hitting the surface with his fist, but Jihan only spread his hands. He could not tell the whole truth. But he was able to quickly divert all suspicion from himself by focusing Masid's attention on the ongoing match. The guy then looked at his phone screen again to make sure everything was exactly the same. Fortunately, the dividend amount did not change. The bet came in 37 times. Before going back in time, Jihan thought it was a setup because the stakes remained small. Taking advantage of the confusion of the Japanese team, The Divergent Guild defeated its members. The first round ended in a Korean victory. Thanks to Ryuhai's unexpected behavior, South Korea won. As stated, the best player was Lee Jinwook. The commentator was sure that the players of both sides were now confused. The next round marked a change of scenery. Now the players would have to fight in a space with a long, narrow bridge. Before the round, the Japanese players who had re-entered the arena began to sort things out with the King of the Sword. The shooter grabbed him by the chest and shook the man, rudely asking what he was doing. The veins on the boy's face bulged as he screamed that Ryuhai had no right to kill himself, being a representative of the nation. In response, the shooter received only calm words from his interlocutor. He could no longer look at all this. Ryuhei fearlessly declared that the Japanese team was a bunch of nobodies with no sense of professionalism. Now it became clear to him why the team lost to Korea every time. The Sword King boldly told the shooter that he didn't care about the players' childish friendship. He would kill himself every time they didn't recognize the man as the leader. Let them choose. Victory with Ryuhei, or a miserable loss, as was usually the case. The shooter gritted his teeth, not knowing what to answer. But he understood perfectly well that his hated interlocutor was right. The guy cursed and forcefully released the Sword King, stepping back. Finally, the system announced the start of the second round. Team Korea was approaching the designated place. They were confused. They did not understand why Ryuhei killed himself. There were suggestions that the man was sent deliberately. But the team leader didn't believe it. Looking at the lonely standing figure of the Sword King, he thought that the man could repeat this move again. But such a probability was low, because the hero's mood had completely changed, and even the aura hovering around him spoke of this. The Korean team took up defensive positions. The captain ordered everyone to be on guard. He tried to give a parting speech, managing to say that their enemy was the Sword King. At that moment, Ryuhei made only one lunge forward and immediately cut the bodies of 3 of the opposing team in half. Only support Jinwook remained alive, looking in surprise as his teammates crumbled into pixels. They barely understood what had happened, as their health points instantly began to decline. The spectators watching this let out stifled gasps. Some even covered their faces with their hands. Jihan, although he knew the results in advance, could not calmly perceive what was happening. Ryuhei was invincible, and everyone knew it, and he himself could easily remind others of it. The man's hand tightly clutched a weapon that struck several opponents at once. The Sword King didn't even have to get close to the team captain to deal with him. The winner of the previous round, the support, was also in the kill zone along with him. There was no emotion on Ryuhei's face. It seemed like he was just deep in thought at that moment. The audience's reaction remained unchanged. Even the commentator fell silent at that moment. But the next moment, everything changed. The fans of the Japanese team cheered enthusiastically, welcoming the winner. Shouts of praise for Ryuhei came from all sides as he stood motionless on the battlefield. In just 2 strikes, he managed to equalize the score between the teams. The Sword King killed the entire Korean team. The commentator announced the start of the 4th round, and it was clear that the Korean team was already slowly losing strength. Japan won the 3rd round. The score was now 1-2. The Korean players needed to cheer up. The commentator expressed hope that there would not be another such miserable loss as there was in the 3rd round. Then the Sword King dealt with the entire guild just as mercilessly. That round was heartbreaking, with an overwhelming force of a completely different nature than the second. The Sword King deftly dodged the heavy attacks of Team Korea's leader. When the man was successfully repelling the other men's attacks, the commander ordered the others to prevent him from counterattacking. Support Jinwook nodded, gathering energy for the next throw. Using his ability, a golden chain appeared on Ryuhei's wrists. The commander rushed at the pinned enemy, shouting for his team to ignore the attacks on the commander. They need to hit with all their might while he is tied up and under attack. But the King of the Sword did not bear his proud title in vain. When the Divergent Guild leader attempted to attack Ryuhei, he was somehow still able to counterattack. The man looked angrily at the spiritual sword that was glowing blue in front of his face. Indeed, Ryuhei didn't even need to hold a physical weapon in his hands. Straining just a little, he wriggled out from under someone else's grip and easily broke the chains. The support cursed when he saw that his spell didn't last even a few minutes. He had barely whispered how this was possible when he himself was hit by a powerful blow from a Japanese player. Ryuhei flew past Jinwook like lightning, cutting off his head with his sword. The rest of the Korean team perked up, and the shooter was ordered to shoot and not let anyone get any closer. But their mistake was that the guys completely forgot about the other members of the Japanese team who remained in the shadows. The opposing team's shooter pierced his opponent with an arrow, sneaking up from behind. He grinned, reminding them that he was also in the game. A second later, the Sword King slowly descended next to his team. His Zanpakuto levitated nearby, emitting blue mist. The man turned to one of his team members and said that she remained the same. Ryuhei had an incredible technique called the flying sword. Not everyone could master it. The girl bared her teeth, asking if he had gone crazy against the backdrop of his own coolness, since this version of the technique looked better than when the hero simply stood on the sword. Ryuhei snorted, calling the player a disgrace. She better fight as well as she insulted. The girl decided to show what she was capable of by collecting the magic sphere in her hands. The next moment she was transformed. Even the participants' clothes changed, and lightning spread around her body like an ocean. She growled, releasing all her anger and strength, which even affected the Sword King. He covered his face with his hand and grabbed the sword, praising his opponent's abilities. But it was his turn to show off his strength. Ryuhei jumped up, tightly gripping the handles of his weapons in his hands. Seeing this, the girl screamed, sending a multitude of stinging lightning bolts towards the Sword King. He decided to try out a new ability, and the top of the arena was illuminated with a bright light. His opponent immediately tried to fight off the attack by raising her hands up. Like an emotionless robot monster, Ryuhei rushed down, attacking the girl. There was an explosion of incredible force. Fragments flew around. Clouds of dust covered the surrounding area. The glow filled the faces of the audience. They had seen such a performance for the first time in their lives. When the smoke cleared, it became clear that a huge crater had formed in the middle of the arena. Ryuhei slowly walked to its edge to take a closer look. The commentator announced the end of the round. Japan won with a score of 1-3. The remark that Korea must lose one day was dejectedly made. But it was okay. One loss was not the end. Looking at the TV screen, Diego could not contain his sincere surprise. He looked back and forth between Ryuhei and Jihan, asking how he was able to guess the exact score, but the boy simply replied that he had dreamed it. Masid continued to exclaim that he couldn't believe it and asked how much money Jihan had received. The player smilingly said that it was very little. The guy was mentally pleased that he managed to earn good money in any case. But that scene was unexpected. Ryuhei is much stronger than the player remembers him. Now, frankly speaking, Jihan felt as if he were a small animal in front of a predator. Even with the nameless divine arts, it would be difficult for him. The conditions for their improvement were such that he either had to reconstruct the 3 divine secrets for himself or find the real name of these arts. The former son-in-law also had an SSS rank gift, the absolute double blade. But that didn't matter. No matter how strong Seijin is, and no matter how hard he tries to intimidate other players, he won't be able to defeat Jihan. Looking angrily at the screen, the guy promised himself that he would simply become stronger. Ryuhei doesn't have much longer to wait. Jihan will soon meet the man one-on-one. Hyung was shaking as she looked at the phone screen, gasping in delight. The woman's cheeks flushed. She had indeed won the bets, receiving a huge amount of winnings. A full 37 times more, 5 million became almost 200. Hyung pressed the phone to her face, squealing that she didn't believe such a day would come. She thanked Song Jihan immensely. Thanks to the guy, the woman won 180 million, not believing her own luck. But all in all, she lost 20 million. Hyung bet 5 on what Jihan said, but was confident of South Korea's loss with a score of 0-3. She bet 200 million on Japan's victory and lost it. Hyung's shock, disappointment, and hurt were beyond words. Trying not to go crazy from defeat, the woman was ready to slam the phone against the wall. She had lost not 200 million, but a chance for a happy future. A single tear slid down the cheek of the head of the 3rd department, mentally cursing everything in the world. At this time, Jihan and Diego continued to discuss the matter with which they began their conversation. The B-rank Arachne sphere levitated in front of the guy. He asked if Masid would sign a contract with him. The man scratched his neck, admitting that he did not understand how such a person wanted to work with him. The player looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment, tilting his head to the shoulder. Diego explained that he did not consider himself such a valuable person to collaborate with. To this, Jihan replied that the footballer had seen his predictions of the outcome of the competition, and now the guy is confident in the correctness of his choice. At this, Diego perked up. It was his turn to be surprised. Jihan easily pushed the sphere closer to his interlocutor, deciding to share his thoughts. The magic item approached the player. He was afraid to even touch the sphere. Jihan is convinced that he will become the most powerful magician. This contract was an investment in the footballer's future. The guy knew that for sure. As Diego looked at Jihan with admiration, carefully squeezing the sphere, the interlocutor asked to be on his side. Masid couldn't remember the last time he had been offered something like this. He missed being important to others so much. The footballer felt that after the start of BattleNet, he would never again experience such a feeling. Diego couldn't take it anymore and dropped his hands to his face. Unable to contain his emotions, Jihan gave him hope. Therefore, the man had no reason to refuse. The agreement was further reinforced with a firm handshake. Getting up from the table, Masid solemnly declared that he would be glad to cooperate with the future head of the guild. Diego will never forget what the boy did for him, 10,000 times more. Jihan smiled cheerfully, saying that he liked his new comrade's self-confidence. Now all they can do is wait. While a lot of players have gathered in the BattleNet arena, one of the newcomers rushed towards someone with a dagger and a warlike cry. A graceful hand grasped the hilt of a gold-encrusted sword. The Plum Blossom sword repelled this boyish attack without straining at all. The ability allowed Gaeun to easily deal with opponents, and from her sword, as the name suggests, plum petals flew in all directions. The woman straightened up dramatically, lowering her sword, but the echo of her blow painfully went down the back of the other player. The crowd roared at Lim Gaeun's stunning attack. Turning around, she saw two warriors rushing towards her, who wanted to get rid of the warrior first. Players with clearly weak skills pounced on the Plum Blossom sword, wanting to die quickly. Looking calmly at these impudent fellows, she only chuckled, saying that this was not enough. It only took 2 swings of the sharpest blade to knock out the opponents. The system declared the end of the game, leaving only 50 survivors. Gaeun opened the status window. She took first place in this game. She looked closely at the screen, thinking that the result was not bad. First place for 5 kills? Gaeun narrowed her eyes, firmly thinking that it was not yet time to be proud of herself. She needed to become much stronger than the Sword King who defeated Team Korea in the competition, or Sun Jihan, who went down in history as an undefeated legend. Gaeun lowered her head and clenched her fists. After all, she was very far from the level of men. Gathering her courage, she looked at the sky, dissatisfied with herself for having relaxed too much after joining the Divergent Guild. She needed to become better. The mobile phone with the news of the Sword King's abdication trembled slightly in the girl's hands. Sitting in the back seat of the car next to her friend, Sia had a hard time not crying. Hiso looked at her classmate with concern, asking if she was okay. And although Sia assured that everything was fine, since this had been happening for a long time, her friend asked her not to lie. There was silence in the car. Only the hum of the engine and Sia's sigh could be heard. Hiso clenched her fists, resolutely suggesting to her classmate that they stay together today, since it was better to be in company if someone was feeling bad. But the girl shook her head. Sia thanked them for taking her home, and the driver, Uncle Hiso, immediately asked Jihan's niece to accept any help, because in this way, he wanted to atone for his mistake. Sia smiled sincerely. She was not angry at this man, and was glad that he understood everything. Hiso clapped her hands, asking if her friend had thought about her offer. If she agreed, she would start preparing today. The girl thoughtfully said that she wasn't sure. She was told that she wouldn't lose anything. Sia barely had time to answer when the car braked sharply, and her unbuckled friend hit the back of the front seat painfully. Rubbing her bruised cheek, she called out to her uncle asking what the sudden stop was about. He himself looked amazed, looking forward and even stuttering a little. The man said that they had arrived at the Sword Palace. The girls' faces lengthened in fear, and the car's path was blocked by strong male figures. It was getting dark, and Sun Jihan was running as fast as he could across the rooftops of the Sunset City. He jumped over great distances with lightning speed, completely unafraid of heights. One more jump and a long distance, he knew where he wanted to be. A few seconds later, the guy landed deftly on one knee, leaning on his left hand. As he stood up, he was surprised to notice that he felt much lighter than before. Still, Jihan managed to improve a little. It was much more enjoyable to train on a hill like this. Sitting on the edge of the roof of a tall building, the player looked out at the crowded streets. Thoughts were hovering somewhere high up in the gentle yellow sunset sky. In the States, Jihan also climbed up like this, much higher, just to be in silence. Now it reminded him of the past. Now he fully realized what kind of person Yoon Se-jin was during this period. The man's still young face looked tensely at Jihan, and his eyes shone with incredible strength. They had never fought against each other before. At a time when half of the shares on Earth disappeared and the best began to gather together, Se-jin constantly took first place as a warrior. And suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, this man suddenly disappeared. Jihan still didn't know for sure what happened then. Now the former father-in-law is as strong as Jihan himself was in his best times. You can't relax just because he has a fast growth rate. The guy must become much stronger. We must master the nameless divine arts as soon as possible. Standing at the very edge, the player took one last look at the street. It was time to leave. A few seconds later, only a flash remained in the warm air. The Sword Palace towered over the other buildings in the city. Driver Hiso got out of the car, yelling at the men to get out of the way. As it turned out, the road was filled with countless reporters. They all wanted to talk to Mrs. Sia, demanding to say at least a few words. Some made their way to the car, asking about the King of Swords match today and his interview. The girl's friend asked her to ignore everyone. Sia looked in horror at the sly faces of the ubiquitous reporters, who asked if the girl's statement had provoked Ryuhai's words. All of them, like hyenas, swarmed the car windows and stuck their cameras and mobile phones in my face. Driver Hiso selflessly chased away annoying photographers from the car. They demanded the right to interview Sia while Jihan was not here, and the girl herself desperately wanted to hide somewhere, covering her face with her hands. The crowd kept trying to break through the man, demanding understanding, but a very familiar voice that the photographers heard behind them made them fall silent and cower. Jihan himself was slowly approaching the scene of events, and he did not look pleased. Red energy hovered and seethed around his body. The player was seething and ready to avenge his only loved one. Jihan's eyes were glowing red, and with a single movement of his hand, he scattered the huge crowd in different directions. Now the path to the car was lined on both sides with photographers lying and groaning in pain. Some had already woken up and were complaining of back pain, while others did not believe that the guy could attack reporters. The sly ones immediately began to rely on Jihan's conscience, whether he was worried about his own image. The veins on the guy's face showed. His eyes turned even redder. That's why he treated the reporters softly. They immediately fell silent, fearfully lowering their heads. According to Jihan, this was their first mistake. Or better yet, let them thank us for the fact that everything worked out. Jihan's voice was like the devil's, so no one could argue with him. The guy calmly walked up to the car and grabbed the door handle. Opening it, he saw Sia, whose face was completely blank from animal fear, and the uncle immediately asked his niece to come out. Looking affectionately at the girl, who had just now removed her hands from her face, Jihan said that they were going home. Supporting Sea's unsteady gait by his shoulders, the player thanked his uncle and Hiso for their protection. The friend finally shouted at Jihan, calling him sir and asking him to take care of her classmate. There was genuine concern on her face. Hiso seemed to genuinely empathize with Sia. She was still waving to Jihan and Sia, who were moving further and further away. Hiso and her driver stood there for a few more minutes, not saying a word to each other. The next second, the girl covered her face with her hand, looking down. Her uncle looked at her in surprise. A moment later, the girl burst into laughter as if she were mad, tears streaming from her eyes. She had a hard time holding back her laughter. Such a performance did not escape the ubiquitous reporters. They remembered the girl sitting next to Sia. Him Ki-so was the granddaughter of the CEO of Taiwan Daily, South Korea's first publishing company. The girl wiped away her last tear, muttering that it was all over for little Si now. When Ryuhai gave an interview after his stunning victory, he stated that he no longer had a daughter. The man buried his entire life before Japan, and therefore disowned his daughter, asking her to refrain from any personal and unnecessary questions like this. Jihan and Sia returned home. The guy was just listening to the speech of his niece's father, realizing that the reporters pounced on Sia precisely because of this interview. The guy bared his teeth, looking at the smug face of his former father-in-law through the phone. The player was just dreaming of giving him a dressing down. Then he wondered what to do because Sia was just starting to get better, and this stupid interview ruined the whole mood. And now the niece could not come to her senses. When Jihan returned to his report, Sia suddenly called him, asking if he remembered his promise to fulfill her wish. The player asked if they were talking about the time when the girl was looking for the Shadow Queen, and she nodded. Jihan was stunned when he heard that his niece had come up with her own wish. Sia shook the phone in her uncle's face, announcing that she had found the Shadow Queen. He really looked like he didn't believe it was possible to do. A new stream started on the internet. Jihan moved to the BattleNet arena. The system announced the start of the game. The golden tip of the Phoenix's arrow glittered dazzlingly in the rays of the artificially created midday sun. The spectators vied with each other to ask what the winning player had in mind when he arrived here with a huge arrow in his hands. He smiled slyly, frowned, and said something incredible. The player was about to destroy the spectator seats, and all his attention was focused on them. Next to a large column, hidden in the shadow, stood a figure in a long cloak, the hems of which fluttered in the wind. Raising his head, the elf's sharp gaze swept over the player. Jihan was about to check if it was really the Shadow Queen. Earlier in the day, Si convinced her uncle that she had found the Shadow Queen on the stream recording. The boy peered at the graceful figure on the screen, still not trusting either his niece or his own eyes. But Sia stubbornly continued to insist that this dark elf was the Queen of Shadows, And although the girl admitted that she was not 100% sure, this was her main suspect. At first, Sia looked at the elven queens who had risen to the thrones. They were two obvious queens. But it was this elf in the cloak who looked more like Shadow. Jihan asked his niece what she meant, and she asked the guy to look at his mobile phone. First, you should have paid attention to the color of this stranger's gaze. Elves with black eyes exist, but very rarely. And even here she had black sclera. Jihan thought hard, admitting that his niece was right, but she gave another argument. This elf kept her eyes on who would take first place every time before the game even started. At Jihan's questioning look, Sia explained that the dark elf had been constantly looking at the player. However, in addition to this, the girl checked other matches as well. Those games where Jihan did not participate, but there were other strong warriors. Including Lim Gayan, the elf is always in sight and looked at the winner. This strange creature pierces players with its gaze, as if it knows the future. Dark eyes are sometimes even frightening with their depth and causticity. Jihan found this argument to be very suspicious indeed. Saya suddenly drew her uncle's attention to the last video. It was the most important. There, standing behind the column, the dark elf looked unusual, or rather, her shadow did. Although the quality is poor, if you zoom in on the picture, it is difficult to see and still understandable. Seeing a dark semicircle outlined under the creature's feet, Jihan decided to check it out for sure. The guy paused the video and asked Sia in surprise if she really had looked for everything on her own. The girl nodded, since she spent all her free time watching streams. Jihan was worried that his niece was overworking herself, but she smiled and replied that it was not difficult for her. The guy sincerely thanked Sia, and the girl hoped that she had guessed correctly. Then it was Jihan's turn to keep her promise. He immediately asked Sia what her wish was. Smiling, he asked to name anything, because he could do anything. The girl was stunned for a moment, staring at her uncle in surprise. Then she looked away and smiled a little sadly, thanking him for it. Right now, Jihan was crushing his opponents with the Phoenix Arrow artifact. The system announced that 10 kills had been made, and the guy straightened up, thinking that this would bring him first place. The guy, with some difficulty, pulled the arrow out of the gradually disappearing corpse of the monster. Now he was going to break the audience barrier, as he had promised. In the Colosseum, a barrier was installed between the audience and the stage. The strength of the barrier is comparable to the power of the barrier ability of a diamond rank support. It is needed to prevent the attacks and abilities from going beyond the stage, so Jihan cannot see the true identity of the elf through the eyes of a wanderer. He needed to create a gap to look through the barrier at the dark elf. Jihan took a deep breath and grabbed the Phoenix Arrow he had just retrieved more tightly. The spectators continued to be perplexed, not understanding the player's actions, and he had already aimed the tip at the barrier, confident that he could handle it. This is the Arrow of the Conqueror. It is what should help in achieving the set goal. It became stronger when thrown and returned to the owner's hands after use. The Phoenix Fire was sealed inside, disappearing after 5 throws. Jihan could not draw out its full power due to the risk when throwing. But to break the barrier, even the initial level of strength will be quite enough. Jihan was going to use 3 combat dedication talents to look at the elf's face. Then, after the first throw came the second with the Path of the Immortal Sage. A powerful explosion occurred between the barrier and Jihan, and the result was not visible due to the bright light. There was no emotion on Jihan's face as the smoke cleared. At first, the elves sitting behind the barrier seemed not to even notice the flash. But it was followed by an explosion of the same force, which sent the commentators into raptures. Jihan had no intention of stopping and used the 3 talents of martial commitment. The arrow in his hands trembled after the third attack, but his hand still held it tightly. Next came the ability Path of the Immortal Dead, a new attack. A flash as bright as the sun descended onto the arena and flew up to the barrier. This time it worked. The cells on the wall began to crumble like eggshells, spreading out to the sides. Jihan froze not far from the breach. He himself did not expect that it would be possible to break through the barrier so soon. It was time to find out everything. The player immediately activated the Wanderer's eyes. His pupils began to glow a bright blue color. Jihan aimed straight at the spot where the dark elf was sitting. He needed to hurry before the barrier closed. The creature's raven-like eyes slowly widened as they stared at the approaching player. He demanded to reveal the identity of this dark elf, to understand who she was. But as soon as he managed to meet those gazes, he immediately felt how the environment changed. He himself seemed to drown in the elf's black pupils and immediately saw reflections of blue behind his back. Jihan turned around sharply, trying to remain as calm as possible. But this blue was not an ordinary reflection. Right above the player in oblivion were those very eyes. as if they were about to swallow Jihan. In the real world, the sun was gradually setting over a large city. The guy lay in his bed, occasionally groaning from the echoes of pain and tension. Even a soft blanket and pillow couldn't make this difficult day easier. Jihan tousled his hair in silent torment. He could not calm down. He can't do anything, because this meeting with something like this in the Bronze League did not bode well. That image scared the player to the point of madness. Even if he were in his previous body, he would still be scared. However, grinning, Jihan sat up in bed, deciding that someone else's power would be of great help. He immediately called the achievement store to use the accumulated rewards to upgrade it to level 5. It can provide space for an additional constellation. After reviewing all the offers, the player decided to choose several constellations. What he wished for turned out to be premature. Earth is currently going through a tutorial. If the player chooses place for an additional constellation, it will not be shown in his status window. Then Jihan added a slot for the title. The system reported that he had acquired a place for an additional first-level title. After closing the achievement store, the guy called up the status window. Jihan has reached level 22. 3 more to go before reaching the Silver League. Now that he has such combat and normal strength, the player can practically be classified as a Silver League player. The extra title slot was not chosen at random. It will be required for the title of Successor of the God of Martial Arts. Soon, Jihan's combat strength would reach 30 points, and he would obtain the Nameless Martial Arts, thus linking himself with the God of Martial Arts. The player will become the Successor of God, a title he used in his past life until his death. At any cost, Jihan intended to take possession of it this time too. The guy looked into the distance, remembering one person. It is with him that he will soon meet in the arena, engulfed in flames and strewn with the corpses of opponents. Her light hair will flutter in the wind, and her gaze will be directed to the side, waiting for Jihan. The realtor talked about how they were in the heart of Gangnam, where there was good public transportation and plenty of updated schools. On top of all that, his clients will get a symbol of success, a view of the Han River from a high floor. The man gestured professionally around the room, asking for the client's opinions, as these were the best apartments in his arsenal. Seiya was amazed, but Jihan did not look impressed when he was told that 200 square meters would be more than enough for 2. The guy glanced sideways at his niece and for some reason decided that such an apartment would be too small. The realtor, realizing that the client was making up his mind, immediately distracted the girl's attention by inviting her to look at another room. Jihan shook his head and decided that Seiya didn't like this apartment. After all, the niece spent her entire life in the penthouse of the Sword Palace. An ordinary apartment would hardly impress her. Stopping, the player looked around the room, looking out the window. Regardless, moving was what Seiya wanted when she found Shadow. Then, sitting on the couch in the penthouse, the girl was silent for a long time before speaking. Seiya wished to leave the Sword Palace. She said it quietly, without looking her uncle in the eye. It seemed like the sooner it happened, the better. Since that place was full of memories of Seijin, Jihan was sure that staying in the house was depressing for his niece. The realtor smiled and pointed out the large rooms and ideal layout. Because it's not for nothing that only apartments are sold in this building, and it's not even about the price. Seeing Seiya Jihan's confusion, he decided that he had to find a suitable home for her. He approached his niece decisively, saying that they needed to find more space. Seiya will soon become a player, so a room for a connector will be needed. The realtor immediately said that he will look for more. The man smiled at the girl, noting that she was very lucky to have such a strong and reliable uncle. Jihan waved his hand. He still had something to work on. As it turned out, the realtor was a fan of the player, and he directly said so, adding that he would root for him. The man suddenly shook his head. He wanted to thank Jihan. He used to be part of the Sword King fan community, but the hero's move to Japan shocked the man so much that he immediately left and was very worried about Lady Seiya. The realtor heard that the family is having a hard time, but he is happy to see for himself that they are coping well. Tears came to the girl's eyes when she heard these words, and she was also congratulated on waking up, despite the long journey. She pressed her hand to her chest, trying not to burst into tears even more. The realtor hoped that the girl would receive a great gift. Even good words didn't particularly touch Jihan, because he was worried about his niece. Attention to Seiya only increased after the battle between Korea and Japan, and it even came to persecution, like last time. Surely everyone is interested in her awakening and the gift that the girl will receive. And when it turns out he's F rank, all their attention will turn into poison. In her past life, Seiya lost her life because of this. This must be prevented, even at the cost of being isolated from people for some time. Well, and especially from the ubiquitous and incredibly intrusive reporters. Kim Hee-seo sat in a large chair with her legs tucked under her and chatted on the phone, carelessly twirling strands of her long hair around her fingers. She made dastardly plans, telling reporters about Sia's birthday and where she would be, promising to provide an interview opportunity. In the office, a guy with blonde hair was sitting on a chair nearby. He dejectedly called Hee-seo a scumbag and a hypocrite, befitting a member of a family of media workers. Hee-seo was completely offended by me because she didn't force the guy to stay here, and he, stretching, chuckled. Otherwise, he wouldn't get to meet Sia. When asked why Hee-seo hates the girl so much, she irritably replied that if it weren't for BattleNet, Sia would never have been noticed because she is from a simple family, and she and her friend are now often compared. So the mean girl organized a murderous interview for her classmates for the benefit of her own family. Hee-seo grinned and hoped that Sia would get a bad gift. It would be nice to humiliate her. But the guy mockingly called his interlocutor a piece of trash. She looked bored and said that his participation was also important and showed a photo of Jihan, telling about him. The blonde stood up and walked towards the table when he was asked if he could beat Jihan in a fight. The guy bared his teeth, saying he didn't care about the player, a row of even teeth flashing in the shadows. Now Hee-seo called her interlocutor a scoundrel when he asked her to keep his promise. The blonde stretched his neck, asking not to worry, because when the plan was completed, Hee-seo could do whatever he wanted with Seo. He looked at the girl with a mad look. His whole body was seething with dark energy and bloody lightning. His anger and bile literally devoured its own carrier, leaving marks on the skin. There were 14 hours left until Seo woke up. Now the girl was at the academy. Hee-seo had been trying for hours to persuade Seo to give in to her adventure with kindness. She waved off the proposed interview, but her friend did not let up, begging her to think a little more. She said that it was for Seo's good, but she gently refused once again. Hee-seo suddenly shamed her classmate because she was recently criticized because of the Sword King, despite her innocence. Shouldn't the hurtful words be covered with a good report, since Hee-seo tried so hard to convince her grandfather to help his friend? But even such deception did not convince Sia. She resolutely stood up from the table, firmly saying that she had no time for this now. The girl left the office saying that she would go to the restroom. Hee-seo grimaced, silently cursing Sia, hating her with all her heart because she just had to agree. She irritably tossed her hair off her shoulder, thinking that it didn't matter since reporters were already waiting for the girl in front of the entrance to the gift room. Everything will happen today. Hee-seo was interested in what kind of gift this bastard will get. Since the awakening will happen anyway, it would be good to write an article about it. Then Sia will go to hell. Hee-seo dreamed that her friend would receive an F-rank gift, while her friend hid from everyone in a stall in the school toilet. It was hard for her to restrain herself because the girl had known about everything for a long time. Seo closed her eyes to keep from crying. She knew how Hee-seo really felt about her. Hee-seo stood at the mirror in the restroom and put on lipstick. Her friends laughingly asked her why she was still hanging out with Sia. They laughed that the girls looked like mistresses. Hee-seo irritably hissed at them. The girls asked if her friend was going to send Seo to hell and cut off all ties with her. But Hee-seo planned to use the girl, reminding her that the family runs a publishing company. After all, the best moment to deprive a person of everything is when he is flying into the abyss. Sia heard her friend laughing at her behind her back, hoping that she would receive a low-level gift and be completely broken. She even wanted to take a bunch of photos with the desperate face of the unfortunate one. The other girls exclaimed in delight at what a bastard Hee-seo was and how interesting it would be to see everything. Sia could barely hold herself together, her fingers clutching her skirt with all her might. She felt unbearably bitter and painful now. But the shock of realizing what Hee-seo really was didn't last long. The girl bit her lip. She really felt uneasy from bad thoughts about the future. The girl was terrified that she would actually receive an F-rank gift. She prayed to all the known gods that her true colors would not be revealed, even if it was anything but an F-rank gift. Standing in a special room before a bloody metal altar, Sia prayed for a good gift. A bright light, the same red color as the room itself, lit up on the round sphere above her head. Feeling this, the girl opened her eyes, not daring to raise them up. Finally, she decided to look there, her mouth hanging open in surprise. A vague feeling appeared in her eyes, and Sia almost lost consciousness from what she saw. The sun was gradually hiding behind the buildings. There were 5 hours left before Sia woke up. Jihan looked at his wristwatch, lifting the sleeve of his shirt. He himself had not felt any peace since the morning, especially now that he saw that there were only 5 hours left. The player approached the BattleNet Academy building, where he was already met by guards. The guy asked if everything was okay in the gift room. The men replied that there was security there too. Jihan thanked the assistants, asking them to make sure that no strangers approached his niece, especially reporters. and they assured him that the staff at the academy would not approach the girl, especially when the government pays special attention to it. Yesterday, Jihan called manager Yunsik to discuss the issue with the Sword Palace donations. He knew that Sia would become an awakened player. He said that the situation was not the best and was worried that someone might have entered the awakening room. He wanted, if Jihan didn't mind, to put more security, and then the government provided security to keep Sia safe. The guy shook his head. Once again, he needed someone's help. He barely flinched when he heard a strange voice. He was led to the right place. The guard pointed to the gift room, saying that there were chairs behind the door and that the guy could sit down and wait. He thanked him and agreed to meet after midnight. The guard asked him to let me know if he needed anything. Jihan sat down on a chair, his head down, and the guards immediately left him. The guy clasped his hands and sighed heavily. The anxiety did not leave him for a moment. He bit his lip and shook his head, forbidding himself to worry. This time he would be there to protect her. Jihan lowered his gaze again, taking something out of his pocket. The guy had an interesting little thing lying in his palms, a round piece of glass framed in an unusual gold frame. A round moon rose in the sky, and there were 5 minutes left before Sia woke up. Jihan's thoughts were torn out by strange voices. The player was definitely not happy to see their owners. Hiso, supposedly his niece's friend, approached the gift room door with a smile, followed by a guy with a camera on. The girl smiled even wider, saying that they began to see each other more often. Jihan didn't answer, frowning as he rose from his chair. He immediately asked how Hiso and her companion got in, since the entrance was closed so that no one could come in. The girl replied that the publishing companies had a lot of connections. Jihan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Hiso didn't even hide the fact that she had sneaked in here. The girl chuckled mockingly. She came to her own academy on business. She needed to interview Sia, but her uncle asked her not to talk nonsense because his niece would go home immediately after waking up. This was his first and last warning. The reporter tensed, realizing they were heading for trouble, but Hiso didn't seem at all scared. Shrugging her shoulders, she repeated with an innocent look that she had to conduct the interview. Then Jihan asked her to take into account that he would not remain on the sidelines. The girl pretended to be upset, lamenting that she would not be able to defeat such a strong man in a fight. Then she suddenly snapped her finger, exclaiming that she had remembered something important. Narrowing her eyes, Hiso smiled, assuming that something bad would happen to the level 21 support Jihan, who was selflessly protecting his niece. The moment she said that the guy would be attacked by an unknown level 50 warrior, her fair-haired friend with a crazy grin actually gathered all his strength into a fist and aimed it at the back of Jihan's head. It was midnight. Sia's awakening. The girl was sitting in the middle of the room on her knees. A status window was open in front of her. The system congratulated the girl on her awakening. The gift she received was an F rank, called Late Flower. The strongman attacked Jihan with all his might, vilely attacking him from behind. Sia was devastated. She didn't even have the strength to cry. She so hoped that this would not happen. But now it was definitely over. Jihan slowly flew into the white abyss. A high-frequency noise from the impact filled his ears. He turned his head back slightly. The veins on his face stood out from the tension, and the pupils in his eyes turned blue. Laughing madly, the enemy continued to hit with such force that Jihan fell forward, unable to stay on his feet. Squealing, he asked them not to interfere, because he would take care of their sea himself and would love her with all his heart. It seemed that only these words stopped Jihan from falling. He simply froze in the air. Then, slowly looking around, he hissed that the stranger had no right to mention his niece's name. The blonde pointed his finger at the player in surprise. He didn't expect that nothing happened to him after the blow. Jihan was stronger than he seemed. He barely had time to finish speaking when the guy returned the blow with all his might straight into the hated face opposite him. But there was no reaction. Jihan discovered that his opponent had an ability, Stone Skin. And indeed, where the stranger's fist had touched his face, a gray stone appeared. The guy bared his teeth, cheerfully noting that the player was well informed. Then he exclaimed that Jihan had no lack of confidence and hit him hard in the side. The fight was already being filmed by a shocked reporter, while Hiso watched the scene with pleasure. The fury with which the stone-skinned guy struck did not give any hope for Jihan's victory. The stranger, with the same grin, shouted that his rival did not know where his place was because people had encouraged him by calling him a rising star. Then, mocking Jihan, who could barely stand on his feet, the guy ordered him to answer whether this was true, continuing to beat him. He shouted that he would beat Jihan until he spoke, but the next second his opponent seemed to wake up and shut up his annoying opponent with a powerful hook to the jaw. Jihan straightened up, hanging his head low. his hands still in the air after the attack, and time around him seemed to slow down. The man with the camera continued filming, but was shocked by what he saw, while Hicho's self-confidence was evaporating with every second. As it turned out, Jihan used his special technique on the guy with stone skin, a long-range strike. The player didn't need to touch the person to strike, and the opponent didn't even understand what was happening. Jihan looked like he was resting a few minutes ago rather than fighting. Looking the blonde straight in the eyes, he called him a hooligan. Then, narrowing his eyes warily, he promised to leave such a mark that he could not do anything like that again. Swinging one last time, Jihan seemed to hit the air itself, but the blonde immediately turned into a shadow, carried away somewhere into the distance, and it looked truly terrifying. At that moment, the videographer ran away completely, while Hiso continued to stand, looking in shock at how her plan was collapsing. A few moments later, her friend was thrown to the girl's feet like a bowling ball. A shadow crossed Hiso's face, and she gave the blonde a disdainful look. Then, in 1 second, she went mad with anger, so much so that she clenched her teeth until they creaked, preparing to scream. Behind the wall in the gift room, Sia, exhausted from her emotions, sat on her knees. She stared aimlessly at one point, her head down. Tears were gathering in her eyes every now and then. She had long ago decided that the future was futile, that now everything was over for her. However, tears would not help. Sia began to angrily wipe away the moisture from her eyes. She understood that sadness would not change anything. It would only worsen her already deplorable mental state. Moreover, the uncle is already tired of waiting for his niece. It's time to leave. Slowly rising from the floor, Sia floated on stiff legs to the massive door. Stopping, she looked at her status window again, thinking about how to live on. Even if she was an active player, with an F-rank gift she would start to tremble with fear. The system announced that Sia would realize her gift later, and the girl felt like an idiot for praying for something good for so long. When the automatic doors opened, Sia heard her friend scream and gasped in surprise. Her uncle was clenching his fist, someone's scalp was hanging in the air above him, and at his feet lay a hairless man, apparently the owner of that very scalp. The girl worriedly asked her uncle what had happened, and he calmly replied that the boy deserved it. Seiya turned her head sharply as Hiso screamed hysterically, calling Jihan a crazy bastard. She placed the guy's head on her lap, screaming that the player had no right to bring her friend to such a state. Didn't he know that her grandfather was the CEO of Taewon Daily? Jihan threw the scalp at the girl with a sharp throw. He didn't care about the regalia of her relatives. Who cares that the Hiso family runs a major publishing house? Is it really going to manipulate the media? Hiso laughed madly, waving away clumps of hair. She threatened that this would not end well because she would be able to create and spread fake news. The Song family will become the most disgusting in the world, and people will remain silent at their mere presence. Jihan pressed his lips into a thin line, and the muscles in his tense face began to twitch. Seo looked at her former friend with pain in her eyes. She continued to say that the attitude of society towards her and her uncle was already negative because of the Sword King, which was even for the best. Seo winced when she heard Jihan ask Hiso to try hard, and the family itself will be able to simply leave Korea, which confused the villainess. Then Jihan gathered a fiery sphere in his palm, quietly asking the girl if she would be able to answer for her actions. She raised an eyebrow, asking Jihan to stop acting cool, because if it weren't for BattleNet and Seijin, they would never have been able to talk to her. Jihan threw it, replied that he understood, and sent the fire towards Hiso with a snap of his fingers. The flames reached out to the girl in thin threads, gently embracing her body. The flames did not burn until Jihan allowed it. He added that Hiso was not the type to think about his own behavior. But if that's the case, he'll make sure the girl remembers what happens when they get involved with his family. Hiso looked at the player with confusion, while the fire got closer and closer to her face. A second later, the corridor was flooded with light and a heart-rending scream was heard. When it was all over, Sia and Jihan were sitting in a car in an underground parking lot. The girl, looking warily at her uncle, carefully asked if they would be okay. She admitted that she was glad that she had managed to take revenge on Hiso, but Seiya still felt uneasy. Jihan looked at his niece and smiled, asking her not to worry, because nothing bad would happen. The company would not take unnecessary actions for the sake of the director's granddaughter. Seiya was surprised by her uncle's confidence, and he thought that these people would not touch the player who was currently attracting everyone's attention. Moreover, as Jihan believed, the family should now be concerned with completely different things. He gathered his strength and asked his niece directly what gift she had received. The girl who was looking at the guy immediately drooped and lowered her head, falling silent for a long time. Her answer did not surprise Jihan. He knew in advance that Sia would receive a gift of a low rank, and in this case, the F rank late flower. Sia concluded with sadness in her voice that it would be difficult for her to succeed as a player. At that moment, Jihan extended his hand and called upon the system, where his status window was displayed, asking Sia to look there, since the player had not shown it to anyone before. The niece carefully studied all the items, but when her eyes stopped on the column with the gift, the girl screamed. As it turned out, even a brilliant player like her uncle had an F-rank gift. Jihan asked to look at the stats underneath them, when Sia wondered where he got so much power from. When she saw strength and combat power, the girl didn't believe at first that these were characteristics from BattleNet. But these characteristics were still special. Many don't know about them because the conditions for obtaining them are hidden. With undisguised surprise, Sia looked at her uncle, who said that she could also receive unique characteristics, because the rank of the gift is not everything. But first, the girl needs to receive a gift from her uncle, that same glass in a gold frame. The girl blinked several times, looking at the beautiful thing in someone else's hands, which was supposed to show her the way. The second best in the world before Jihan's return in time was Jin Yuhua from China, a strong young girl with light eyes and dark hair. By the way, she also received a late flower as a gift, the same one that Sia received. Yuhua was incredibly skilled in dealing with her opponents, managing to surpass herself. Watching the stream of the fight with the girl, Jihan could not believe what he saw with his own eyes. The F-rank gift that brought Sia to despair and death had a secret that could only be learned through a special artifact. To increase the rank, it was necessary to participate in 50 BattleNet games. Looking through the glass, Sia cried out in delight, realizing that the gift could be improved. Smiling, the uncle admitted that his niece's gift was simply amazing, especially now that the special artifact had worked. A rank. Olympus Hermes monocle that allows one to see the true nature of a gift. It was made from repairing the broken monocle of a C-rank envoy. Jihan used the emergency recovery and made a monocle recently as a gift to Sia for her birthday. It's surprising that you can increase the rank, but the effect itself is good. Thanks to the additional development speed, the effectiveness of Sia's training will increase twofold. This was great, because the girl would quickly receive a rare characteristic that the player had talked about earlier. Hermes' monocle slowly disappeared from Sia's face, turning into pixels, hiding from the real world. Jihan moved closer, encouraging his niece that she certainly had every chance of becoming one of the best players. Sia's voice wavered as she smiled timidly, and for a second her uncle was puzzled. The niece could not hold back her tears from these words because she was sure that she would not be able to live with such a burden on her heart. The girl was already crying loudly, still not believing that she had received a good gift. Jihan smiled warmly again, confirming Sia's words. He wondered how long she had prayed for such a chance. Not only did the father turn out to be a scoundrel who abandoned the girl, declaring that he had no daughter. For strangers, Sia's life was a source of gossip, and the more pressure they put on her, the more she wanted to cope with everything. But not as the abandoned daughter of the Sword King, but as the player Yun Sia. She was probably very afraid of receiving a useless gift. Through eyes blurred from crying, the girl watched as the scarf slowly flew towards her. She took a deep breath and picked up her handkerchief. Jihan said that the girl had to go through a lot. It was not easy, so there was no need to hold back her tears. She blew her nose loudly into the cloth and muttered that there was no more time to cry, no time even to laugh. Taking the scarf away from her face and sniffling, Sia confessed to Jihan that she had always felt how amazing he was, as if the guy knew the future, to which he only smiled reservedly, saying that he was just lucky. Sia stretched on the couch and said that now that the alarm had come, she felt hungry. Jihan got up and went to the kitchen, saying that he could cook something. He turned around as he walked and winked at his niece, promising that it would be tastier this time. Now the uncle has prepared a lot of things for the festive dinner in honor of the girl's birthday. Meanwhile, at the Taewon Daily office, the villainous Hiso couldn't recover from what happened. As it turned out, with the help of his fire ability, Jihan taught the girl a lesson. He burned all the hair on her head, including eyelashes and eyebrows, and now the former beauty of the school was cursing the player with all her might. She didn't know how to explain everything to her parents. And when the driver entered the office without warning, Hiso pulled her hat over her head with screams and yelled at the man. The man held out a phone containing surveillance footage, and Hiso snatched the phone from his hands, ordering her uncle to get out. Through curses and angry tears, the girl looked for dirt on the family she hated, in order to find at least something against them. After some time of searching, she froze, and a smirk appeared on her dry lips. The camera in the gift room captured Sia's puzzled and joyless face as she looked at the system screen. Hiso chuckled, because her ex-girlfriend looked like she was about to burst into tears at any moment. This would be a great shot for an article. Pulling her hat down over one eye, the girl continued to look at what was filmed on the surveillance cameras. She was sure that C had received an F-rank gift, and how well she had exposed herself by making such an expression. The heiress of the publishing house seemed to go even more mad and did not come to her senses. She laughed villainously, anticipating how she would destroy Sia. Meanwhile, streamer Golden Light, Shiny, has completely lost his peace from unrequited love and a broken heart. The guy told his viewers how helpless he felt in recent days after he was not chosen by the one he desperately wanted to get closer to. After all, in the last battle, Shiny fought against an ugly and vile fire mage and stupid dirty eagles. He, the Golden Light, dealt with everyone who dared to disturb Jihan. The blonde jumped dramatically from his chair and tossed his hair, declaring that he had realized everything. Shiny pressed his shaking hands to his chest. Clutching the collar of his shirt, he exclaimed that he should become the legendary player's manager. The ugly face of the strongest zombie appeared in front of the screens. Then the golden ray destroyed the monster. At that moment, the blonde begged Jihan to read his message. The guy himself selflessly fought against the BattleNet monsters, and the Phoenix arrow helped him in this. Jihan swung the arrow and pointed his other hand at his opponents, thus combining his powers and the powers of the artifact, defeating the living dead. The audience mocked those who were on Jihan's team. A few guys sat on the sidelines eating popcorn. Jihan, with the help of divine arts and the lightning step of the flickering sky, was able to effectively attack the living dead. The system announced the end of the game. San Jihan took first place. As the player climbed up to the crystal on the tower, his idle teammates discussed how hard it was for them to finish their popcorn, and that they should add onions and caramel next time. Jihan summoned a status window. His level increased to 25, and the guy himself could now participate in the Silver League battles. Jihan received the title of Ruler of Bronze for completing the league with the highest percentage of victories. Jihan entered the world top 100 of the Bronze League. On August 28th, there will be a battle for promotion among the top players. These people are the most successful in BattleNet. They will fight in the battle for promotion to ensure their passage to the next league. The goal of the players from the top 100 ranking is the Silver League, and the system has also added a special condition. Players will fight until there is only one left. The fight for promotion was, in fact, a game of survival, and sometimes there were only 2 players left. The game ended only when one participant remained, and not half, and the best one in the ranking was determined. The audience watched closely as Jihan studied the list of 100 players hanging in front of him. The player's eyes narrowed when he saw one of the names. The guy suspected that this person would be here. It had been a long time since he had seen the future head of the America First Guild. Baron Williams was one of the top 100 players in the Bronze League here. Jihan expected that this time they would meet earlier, but maybe a little later. The player had never been able to defeat Baron before, and now he wondered if he would lose to the man. The decisive factor that allowed Jihan to be among the top 100 players was his unique indicator: strength. Combat power is also a great and unusual indicator, but to unlock nameless divine arts, only physical strength, endurance, and speed are important. Yet they are no match for the power that transcends this reality. Just like with absolute territory, mana enhancement, and telekinesis, there were also different classes. During their fight, the entire arena seemed to be burning in a bright, blinding flame. The power that Baron used was on a completely different level of perception. Strength is an indicator proportional to mana and divine power. Baron was born with excellent mana, so his strength is at least twice as strong as Jihan's. The guy may have had excellent control, but that was nothing in the face of divine power. The space was lit up with bloody colors as the still young Williams effortlessly attacked his opponents. He became the first in the ranking thanks to his strength alone, and it will take a lot of effort for Jihan to become even a little stronger. That is why the guy continued to train hard despite being tired. Now the strained muscles worked like a mechanical engine. Jihan stood on one hand, sweat pouring down from his loaded body. Thoughts slowly flowed through his head. The guy thought about Baron, who held first place not by pure chance. Even during the Bronze League, everyone knew him because of his mana, which was at the diamond level. Since fighting a man was suicide, Jihan needed to unlock the nameless divine arts. Having finished training, the player called up the system window and greedily peered into the enemy's face. Jihan chuckled. No matter how much he looked at the photo of this blonde from the past and future, he could not believe that it was the same person. There were rumors that he tried to look more mature when he became the guild leader, but it was unknown how he was able to achieve such a difference in such a short time. Jihan's thoughts were interrupted by a phone call from Ha-young, which surprised the boy. Thinking that the woman was calling to thank the player, he carelessly accepted the call and said hello. A confident female voice, without even responding to the greeting, immediately asked who she should bet on this time. Jihan swallowed hard and, in confusion, pulled the phone away from his ear, looking at the screen. He thought he had dialed the wrong number, but it was really her who called. The head of the third department in the Divergent Guild, Lee Haeon. She sat in a soft chair in the depths of her office and flinched when she heard the voice of her bodyguard. She entered the room silently. As befits a professional warrior, the woman came to accompany her mistress to the meeting. The boss began to absent-mindedly look for something around her, then asked to give her another 5 minutes to get ready. Guyon immediately asked what happened. Haeon had to admit that she had asked Jihan for help with the bet. The bodyguard shamed the woman, but she dejectedly asked him to be gentle with her. While excitedly tapping on her smartphone screen, Ha-young absent-mindedly asked if Guyon had heard the latest news. Jihan is in the top 100 players in the world, and they say that Baron from the States is also participating. So Jihan said to bet that he himself would take first place. The bodyguard noted that this was too self-confident. However, as she thought about it, she thought out loud that it would not be easy for Baron to defeat someone who was flying around, raining down blows. The woman turned her gaze to Ha-young when she said with a sly tone in her voice that their thoughts coincided. Raising an eyebrow, she showed her interlocutor the screen of her mobile phone, asking if it would be more profitable to bet on Baron. Gayen rolled her eyes as the lady began to talk out loud about her doubts about the choice of a potential winner, since Jihan's prediction of the outcome of the battles between Japan and Korea was accurate. The bodyguard was about to object when suddenly she was asked how she was doing. Plum Blossom's sword flinched slightly when Ha-young asked for her BattleNet score. The warrior's face sank and she became embarrassed when her interlocutor praised her hard work. The woman looked away and bit her lower lip. Lately, all her thoughts were connected only with this. The fist, broken in battle and now covered in plasters and bandages, clenched. Guyon quietly muttered that she was going to tell the truth about who she really was. Song Jihan let out a sigh of relief and heaviness at the same time as he looked at his improved status window. He raised his head high, thinking that now, at last, all the conditions were met. The player's combat power increased by another point, and in total, it was 30 points. Jihan closed his eyes, lowering his head. His whole body felt as if it had been pierced by something sharp from his toes to the top of his head. At that very moment, the system announced the activation of the Eye of the Wanderer. The player suddenly opened his eyes, glowing with a bright golden light. The constellation Wandering God of War has found the player by a special trail. Jihan's spirit left the body and found itself somewhere in the endless space, where the cosmic body bent low over the guy. There was only darkness. The guy couldn't see anything, but he was sure that he felt something, the same as last time. The Wandering God of War looked at Jihan, saying that they met again. The system declared that the god recognized the player as his successor. Jihan's body, levitating in nothingness, was enveloped in a thin, transparent material, like a cocoon. The guy remembered well that in his past life, God had also helped him a lot, and he immediately received the ability, Nameless Divine Arts. Usually, the patroness of the constellation brings with her great consequences, but the Wandering God of War did not ask anything from Jihan. The cosmic image carefully took the fragile human body into its palms, bestowing upon it the appropriation of the martial arts techniques, 3 talents of martial commitment, and lightning step of the shimmering sky. The system reported that the Wandering God of War was frowning. The white material bit into Jihan's chest, forcing him to writhe in pain. The connection was broken. Jihan grabbed his head. It turned out that God was displeased with the fact that he already had 3 dantians open. Moreover, the Wandering God was afraid of man, which surprised Jihan incredibly. The guy's face showed genuine bewilderment, and the inheritance of martial arts techniques ceased. The Wanderer's eye began to glow, and small lightning bolts began to spread out from Jihan's face. The constellation Wandering God of War returns back, and a flash of deafening pain pierces the player's body. Jihan returned to his body and grabbed his head. It was splitting, as if thousands of needles had suddenly stuck into his skin. Opening his eyes, the guy looked around in surprise because he still thought he was in outer space. He immediately called up the status window and waited for the information to load, squinting painfully. What he saw did not please him. Rather, it was regarded by the guy as a real disaster. His gift simply disappeared. The player lost his main advantage. C, clutching the straps of her backpack with both hands, loudly announced her presence. The girl quickly got into the car and greeted her uncle, who was waiting for her in the driver's seat. The car started moving and with a loud hum of the engine drove onto the busy highway. Jihan asked if the huge burden of responsibility had fallen from his niece's shoulders. The girl pressed her palm to her chest, nodding softly as if she had been born again. After awakening, Sia decided to leave the academy since the main reason people attend it is because of the gift. And after awakening, students often leave. Sia decided that she would receive lessons from her uncle no matter what, so there were much fewer reasons to stay at the academy. Jihan began to train the girl, loading her with endless exercises. She would not have any more troubles. While Sia was dreamily looking out the window, she didn't notice how lost in thought her uncle was. The corners of Jihan's lips turned down. He thought that the main problem now was himself. Tomorrow there should be a battle among the top 100 players. The guy not only lost the eyes of the Wanderer, but also completely lost the chance to inherit the nameless martial arts. They now have S rank, not SSS, plus 2 more techniques. While Jihan was wincing, he didn't notice that Sia noticed his mental suffering. She timidly noticed that her uncle was in a bad mood, assuming that it was because of the fight for advancement. Distracted for a moment, Jihan nodded. Rather, he was worried about the uncertain future. Suddenly, the girl with a confident smile firmly said that she was sure of her uncle's victory. Moreover, her Jihan always managed to find a way out under any circumstances. Breathing out easily, Sia said that she wasn't even worried. Her uncle would probably come home and say that he was first again. The girl exclaimed that she could take part in the betting and put everything on Jihan, but he immediately quietly objected. There would be trouble if she did so. Raising an eyebrow, Sia reminded him that her uncle streamed bets, so he could. But she couldn't? He smiled condescendingly, saying that Sia was still little. The girl turned away, clicking her tongue. She didn't really want to. Jihan wanted to say something, but suddenly his left eye was pierced by a painfully familiar discharge. The next second, the sensation disappeared. He poked his finger into the thin skin under his eyelid, looking at himself in surprise. The night coolness enveloped the city. The streets were empty. The noise of the metropolis noticeably decreased. Jihan, wearing a tracksuit, sat on the playground where rows of exercise machines were located nearby. He lowered his head and clasped his palms together, trying to sort out his own feelings. Something was definitely wrong. Especially the boy was bothered by a strange sensation in his eye. The player has never experienced anything like this before. We need to get rid of it somehow. Jihan, immersed in his own being, slowly approached the source of pain, using force. The next step is to remove what has entered the body as an annoying parasite. A red flash sharply cut his eye. Jihan cried out in pain, waving his hand. It seemed as if steam was even coming from the source of the pain. The player did not understand whether the eye was okay at all. The status window that appeared before him stated that Jihan had eliminated the traces of the wandering war god. Player Jihan is completely free from the power of the constellation, and a tear immediately runs down his cheek from his left eye. The body's reaction to irritation. The guy jumped up abruptly, not understanding what the system meant. How could he be free? Jihan was incredibly surprised that he could now receive support from another constellation. The system and the status window never lied, which means that the god of war was standing in the player's way all the time. Shocked by this realization, Jihan fell back onto the wooden surface with force. The guy grinned, because all this time he considered him a blessing, but he turned out to be a parasite. The system has reported that the wandering god of war is now even more wary of the player. The next moment, it turned out that the wandering god of war had suddenly evaporated. Looking at the rare lights of the windows from the houses opposite, Jihan was actually looking somewhere into the distance, not understanding what had happened to God, whether he had really gotten scared of the Bronze League player and even run away. Jihan pursed his lips in irritation. He was living through everything for the second time, but there were still more questions than answers. Although the powers of God are no longer available, one can still take advantage of the opportunity to find other constellations. Now the player's face was lit up with a slightly sinister smile. He pointed his finger at the system screen. The new opportunity had come just in time. He has an epic quest to find the Queen of Shadows among the spectators of the Colosseum and provoke her. As a reward, the player will receive 50,000 achievements and the interest of the constellation of the Queen of Shadows. Jihan admitted that the elf would support him. But what about tomorrow? Especially now, when we need to compensate for the absence of the God of War. Finally, the battle for promotion among the top 100 players began. The sky above the arena burst into bright fireworks in honor of the participants. The game will continue until there is only one left among them. Jihan, in a white shirt and black formal trousers, held an arrow in his hand. The system demanded to prove who was the best here. The audience supported Jihan with all their might, but he closed his eyes, concentrating on his own emotions. Then the guy's gray eyes scanned the arena, looking at the players. He wasn't going to fight everyone in a row, let them attack in a crowd. Looking at the circle of human bodies that had closed around him, Jihan suddenly leaned forward. His long fire arrow attacks pierced numerous warriors and warrioresses. Other participants would rise into the sky and then, like wild birds, attack the player from above. Fighting off another blade, Jihan felt a fiery blue sphere flying towards his back. The eyes immediately turned scarlet, and energy of the same color gathered on the tips of the fingers. Jihan swung his hand back and the sphere hit the attacking girl, who didn't even have time to scream. Jihan turned around sharply and ran straight towards the magician, who had prepared many flying lights. The guy laughed madly, surprised that his opponent was unarmed, and immediately sent spheres at him. But how wrong he was when he decided to fight against Jihan himself, even calling him a fool. The strong player's fist collided with the mage's face just after he managed to shout out a curse. Watching the alien body easily lift off the ground and fly over the field, Jihan thought with a bit of boredom that everyone except Baron looked almost the same. Just as he decided that it was better not to overdo it in order to save his strength, the tip of a sharp blade appeared right at the bridge of his nose. The player barely had time to cover himself with his hands when a female figure flew past him like lightning. Plum petals rained down on the arena, and the warrior stood behind Jihan, breathing heavily. The guy took his hands away from his face and turned around sharply to finally see the face of the one who managed to catch him off guard. The player was amazed beyond measure, as Zero's bodyguard was standing nearby. Fearless Lim Guyan was somehow on this BattleNet game. After the Space Championship began, and players began to get used to the fact that death in the game meant death in real life, the Northeast Asian League began. The devastating, frightening game over sign acted on players like a poisonous, deadly snake. Japan's representative in the final was, of course, the King of the Sword, Ito Ryuhei. At that time in Korea, no one could give such an opponent an equal fight, and Korean players avoided him for fear of death. The person who stood against Ryuhei as the representative of Korea was the candidate for successor to the Sword King, Plum Blossom's sword, Lim Guyan. She was in her prime, full of energy and confidence in victory. Jihan remembered all this, but now he was puzzled and trying to dodge the woman's active attacks. What struck him most was that Guyan had never been in the top 100. Taking advantage of the fact that Jihan had still not come to his senses, the warrior kept swinging her special sword at him. Once again, her lightning-fast attack made Jihan mentally assume that the future had changed. He suddenly raised his hands up. Then Gayun, baring her teeth, tried to hit the player with the handle. But she didn't expect that her opponent would suddenly lower his hands and jump closer. Lightning step of the shimmering sky. Jihan used this ability, and a bright blue light struck Guyan's face. Then, using force, the guy called the arrow that he had lost earlier while the warrior was in the grip of energy. Then Jihan managed to get his hands on the Phoenix arrow and moved forward. Breaking free from the bonds of the alien energy, the warrior grabbed her side and clenched her teeth, preparing to jump back. She was indeed at a distance when Jihan thrust an arrow into the ground. He was amazed that the woman had so much strength, because she was not at all afraid of his attack and rushed forward, swinging her sword. What followed was a real meat grinder. The pink trace from the blade exploded in the air, and it became larger with each passing second. Catching a moment of calm, the player realized that Gayun had upgraded her skills, because her parameters were different from those they had during their last meeting. The warrior looked flawless even in a tough fight. All unnecessary movements disappeared. The blows became heavy, but the gait became lighter. The gaze became sharp and tenacious like a kite's. Jihan barely managed to dodge the multiple attacks inflicted by the woman. Something must have happened during the time they had not seen each other. It was as if someone had possessed the bodyguard. Earlier, Ha-young asked her assistant about her BattleNet account, but at first she didn't want to answer. She also knew that the girl had been constantly sharpening weapons in recent days. Gayun bit her lip and looked away worriedly. Having gathered her courage, the woman said that she was among the top 100 players in the Bronze League. The interlocutor exclaimed in surprise that she did not expect to hear about the bodyguard's 25th level, to which she had recently risen. Ha-young stood up from her chair and clapped her hands, asking why the assistant didn't tell her such good news earlier. She immediately calmed down when Gayun said that she would like to ask for a favor. It was obvious that the warrior was having difficulty speaking. She even clenched her fist with force. Then, having made up her mind, she timidly asked the lady for new equipment for herself, although she liked the old one. But after long use, her opinion changed. Gayun reached for her blade, saying that it was too heavy for her. She was trying to get used to it, but her hands couldn't cope. The sword is valuable as a gift that Hayoung gave, and so the bodyguard apologized for those words. But not only was Hayeon not offended, she exclaimed that Gaeun had gone crazy since she hadn't said anything until now. After all, the blade had been bothering the woman all this time and she could have done even better, despite the good score. Hayeon excitedly shouted that she would get the warrior a new sword, better quality and lighter, even if she had to spend her own money. The woman immediately grabbed the phone, muttering that she would try to find a replacement as soon as possible. She simply waved off other people's questions, saying that everything was fine, and that the bodyguard should try to show everyone the best she could in the fight for advancement. Gaeun realized that Hayoung knew that the warrior was comparing herself to Jihan, and even added that she would be able to defeat the player. No matter what anyone says, Plum Blossom's sword has always been a rising star in the Korean Bronze League. She just needs to prove herself. The lady sincerely encouraged her employee with words about how she was able to rise even higher. The warrior smiled shyly, warmly thanking her mistress for these words. And now, finding herself on the battlefield face-to-face with Jihan, Gaeun doubted herself. Looking at the guy, she was afraid that she would not be able to fulfill the promise she had made. The warrior really tried her best, attacking her enemy furiously and savagely. The enemy's golden arrow flickered in the air, in no way inferior to her powerful blade, and a blow flew into the warrior's face. Looking at how confident Jihan was, she knew she couldn't defeat him. The guy, with his characteristic insight, saw in the stranger's gaze the uncertainty of victory. But he did not understand why the warrior was stubbornly trying to prove the opposite. Gaeun has managed to survive many times when she fought with those much weaker. It was the same in the Northeast Asian finals, and now she knows better than anyone that she is not yet able to defeat Jihan. Hearing these words from someone else's lips, the guy slowed down slightly, stepping back. This momentary hesitation cost him the opportunity to attack, and the warrior went ahead, exclaiming that she would probably never be able to win. However, she went on to say that if she gave in, it would definitely be the end for her. And let no woman surpass the currently invincible player now. She will at least try her best to match his skills and fighting ability. Gaeun straightened up and raised her blade upward, her body seeming to repeat the graceful trunk of a plum tree. Jihan froze and lowered his hand with the arrow, looking at the delicate pink dangerous lines unfolding between him and his opponent. This is how Gaeun has always been, a player who continues to fight to become better, knowing that she will not beat her opponent. In her past life, the Sword King killed the warrior with 2 swords, but in this life, she was among the top 100. Jihan became curious about how much his return in time would affect the future. For the first time in his life looking at his opponent, the guy couldn't help but smile mysteriously. A huge, spreading tree threw ghostly petals onto the arena. Jihan always believed that Gaeun should be on his side, in his league. And although this proposal was voiced out loud, the woman did not react in any way. Frozen, she used her trump card, the secret technique Plum Blossom Hurricane. The next moment, several of her copies attacked Jihan like a destructive hurricane. Concentrating, he swung the arrow, thinking that the technique didn't go well with the weapon. But still, there is a technique that should be suitable for such a situation. These are 3 catastrophes of earthly martial devotion: a 1,000-fold riot, a black man named Clark Jr., a warrior class, and the 3rd-place bronze medalist for the United States, greeted his opponent again, with other team members gathered behind him. Baron Williams, who had both a mage and a support class, was the first in America. The system announced that the game would go on until only one remained. Clark dismissively stated that the world was about to end, and that the player who gave buffs from behind would be their main prospect. Without even letting the man finish speaking, the Baron yawned demonstratively, covering his mouth with his hand. The blonde hissed, stating that Junior was talking a lot for someone who ran around like an ant in a pile of dirt. Baron held the 3rd-place bronze for the United States and immediately ordered his opponents to shut up and attack. In fact, he was a psychopath obsessed with war, and now, having summoned red energy, he threatened to burn everyone with a mad look. Instead of answering, the entire team immediately rushed towards the impudent man, preparing their attacking abilities. But Williams, without saying a word, grabbed Clark's face with his left hand, squeezing the thin skin until it creaked. Pushing the man forward slightly, Baron released so much force that he literally incinerated the other members of the team. Seeing their leader burning alive, they screamed in rage that they had to kill the damn player first. Williams looked back and laughed madly again, his red eyes shining brightly. Shouting that the rest were just pathetic insects and should die, he spread his arms, attacking with unprecedented force. Baron was an incredibly strong player, full of confidence, and no matter how hard anyone tried, they couldn't break him. The man shuddered and turned his head, noticing some unusual movement out of the corner of his eye. He saw how one single player, using his power and weapons, dealt with 10 other participants at once. Even people like Williams worry about Jihan once they see his abilities. It should be said that this was the case even before the guy traveled through time. Jihan had just finished attacking and stopped when Baron approached him. The boy turned his head as William, with his usual male impudence, addressed him. The blonde shamelessly poked his index finger into the player's chest, calling him the invincible Chushikan, with irony in his voice. Shaking his head, Jihan corrected his interlocutor, because he had distorted someone else's name to the point of an obscene word. Baron laughed, covering his face with his hand, saying through his laughter that he did not know the language of an underdeveloped country. He abruptly turned his gaze to Jihan, showing his glowing blue eyes, and hoped for the boy's understanding. Then, mispronouncing the guy once more, he threw him back with just a flick of his wrist. The familiar colored eyes looked at the place where the player stood with surprise. Williams didn't notice how time slowed down around him, and only condescendingly reported that it was a pity. Meanwhile, Jihan had already grabbed an arrow in his hands and used the heavenly thunderstep. Baron rose into the air and Jihan lunged towards him, lightning bolts shooting out from his body in all directions. The guy tried to pounce on his opponent with blows, but he, laughing, deftly dodged. An intricate rune appeared on his palm, which the man was about to throw at the enemy. Swinging his arm, he actually threw energy runes down, straight at Jihan, calling him a bug. The space was illuminated by a bright red glow. The young player was kneeling on the destroyed ground. Moreover, when he raised his head and rose to his feet, it turned out that Williams had decided to deal with all the players in the arena at once. Laughing madly, he soared even higher into the sky and spread his hands over the arena. A red pillar of death descended upon the players, rolling over their bodies with bloody fire, and they screamed in unbearable pain. Baron's tornado of energy swirled below, devouring the lives of the players, but gently wrapping itself around its master. Williams couldn't stop laughing. He cursed Jihan with all his might, prophesying death. But suddenly he heard words of gratitude almost at his own ear and shuddered, looking down. Somehow the fire didn't hit Jihan, who threw the tornado away from himself with the help of the Phoenix arrow. With Baron setting the stage, it became easy for the player to collect kills: single kill, double kill, triple kill, quadruple kill, quintuple kill. The space immediately returned to its previous state. The bloody reflections disappeared, and Jihan announced that he had taken first place in the ranking. Williams didn't understand how the guy survived because his flame is mixed with power, so at the first touch he should burn until he dies. Looking closely, the blonde realized that the flame was not touching Jihan at all. He was stunned when he realized that this player was also using power, just like he was. The man shouted angrily that this was impossible. As the owner of 2 status windows, he was the only one who could use the power. He exclaimed that it was a joke, but Jihan shook his head with a smile, saying that Williams was not the only one. Baron looked down with a distorted face, and Jihan continued to say that he was now personally convinced of the insignificance of his opponent's skills. These words shook the air. So mad with rage did the best player become, clenching his teeth and growling like a beast. Williams spread his arms again, and waves of furious force spread from his body. The entire arena was surrounded by bloody flames. Baron stubbornly repeated that Jihan was just an insignificant insect. The boy shook his head and raised his hand, muttering that he wouldn't let his opponent do something like that. Moreover, he did not show the man everything he had prepared. A bright crystal appeared in Jihan's palm. Even then, spending the night on the site, he carefully studied the windows of the system. Even if he takes the Queen of Shadows as his constellation, what will he do with the promotion match? The boy thought he needed to fill the hole left by the God of War. It was then that he remembered the crystal fragment that gave the player a one-time divine blessing. And now on the battlefield, Jihan used Crystal Fragment, receiving Divine Blessing. The system announced that all of player Sun Jihan's stats had increased by 50%. Initially, Baron Williams was a common coward, an inconspicuous player. Weak in spirit and body, he was the one who felt fear before the battle. Seeing this, people told him that the presence of such a person here was a waste of talent. The system proposed to combine 2 status windows and 2 classes. Then any player would be able to instantly capture all the battlefield. But Baron chose the support and mage classes. In other words, he supported from the rear. But soon, his status as a coward changed dramatically. The man himself did not suspect when exactly this would happen. As soon as he received the power, he immediately felt completely different signals from his body. Williams began to dominate every game with his massive mana pool, and countless prospects fell at his feet. Those players who were not lucky enough to play against the newly minted winner talked about his new features. Baron has two punishments. The first is Fire Wave, a technique that washes away enemies with a huge wave of flame. And until now, no one who encountered it has survived, but simply merged with the melted interior objects. And now such a thirst for murder has probably shaken the player's common sense. He was so determined to destroy Jihan that he used all his abilities and the force. But now something strange was happening. His opponent suddenly used thousand-fold fury. Everything changed for Baron. His unshakable confidence in his own power was significantly shaken. One piercing blow from Jihan's force destroyed the powerful armor that the blonde had built. Williams, the league's strongest player, had a stupid expression on his face, looking genuinely puzzled. The guy grinned, greedily looking at these familiar features because the future head of the guild seemed so special in appearance. He pushed off the ground and rushed towards Baron, who was frozen in surprise. Inside, he was empty, and his strong shell had cracked. Jihan's powerful punch right to the other man's face. He shouted at his opponent that he was deceiving those around him, hiding his lack of skills. But all the arrogance that was broadcast outwardly was nothing more than a pitiful flash. That was the true face of Baron Williams. When the piercing bright beam of the Phoenix arrow pinned the man to the ground, only a moment passed, and Jihan descended towards the defeated enemy, pinned to the asphalt. With pale lips, Baron weakly asked how Jihan knew about him, if he was saying such things. The player smiled, replying that Williams reminded him of someone he knew closely. No matter how cool or self-confident the person seemed, it was impossible to hide the feeling of inferiority. As the guildmaster, Baron built a false palace around himself out of his own pride, making others believe in his strength. But now, as he sat on the ground, younger than that version, covered in dust, the deprivation that had settled in his heart was revealed. Not wanting to be looked down upon as a man, he improved his body and changed his style, boasting of extravagant skills, but all this was only for self-consolation. All efforts are simply meaningless if a person does not want to change his very essence. Baron struggled to his feet, brushing the dirt off his clothes, and told Jihan that he didn't like other people's arrogance. The guy smiled and replied that he felt the same way, hoping that what happened would serve as a lesson to his interlocutor. He stamped his foot, invoking the ability, stating that enough talk was enough. The end of his fire arrow aimed straight at the man's chest. It was time to end it all. But everything didn't go according to Jihan's plan. With just one movement of his palm, Baron pushed him away. Now the guy's body was shaking from pain and high lightning discharges. He froze in midair, his mouth open in a silent scream. Even the clothes on his chest were scorched by the high temperature. Baron seemed to have recovered from the humiliating attack, now using his second lightning punishment. Unlike Fire Wave, where mana is spread over a large area, this high-level skill compresses mana and pierces it into a single target. Since the sheer force of compression was more important than control, this technique was perfect for Baron. But who would have thought that Jihan would remain alive even after being shot in the head? Holding the arrow in front of him, the player wondered why he survived. Was it because of his weapon? Williams couldn't help but admit how impressed he was by the other's adaptability, although Jihan could not completely block his blow, which is confirmed by his burnt clothes. However, Williams has now gathered even more strength, saying that even if Jihan managed it once, it does not mean that he will be lucky the second time. The eyes glowed dangerously red, and lightning bolts ran through the entire body. The man was going to give it his all. Stretching out his hand, he showed his opponent how much power he had. Flashes of blue and red flickered around his body as the blonde rose high above the arena. The other participants, watching the fight, were happy that Jihan would soon meet his death. Everyone was sure that he would not be able to block this blow, and the audience predicted defeat for the guy. But the disbelief of others did not prevent the player from seeing the winner in himself. This happened because right now the Shadow Queen, a dark elf, was looking at the guy. Jihan returned the gaze and smiled broadly. He gripped the handle of the fire arrow tightly in his hands and took a few steps back. The player took his position despite his own injuries. He was more confident than ever. The moment Baron used lightning against him, something amazing happened. Williams could never have imagined in his worst nightmare that his second punishment would be ineffective. Phoenix Jihan's arrow flew out from his hands and pierced the man, tearing through the alien flesh. Although according to the rules this weapon can only be used 5 times, Jihan did not hesitate for a second. He did what he thought was right with a smile, guided by the support of the dark elf. The guy managed to fool everyone. Only a second later it became clear what he had planned. The arrow was not meant for Baron at all. It had a different purpose. The dark elf's impenetrable face lost its mask. She realized too late what was happening. there was a deafening explosion, the light of which blinded those present. For the first time in BattleNet history, the Colosseum barrier has been broken. The stream's commentator made the announcement: South Korea's biggest rising star, Sun Ji-han, had defeated the all-powerful Baron. Ha-young, who had bet all her money on the American, literally howled, clutching her mobile phone in her hands. She didn't understand how Ji-han was stronger than Williams. It made absolutely no sense. The woman grabbed her head, moaning that she would lose all the money she had earned last time. She shuddered when she heard Guyun, who had silently appeared in the office, quietly ask if the lady had been counting on her bodyguard's victory. She came closer with a sad smile, admitting that she had expected something like this, but she was still offended. However, Ha-young was not embarrassed, directly saying that the Plum Blossom sword had lost anyway as soon as the fight began. Guyun blushed when her boss smirked and suggested that she hold out a little longer to get noticed. Seeing how embarrassed the bodyguard was, Ha-young couldn't help but smile. She told the woman that she looked surprisingly well and even came in a good mood. It felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from the warrior's shoulders, and she agreed. After all, the fight with Ji-han showed her that her own body was getting stronger and her skills were gradually improving. Even though she did not emerge victorious, Guyun gained invaluable experience from this battle. And most importantly, she decided that she would not stop there. Ha-young was pleased by this and said that she would root for the warrior with all her heart. The woman was immediately distracted by the voice of the stream commentator, who said that something incredible had happened. She took the phone in her hands with a scream because there was a lot of money at stake. Both were stunned when they looked at what was happening in the Colosseum. It was simply unimaginable. Baron Williams, who had been kicked out of BattleNet by the system, stood in front of the big screen, watching the game. He was beside himself with rage. Veins appeared on his face from worry. The man almost growled out loud. As it turned out, Sun Ji-han was not aiming at him, but simply destroyed the Colosseum barrier. The Phoenix arrow circled around the arena, the barrier of which was slowly disappearing. Then, like lightning, she returned to her owner, who had summoned her. Ji-han deftly caught his weapon with one hand. They were as if one. The player smiled as he addressed the Shadow Queen, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The elf was shocked, especially now that the barrier was broken. The black mist slowly spread around her, forming a cocoon. Then everything changed abruptly. The queen disappeared from sight, and in her place an ominous ink stain spread. The spectators fell silent, warily continuing to watch what was happening. The surviving warriors also tensed up, not knowing what to expect now. The entire arena was filled with darkness, and purple ink rushed towards Song Ji-han. The next moment, the system announced that the signal was lost. An error had occurred. The screen of the mobile phone with the stream went dark. Sia, who was anxiously watching the broadcast, was seriously scared. Ji-han found himself in emptiness with two white lights looking at him in the distance. However, this had not frightened the player for a long time. He did not move from his place, carefully watching those eyes. The arena became ghostly and the air was so cold and stuffy that it was difficult to breathe. The boy knew that the Shadow Queen continued to watch him closely. But since the notification did not appear, it can hardly be considered a test. The system just announced an epic quest: find the Queen of Shadows among the Colosseum spectators and provoke her. Ji-han decided to use the Path of the Immortal Sage. A burning beam from his phoenix arrow shot into the distance, but it immediately went out. The guy guessed that the elf had absorbed the chi energy coming from the arrow. He was puzzled to realize that no attack would work on the powerful Shadow Queen. However, he immediately felt a clot of energy behind his back and hit it with his fist. The player turned around and looked at the ghost next to him in confusion. The fist struck the void. The human-like image gradually dissipated. Shadows, clots of ink, crowded around the ghostly warriors in the arena. The other players couldn't understand what was happening because they were being attacked by invisible beings that were stronger than them. The ink blades attacked with all their might, and the BattleNet participants lost their lives one after another. Many of the shadows rushed straight towards Ji-han, preparing to attack at the same time. He tried to deflect the blows, holding the phoenix arrow in front of him. But at the same time, he understood that physical attacks against the elf were not at all effective. If so, perhaps it was worth using divine power. A fiery sphere appeared in the guy's palm, which he immediately threw at one of the shadows. And although no direct damage was caused, the sphere destroyed a small part of the shadow. Since it is a shadow in the body itself, as Ji-han thought, then light is its weakness. He straightened up, watching warily as another ghostly figure rose from the ground. When she grew up, she immediately attacked the guy, wielding the same ghostly blade. The battle with the living dead not long ago immediately came to mind. Jihan should make a light emission around himself, like that time when he had not yet mastered the lightning step of the shimmering sky. The guy's body was pierced by lightning, illuminating the space around him, and the shadows didn't like it at all. They covered themselves with their hands, looking puzzled at the enemy, who suddenly became brighter. Jihan noted with satisfaction that they could not get closer because he was surrounded by light. And when it seemed that everything was as simple as pie, the guy saw a huge blade descending above him. He rolled his eyes and sighed heavily, sensing something was wrong, as he had never seen anything like this before. BattleNet Connector looked like a large chair, equipment required to participate in the game, which had the effect of reducing pain during the game. Since amputations, burns, and other injuries happen often, and BattleNet simulated 100% of the pain players feel in the real world, the connector is the most important thing. It was recommended to reduce pain by 80%. Most of the best players use models that reduce pain by 90%. This allowed me to play much more boldly, freeing myself from the fear of pain. But even so, Song Jihan did not use the connector, knowing all the consequences. He knew in advance that there was no point in this, even if not now, then in the future. And all because BattleNet will soon become a reality. The connector will only be able to remove the feeling of pain temporarily. Once the real game in the Space League starts, it will become useless. Fighting with one's life on the line always means being in reality, which is why Jihan didn't use the connector. The fire scorched his skin, not killing him, but causing him to experience terrible pain. Lightning struck the heart with 1,000,000 volts, causing the body to burn in agony. Jihan overcame pain that an ordinary person could not even imagine. And now the entire BattleNet was plunged into darkness due to the destroyed barrier. The guy risked being cut in half by a huge 10-meter sword. Gritting his teeth, the player tried to avoid the attack. He even tried to push the sharp blade away from himself. But only after turning his head for a second did he see something that made him shudder in surprise. The players, who had only just now gotten used to the situation, still did not understand what had happened. For some reason, the huge shadow hanging over the arena only attacked Jihan. Being twice the size of a human, she attacked the player with all her might. White glowing eyes continuously followed Jihan's movements. He, after another defensive move, landed on one knee, breathing heavily. The guy assumed that the fight would be unequal and knew what to prepare for. But this shadow turned out to be too huge, and now there was a difficult task ahead to overcome it. Things were going badly. If the guy continued to evade, he would not have long to live. And all because this substance from the darkness is only of interest to Jihan. The attack on Baron has put the guy in the spotlight, and now many players will want to take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of him. Jihan could not remain on the defensive because danger now awaited him at every step. The remaining participants realized that by attacking together, they could destroy the annoying winner. Jihan exhaled heavily. He noticed everything and understood that there was no other choice. He grabbed the arrow tightly and called upon the dangerous but now so necessary power. Mana has increased, as has fire. The guy will meet his opponents face to face. A bright flame illuminated the shadow for a moment, its ghostly eyes widening in surprise. Jihan raised his hand with an arrow high and looked forward, his entire body engulfed in flames. The guy warned that he would destroy the darkness and create light if the shadows wanted to hide him. Jihan realized that it was time to use the nameless divine arts, the 3 talents of martial devotion. Heaven. It is then that the opportunity will come to engulf the entire arena in fire, destroy the darkness, and create light. With the help of great mountain pressure, the boy managed to direct a stream of fire into the center of the arena. Runes lit up on the sharp end of the arrow, increasing the flow of flame. Jihan was quite tired, but he allowed himself to only exhale heavily, continuing to use the arrow. He jerked his head up to look at the Colosseum filled with light. Indeed, the player managed to achieve his goal. The entire arena was engulfed in flames. After making sure that everything was as he wanted, Jihan thought about the other players. As it turned out, they ran away when they saw the flames. One of the warriors remembered his father's words. Avoiding a losing battle is the surest path to victory. Now that the others had retreated, only the Shadow Queen remained. Having lost her elven shell, or hiding it, the elf watched the player like an evil shadow. Suddenly, Jihan realized that the flame had disappeared once again, and instead, darkness surrounded him. He shook his head, thinking that the queen would be difficult to calm down. It seemed that this would not end until the real body was in order. The player decided it was time to put an end to this, tightening his grip on the Phoenix arrow. The 3 DNTNs rebooted, and the guy's figure was filled with bright light. It is necessary to use high-level martial arts, such as the 3 talents of martial devotion and nameless divine arts. The player might not succeed, but he knew he might not get another chance. Of course, nothing can be done perfectly given his current level. This was the solution. You can simply add the power of the Phoenix Arrow. It was not for nothing that Jihan acquired this weapon. His head cleared up, and the guy looked at the arena with a completely different look. Phoenix Fire activates when thrown, making the arrow stronger as it returns to the owner's hands after use. The arrow compensates for the lack of strength, because since ancient times lightning has been considered divine wrath, a kind of punishment that an embittered god sends upon humanity. As the world filled with darkness and chaos, people looked up at the rain-falling skies with tension. The light, like a drowning man's help, appeared suddenly and without warning in the arena. The sky was lit up with flames that gave warmth but did not burn, slowly moving towards the shadow. The system lit up red, indicating that the player had gone beyond his potential and his life was in danger. Jihan, without letting go of the arrow, let out a heartbreaking cry and was not going to give up. The lightning god's martial arts that purify all demons and evil is what he brought to the Colosseum. Nameless divine arts, divine lightning technique. A flash of lightning illuminated the space, consuming the darkness, clearing the arena of the diseased parasite. Nameless divine arts, supreme realm, divine lightning technique, lightning flash. This technique is on a completely different level of martial arts. Jihan compensated for the lack of power with the Phoenix Arrow, extracting maximum benefit from it. Now he was able to use another unearthly ability, throwing the weapon with all his might straight into the shadow. More precisely, 80% of this ability, which was already not bad. Originally, a flash of lightning was a synthesis of countless lightning bolts, but Jihan failed to combine them. They couldn't match the speed of the Phoenix Arrow, so the riddle had to be solved in a different way. The light removed the echoes of shadow from the elf's face, revealing her true appearance. The tip of the arrow, shining brightly, rushed straight into the queen's face, but she did not even move. As it turned out, this unfinished technique was only able to reveal the dark elf's face. But it didn't harm her at all, stopping a few centimeters away. At least that's how it might seem at first glance, but still, something did happen. The Shadow Queen winced and looked away. There was a fresh scratch on her cheek. Jihan lowered his head. He stood in the middle of the arena. Breathing heavily, there was no arrow in his hands. He raised his head and smiled, despite his severe injuries. The player had managed to do what he had planned. The boy didn't pay attention to his hand, which was burned black, because the shadows in front of him dispersed, revealing the queen. He was indeed lucky. The lightning delay worked in the player's favor. The Shadow Queen opened her mouth, her lips trembling, her graceful hand reaching out to the cut. Who would have thought that lack of skill would be useful? Jihan caught the arrow that flew back to him. Now it was time for the last big attack. The guy wondered if he had provoked the elf enough. The system announced that the player had completed the epic quest. The Queen of Shadows bit her lip and trembled, now from voluptuous anticipation. Jihan, seeing this, raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. This was not the reaction he had imagined. Quickly grouping himself, the guy jumped to the side where he stood. A crack formed from the attack. He raised his head sharply, preparing to defend himself with all his might. Now things took a completely different turn. Clots of shadow attacked the player from all around the perimeter. The burnt hand squeezed the arrow with all its might, and the body seemed not to feel any pain. However, its echoes made themselves felt. Jihan fell to the ground, realizing that he had ignored the injuries for too long. He stood up, watching the shadow, thinking that the state of his hand would make it difficult to hold on for long. The shadow waited for the right moment and struck the player, knocking him down with the attack. Jihan managed to dodge but heard screams behind him. The dark energy had managed to take the rest of the players hostage. Entangling the bodies of those who failed to retreat, the shadow seemed to devour their game bodies alive. This surprised Jihan. He thought that the entity should immediately kill, but not capture the players. Thinking that this was part of the plan, he dropped his guard for a second. This was enough for the queen to entangle his legs in clots of dangerous energy. The darkness rose higher with each passing second. Jihan grinned and cursed out loud. The queen must have wanted to kill this guy first. Looking ahead, Jihan watched the elf carefully. While bound by her bonds, the player decided to use the lightning step of the shimmering sky. It didn't work. The darkness only continued to envelop the player and tighten further on the bodies of the other participants. Jihan frowned. He felt like he couldn't move at all anymore. Having completely enveloped him, the clot of ominous energy turned into a sharp dagger. He rushed towards the player, but Jihan was surprised to notice that the attack was slow. He smirked again, shaking his head, asking Shadow if he wanted to kill him slowly. This approach was very perverted. The elf with a reverent smile said something in an incomprehensible language. controlling the shadow with her palm. Jihan knew that at this rate, he would lose first place, even though the other participants were also wrapped in bonds. It was necessary for them to lose, because now, as opponents of Jihan, the participants believed that he would die first. The guy turned around and realized that they were counting on his quick death. Yes, most of his body is tied up, but if Jihan could just move his fingers, the game would change. The players, who were themselves in danger, watched Jihan closely. They didn't know what was happening, but it was clearly to their advantage, because then the shadow would separate from the player. But at that moment, one of the ill-wishers felt like he was suffocating. His eyes rolled back, foam came out of his mouth. He died ingloriously. The system announced the gradual death of every dark-bound player in the arena, except for Jihan. The Shadow Queen, who controlled the darkness, was perplexed. Her main toy was still alive. Jihan grinned. It seemed like he had ruined the elf's plan, as he had taken first place among 100 players. Hearing that Jihan would soon be taken out of the system, the Shadow Queen growled in rage, her beautiful face twisted in anger. She sharply increased the strength of the binding bonds, trying to cause Jihan as much pain as possible. He himself felt how dark clots of energy were tearing apart his body, biting into him even more. Finally, the darkness of the enraged elf fell like a waterfall on the player, and he found himself buried under it. A huge dagger pinned Jihan to the ground, leaving no trace of him. The Shadow Queen lowered her hands, looking at the blackness that had formed in the arena. She pursed her lips and held out her hand, confident that it was all over for the last survivor. The elf leaned forward in surprise when she heard a strange voice in the silence. From the darkness of the blade, Jihan's hand slowly emerged, materializing into the game. He jumped away deftly, claiming that he had dodged at the very last moment. The boy winked playfully at the queen, saying that the BattleNet's influence diminishes when the game ends. And by the way, this same rule applies to the Queen of Shadows herself and her abilities. The elf frowned, leaning back when she saw the boy's self-confidence. He stood in front of her, laughing and saying that the queen would only need his left hand, which was now a little ways away. The system repeated that the game was over and the player would soon be removed from the game. The Shadow Queen's face showed genuine rage as Jihan disappeared from the arena. Then a mistake was declared. The sun shadow mark was applied to the player's left hand. Jihan took off his shoes and sprawled on the floor, exhausted after the hard game. Lying on the floor, the guy was breathing heavily. This game had taken all his strength. Limgayan, Baron, and then the Queen of Shadows. A whole marathon. The player's eyes snapped open as he realized that there were consequences. Just a little more if he had been just a second late, and the player would have been finished. Before the Shadow Queen's sword touched the boy, he managed to concentrate all his strength in his fingers. The hero needed only a few movements, despite being constrained by the darkness. The other participants standing behind him watched with longing to see what the recognized hero would do, and he sought to cut the arteries leading to the hearts of these traitors. Jihan was afraid that the queen would take advantage of the moment, but everything turned out well. The elf only trembled slightly, looking at the player, who turned out to be not such a weakling. Jihan closed his eyes dreamily, thinking about how lucky he was to have lost only his left arm. However, he is absolutely sure that that huge sword would have finished him off. Sighing, Jihan slowly stood up. He didn't want to get caught up in such a game. Smiling, he immediately called upon the system to check the status window. For the work he had done, he was at least well rewarded. 1 million achievement points, bonus experience points, and his level was raised to 5th. The player received the title King Among Kings, Bronze, also an increase in stats in the silver line, an increase in experience. Moreover, Jihan received 10,000 points for winning this BattleNet game. Then, for a special achievement, taking first place without a gift, he was awarded additional achievement points. In the end, the player was helped by the fact that he eventually lost the God of War. The player noticed something out of the corner of his eye and was stunned because he absolutely did not expect to see traces of the game on himself. As it turns out, the consequences of the battle carry over into the real world. Although there was no damage to the arm, the fabric on the shirt was torn where the arm had been lost in the game. What surprised the guy even more was that the sleeve was torn after some time in the real world. A strange thought flashed through his head, causing the guy to shudder in fear. Is it possible that all players will now suffer the same fate as the BattleNet effect? Jihan did not understand how this was possible, because all the participants were at the learning stage. What if the point was that the constellation was a being from another dimension? Jihan examined his own hand, not understanding what had happened, but at least there were no wounds. At that moment, Sia burst into the room, joyfully greeting her uncle who had returned. She was very worried because the broadcast had suddenly ended. The uncle was genuinely surprised. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, saying that she couldn't find a place for herself after the moment when Jihan broke the barrier. All the newspapers and online publications went crazy, publishing countless news items. Sia showed them to her uncle. The girl asked with interest whether the elf she had found was the Queen of Shadows. The guy nodded. He added that thanks to his niece, he completed the task, and she immediately beamed with delight. Sia had barely muttered that her efforts had not been in vain when her gaze shifted to her uncle's hands. When asked what was wrong with his arm, the guy tried to change the subject, answering that he himself didn't know why the sleeve was torn. The next moment, Sia covered her face with her hands in shock as her uncle's hand began to turn black, becoming covered in darkness, paralyzing her body. Jihan turned his head and shuddered, looking at his forearm. He could not have expected this. After a few moments, the entire hand turned dark. The system detected the curse. At the Divergent Guild headquarters, Hayoung carefully studied the stream recordings, observing Jihan's fighting technique. It's amazing that the guy beat Baron, but what's even more amazing is what happened next. The player's movements were simply incredible. He seemed to have easily destroyed the barrier, especially since everything happened in the Bronze League, and what to expect from the player in the future. The guild needed to hire Jihan. No matter what it took, the guy was getting stronger every day, but this fight made him too famous. The player was already being considered by other guilds at high meetings, considering him a valuable lot. Even in New York in the America First Guild building, orders were given to contact Jihan. The same thing happened in France. Just like in Japan, Tokyo, on the advice of Takeda's manager, was against the issue of recruiting a guy. A man in a business suit asked how to do this because the task was problematic. The guy did not want to join the guild for any amount of money. He slammed his palm down on the table, declaring that it was impossible to do so because of the Sword King. His interlocutor smiled, saying that the man shouldn't worry. He had one idea. There was a way to keep the Sword King in a special place and recruit Jihan in the meantime. Meanwhile, the organization has already called in a special person who will help them achieve their goals. Ryuhei watched as his lover was taken away by a private helicopter. He looked depressed because the woman didn't say where she was going. She smiled softly, asking in a seductive voice not to worry so much. The helicopter blades scattered the special scent of her enchanting abilities into the air. The man painfully closed his eyes. Ito Shizuru ordered that they would love each other again. Ryuhei opened his pink-tinted eyes and nodded slowly. He wished his mistress to be careful, and she waved her hand with a smile. Ito Shizuru looked, as always, absolutely flawless, and she knew that anyone would love her. The guards let the woman go ahead, calling her a goddess, and she smiled politely. Closing her eyes in pleasure, Shizuru noticed the clear sky. A perfect time for a visit. Her own beautiful almond-shaped eyes lit up with a bright pink color. Seiya watched in horror as Jihan's hand darkened, and he himself did not understand what was happening. It seemed as if the boy heard a soft female voice in his ears calling him by name. A new day had dawned, and the sun was shining on the tall building of the Sword King. An elderly man from the South Korean government, the head of the BattleNet department, Kim Namtae, had just arrived and was telling someone about it on the phone. He walked out of the elevator listening to his interlocutor thank him for his help. Namtae Nikto's assistants bowed as the man stepped out of the elevator, saying that he should have taken care of everything. He smiled, promising his invisible interlocutor to repay him for all his efforts. Namtae promised that he would pass on the message to the two who ruined Taewon Daily's reputation, referring to Jihan and C. The guest was served a small table with sweets. Jihan did not expect that the head of the BattleNet department himself would visit them. He laughingly apologized that he could not visit the family more often. The man took a sip of juice when asked why he had come. Namtae reported that the BattleNet department decided to reward Jihan for all his achievements. However, the reasons for the visit did not end there. The man said with a smile that Jihan and Sia needed to formally apologize to Taewon Daily. He added that Jihan attacked CEO Taewon Daily's family members while looking at the family's surprised faces. If both signed a contract to appear in their advertising campaign and publicly apologized, they said they would forgive the family. As soon as Namtae said that it was kind of the publishing house, Jihan firmly said that he refused. He stood up from the table, causing the man to cry out in confusion, then added that he could leave if that was what he had come for. Namtae shouted that he was the head of the department and Jihan had no right to leave. Seeing that the guy was leaving, the man used a surefire way to stay. He announced that he was preparing to publish an article about his sister. After all, this is Taewon Daily, not some small firm. They can destroy a person if they want. Even though Jihan manages to save face through donations, People still look down on him due to his connection with the Sword King. The guy should be grateful that he was even given the chance to bring about his changes. Without turning around, Jihan used the force to lift the glass of juice into the air and pour it onto Namtai's head. Jihan made several movements with his hand, continuing to tilt the glass. The man was beside himself with rage, covered in sticky liquid, but continued to silently listen to the guy. Jihan was about to lower his hand when Namta burst into a stream of dirty curses and insults at him. He stood up abruptly from the table, shouting at Jihan, who did not understand the seriousness of his actions and dared to threaten the head of the South Korean Department of BattleNet. The man, choking on his own saliva, threatened Jihan, who had made enemies of both the press and the South Korean government. Jihan and Sia had already left the table, looking at the man who was threatening to publish a devastating article about Sia. The niece and uncle looked at each other and smiled. Sia didn't care at all. Namtae returned to the Taewon Daily headquarters, wiping his face with a handkerchief and cursing at Jihan. He shouted that he had never encountered anything like this before, and the victory in the BattleNet duels had completely turned Jihan's head. Taewon Daily CEO Kim Hyung-chul put down his cup of tea and smiled as he suggested that the man had had a hard time. Kim Hee-seo perked up and turned the phone screen towards her father, interrupting his conversation with an irritated Kim Nam-tae. She asked to look at the article about the gift of Sia that everyone was talking about. The girl laughed maliciously. The author of the publication wondered whether the girl had received a useless gift, judging by the photo from the hidden camera, and the commentators even mocked the future player. Hyun-chul smiled calmly, asking his daughter not to be upset, because the family would definitely learn humility once they felt the influence of Taewon Daily. Namtae, feeling relieved by these words, even rejoiced. But before he could say a word to his interlocutor, the office door swung open. Hyun-chul reprimanded the employee for causing noise, but the employee assured him that the boss needed to see something. The three people present suddenly turned their attention from the conversation to the man who had arrived, as soon as they heard him say Jihan's name. It turns out that right now, Jihan and her niece are exposing Taewon Daily and the BattleNet department live on air. At the moment when the head of the BattleNet department came to visit Jihan's family and threatened his uncle and niece, Jihan prudently turned on the recorder, and now everyone on the stream could hear the threats being made. Jihan addressed the audience, asking if they got the point. This is what Taewon Daily and the BattleNet department did to him and Sia. The family of the CEO of the publishing house attacked the player to publish a dirty article about the niece. The head of the game department worked with them, trying to put pressure on the family. And when intimidation didn't work, the scoundrel's last resort was to release an article about Sia's gift. Jihan had long ago analyzed that Sia's gift could be improved by Hermes' monocle, and once the true nature of the gift was revealed, the others would also understand everything. In the office, the executive director was watching the broadcast with great attention, and at that moment, the player was about to publicly present his niece's gift. Seeing the name of the gift, Hiso couldn't help but let out an indignant cry. The gift of pumping late bud F rank. To improve it, you need to participate in BattleNet games, and then the indicators will improve automatically. Sia remained silent, looking modestly at the status window, while the audience heatedly discussed what they saw. A few minutes later, Jihan added that Sia's gift could hardly be called useless, and hoped that all the misunderstandings that had arisen had been resolved. Finally, the guy allowed himself to smile. Everything went well, and yet, he could humiliate the offenders even more. Suddenly, seeing a message on the screen, the player looked there. A donation came from the user scout America First. He was impressed by the stream and the fights, so he offered a contract. This is how Jihan realized that he could take big revenge on Taewon Daily. The guy shrugged, since he had no choice, and asked permission to show the contract on the stream. Jihan's lips stretched into a victorious smile when the user sent the fee amount. He was completely satisfied with it. The player politely thanked his interlocutor for the offer, adding that he had a small dream to create a guild in Korea immediately after reaching silver. Namtae cursed filthily when he heard that the boy accused the department and the publishing house of threatening him, which meant that he needed to become a member of the guild. Jihan pressed his palm to his heart, saying that he loves his nation infinitely and would be happy if he receives help from it. The camera then showed his good-natured expression. The player wanted protection so he could stay in Korea. Finally, the live broadcast ended. Sia timidly asked her uncle what they were going to do now. Without turning around, he immediately replied that his niece had nothing to worry about. He shook the phone in the air, adding that he would take care of some issues. The name Lee Ha-yeon appeared on the screen. Jihan was calling the head of the third department of the Divergent Guild. After talking with the guy, The woman, standing in her dressing gown, groaned dejectedly. She and her bodyguard were in her large dressing room, unsure of what to wear for a meeting at this time of day. Ignoring her assistant's questions, Ha-young nervously rummaged through the clothes hangers, asking which outfit would look best. Finally, holding the soft blue dress to her chest, the woman smiled dreamily, wondering why Jihan suddenly wanted to meet. After some time, having sent Sia home, Jihan returned to their apartment. But in the underground parking lot, the player's path was blocked by a dangerous-looking group of strangers, 5 of whose faces were covered with masks. Jihan tried to distract them by suggesting that these guys weren't just a group of ninja cosplayers passing by. As soon as he asked if the BattleNet department or Thowen Dai had sent them, the boys immediately took out their weapons from their sheaths, one of them creating a small flame on his palm. Jihan put his mobile phone in his pocket, realizing that both structures were hunting him. He stood motionless for another minute, wondering if he should take advantage of the moment and use his hidden move. Finally, having made up his mind, the player loudly said the name, Ariel. The darkness immediately spread out into bizarre patterns beneath Jihan's feet. The group of opponents retreated back. Even from their eyes, it was clear how much they were frightened by the unknown entity. The eyes made of bright lightning narrowed dangerously as something like a dark cloud rose above Jihan, calling him an insolent person who had summoned more to fight the lower parasites. The player calmly replied that the darkness should think of the boys as a warm-up, since they were the perfect enemies to test the entity's skills in action. The guy's hand turned the color of darkness, as if he had dipped his forearm into a vat of liquid. Jihan ingratiatingly said that they were in a dark underground parking lot. The player stretched out his night-black fingers and wiggled them as he smiled at his opponents. Less than half an hour had passed before dark clots were hovering over the attacking group. Its members had long since been lying unconscious on the floor. Some of them were breathing heavily, looking at the ceiling with colorless pupils. Jihan, clenching his fist, watched as the darkness left. He considered that the training experience was a success. An unearthly voice was heard, mimicking the man, saying that everything had gone amazingly. The Shadow Queen, having become the player's servant, could not contain her anger. The man had to be grateful. Her hypostasis as a little fairy looked at Jihan with all her menacing affection. The dark essence was a special characteristic that the queen graciously bestowed on the man. She kept shouting that Jihan should know about the greatness of this thing, because it was already a completely new level. The queen, seeing that the man was simply ignoring her and talking to someone on the phone, angrily waved her small hands. The disgruntled female voice made the guy widen his eyes. His interlocutor was already waiting for him at the agreed place, and the player had obviously forgotten about the meeting. Hyeon, standing at the restaurant, was surprised by the guy's apology. Gaeun looked at the lady and understood that something was going wrong. She timidly asked what had happened when the woman's face turned darker than a cloud. Haeon turned to her interlocutor, and it seemed that even the corners of her eyes were trembling from what she heard. Dressed beautifully, she spent so long getting ready for the meeting that she realized that Jihan would not come. That evening, everyone got what they deserved. Taewon Daily CEO Hyun Chul was hit in the face. The man was lying on the floor with his father hanging over him, not even letting his son finish speaking before he began to punch him. He groaned that he could explain everything, but the old man began to beat his wayward son with a cane, while Hiso watched with concern. The girl grabbed her grandfather's hand, asking him to wait, blaming other people for what was happening. But instead of understanding, Hiso received a slap in the face from her own loved one, which she did not expect at all. Hiso fell to the floor, and the old man began to scold her, saying that the girl was his only granddaughter and he raised her in love and prosperity. Taewon Daily's CEO Kim Taewon was furious that the girl dared to cause him such trouble. The son and granddaughter sat on their knees before the head of the family, who ordered them to correct the situation with the falling stocks. Hiso was overwhelmed with incredible resentment and bitterness. She hid her face under her cap, angrily clenched her teeth, not daring to object. The girl's face was covered in veins from the tension, and she mentally blamed Sia for ruining her perfect plan. Standing in the battlefield arena, Sia, clad in armor, flinched. It seemed to her that someone shouted her name. For the girl, this was her first time on the battlefield in the Colosseum, looking at the status window in confusion, not knowing whether she should start fighting now. Sia scratched her cheek dejectedly, completely not understanding the rules of the game. A new player had already appeared behind her, joining the battle, and was carefully studying the girl's figure. Do Hyungyun, a dark-haired warrior, was delighted at what he saw, mistaking Sia for an inexperienced newcomer. He was the cousin of Do Hyukyu of the Divergent Guild, and possessed dexterity and a gift rank of A, which increased the dexterity stat by 25 points. The boy chose Sia as his first victim, intending to attack her from behind. The player let out a furious scream and swung his blade, threatening to knock Sia out of the game. But when the sword collided with Sia's armor, Hyugyu's face stretched out in surprise. The girl herself was surprised that the armor of the long-lived turtle of rank A and the bracers of craft steel of the same rank saved her from the attack. Moreover, the girl swung her hand, using a hand strike, and the alien blade flew into the air. The opponent's hand trembled, and he moved back in fear, looking at the girl with suspicion. The blade landed easily in Sia's palm, and she mockingly thanked him for the first kill. Having jumped over the body, the warrior found herself behind the defeated enemy. She straightened up and turned around with a smile, the blade in her hand slowly disappearing after its owner. Jihan watched his niece closely from the system screen. Taking a sip of tea, the guy smiled contentedly. His pupil had done well for her first time. The Shadow Queen behind him hissed. She didn't understand how one could praise such a primitive appearance. Jihan shrugged, reminding the disgruntled elf that her master was also a representative of a primitive species. The queen stamped her foot again, shouting that she was here to fulfill a great mission entrusted to her by her true form, and the man should be grateful for the support. Apparently, the guy really didn't understand what a famous and great power he now possessed. He looked at his hand, remembering how scared he had been along with Sia when it had darkened. A bloody system screen appeared in front of the guy, and the notification didn't seem so bad. Of unknown rank, the curse would consume some of the player's stats until the curse was lifted. Sia clutched her uncle's arms, asking what was going on and what consequences it would have on Jihan. Jihan was silent. He himself did not know, but the message window was similar to the one that objects had. Finally, he decided to take advantage of emergency rehabilitation. The player extended his mutilated hand in front of him, and an image of a ghostly hammer appeared above it, restoring the sun's shadow. He was surprised when the system announced that the sun's shadow rank was too high, only partial recovery was possible. His forearm suddenly snapped, and Jihan almost howled in pain, trying to take advantage of the emergency recovery. Several long, agonizing moments passed, and then suddenly the pain subsided. The system window returned to its usual blue color, and it was announced that the curse had been lifted. Furthermore, the true nature of the curse was unlocked. Along with this notification, the blackness left the player's wrist. Jihan was stunned when he saw the clear skin of his hand, and the former spell had now turned into the SS rank skill, Sun Shadows, the constellation Shadow Queens, and could also be transformed into a shadow sword. Sia pounced on her uncle with questions, but he only smiled, noting that he was fine. But suddenly, in the ensuing silence, an otherworldly voice was heard calling the man pathetic. The darkness itself crawled across the floor in a huge spot, the Queen of Shadows, sparkling with pale eyes of lightning. Having made a circle, the entity turned and floated in black curls towards those present. Jihan immediately ordered Sia to leave, but the entity gathered like a cloud above their heads, turning into a small whirlwind, seemingly not intending to attack. The vortex became more and more active, and finally a small figure emerged from it, a miniature copy of the Shadow Queen with a stern look. Jihan and Sia stepped back, frightened by those small evil eyes. The clone of the constellation Queen of Darkness gracefully dropped to the floor, tapping her small shoes on the surface. She announced that the Queen's true form found the human's skills amusing and ordered her to assist the player in his endeavors. The elf, pointing a sharp finger at Jihan, exclaimed that from that moment on she would serve her master. The guy, looking at the dark elf, raised an eyebrow, muttering that something devilish was going on. The system suggested that the clone of the Queen of Shadows constellation, Ariel, was gifted to the player as a characteristic, dark essence. Now Jihan appreciated the gift, the power to use shadows as weapons. He hadn't used it yet in BattleNet, but it was a useful skill. However, listening to Ariel's screams, who demanded to increase her dark matter stat, the player felt like he had an annoying mosquito flying over his ear. By evening, Jihan had prepared a practically festive dinner for Sia, preparing many dishes. The girl moaned that the training was very difficult. Her uncle supported her, saying that she did well for the first time. After eating some rice, Sia smiled brightly upon hearing the pleasant words. Suddenly, Sia puzzled Jihan, asking what he would do with the invitation from the America First Guild. Jihan replied that he would not agree, even despite the large sum offered. He would be able to save this money himself. Putting the spoon on the table, he added with a smile that he did not want to join a guild. He wanted to be on his own. Having arrived in a service car to a tall building, Haeyeon slowly got out of the car. With a sharp movement, she took off her glasses, revealing to the world the frowning thin eyebrows on her beautiful face. A little later, Haeyeon, sitting at the table, cried out in amazement upon hearing the words of her interlocutor. Jihan calmly held a cup of tea in his hand and decided to repeat what he had said earlier. The guy offered Haeyeon to become the master of the guild he was going to found. The woman screamed indignantly at the player who dared to come to her house to hire her as a master, to which Jihan responded that she would only be a master in name. Haeyeon exclaimed that she belonged to the Divergent Guild. Jihan retorted that she was only a sales manager and not a player. The woman covered her face with her hand, grimacing. She believed that the guy himself should be the master. The role of the guild master needed someone with outstanding skills. Someone like Haeyeon, as she herself believed, would be better suited for the role of manager, which is what Jihan was thinking about when he offered her the role of master. The guy slowly put the cup on the saucer, asking the woman if her gift was included in the support group. The effect barely reached a 10% increase in experience. Haeyeon probably thought that this gift was useless and couldn't even trickle down with experience-boosting items. But if she became the guild master, Jihan was sure that the true value of Haeyeon's gift would surprise her, even though what was said did not please the lady at all. The woman sat looking at Jihan and was extremely excited by his knowledge. She didn't understand what he could see in her gift that was so extraordinary, because the gift was A rank, but all the experts said that it was useless. Jihan was the first one to highly appreciate her gift, so the offer was quite tempting. But becoming a friend of the guild as a master still sounded too self-confident. The player promised to give Haeyeon a fair compensation. He will let her know about the bets on all upcoming BattleNet matches. The woman's lips parted, and it seemed that she herself was trembling, which her bodyguard immediately noticed and glanced suspiciously at Haeyeon. She suddenly jumped up from her chair and ran up to Jihan laughing, shouting that she agreed. Gaeyeon couldn't believe that the lady would actually do this when Haeyeon stood over the electronic board where she had to sign. Slender fingers ran across the screen and she pressed the yes button. But it was Haeyeon's pipe dream to gain knowledge about betting. After the woman agreed, the space in front of her lit up blue, startling Haeyeon. As it turned out, the effect of the gift of support was applicable to all guild members. The success rate increased by 200%. All guild members received a 30% increase in experience. It was a normal day in the real world, with viewers eagerly awaiting future BattleNet streams. At that moment, users saw a notification about the start of a live broadcast. Jihan started the stream by announcing to everyone that he had founded a guild on his own. Haeyeon appeared on the screen and greeted the viewers, who immediately began asking each other who she was. With a radiant smile, the woman introduced herself and announced that she was greeting the audience for the first time as a co-owner of Jihan's guild called Tyogi. The guy approached silently, saying into the camera that Miss Haeyeon would take on the most responsible role in the new guild. Taking into account all factors, she was appointed as the master. Jihan snapped his fingers, calling for everyone to see the guild concept that he and Haeyeon had come up with together. Seiya and Diego Macide approached the couple. Haeyeon explained that the guild's concept is nutrition. The company will demonstrate a huge level of growth compared to other guilds in the area of improving guild members. However, the management plans to be content with a small number of people, only 10 with Jihan as a member of the guild and its owner. Also included will be Haeyeon, Diego Masel's player, and Seiya, who recently received a gift, and also with the man who signed a contract with the Divergent Guild. The camera illuminated Lim Gaeyeon's impassive face, and it took her great effort to hide her true emotions. Jihan added that anyone interested in the guild's future growth can turn on notifications, and those who would like to join or sign a contract can contact Guildmaster Haeyeon. At that moment, Seiya whispered to her uncle to tell him why their guild was called that way. The girl closed her eyes and blushed when Jihan nodded, starting his story. They say that big ships take a long time to build, and that great talents grow slowly, so the team began calling themselves Big Ships. A large explosion was heard in the arena of the Colosseum, causing flashes of fire. Baron Williams, in his prime, looked at the flames with equally bright eyes, his hand outstretched. Jihan stood among the flashes, pressing his hand to himself. The man found this view too boring. However, the guy, despite his clothes and face stained with soot, was not going to give up. But this got Baron quite excited. He gathered the islands of fire in his palm, grinning angrily, and exclaimed that it was time to end this. The man then extended his hands and long, bloody streaks of flame flew towards Jihan. An explosion, stronger than before, appeared in the place where Jihan stood. For the umpteenth time, the arena was filled with smoke. Williams began to look around, egging his opponent on, asking if this was all he could do. Jihan, without saying a word, pushed off the ground and pounced on the man. The player didn't even have time to touch Baron before his eyes widened in horror. Williams raised 2 fingers up without even turning around and directed an impossibly high lightning bolt at Jihan. The boy fell to the ground with a dull thud, his whole body shaking from the deadly attack. The system announced the end of training. The player's body slowly disappeared from the arena, as did the Colosseum itself. Baron smirked, never turning to face his opponent. The blonde was talking to himself, saying that as he had assumed, Jihan had defeated him by chance that time. The assistant reported that the 50% version of the guy's predicted fight in the promo match was stunning, and next time they would increase the volume of performance higher. Baron ordered the assistant to shut up, when suddenly another employee entered the room and asked the man to approach the guild owner. He shuddered, because he wanted to take out his anger on his assistant, but he couldn't contradict the head. At the head of the guild's office, employees and guests were greeted by plants and a large sign with the name of the guild. What Baron heard made the veins on his face stand out and his jaws click loudly. He allowed himself to shout at his interlocutor, asking if he had gone crazy if he was offering his best player to be hired into Jihan's guild. America First Guild owner Robert Gates, an older but strong man, playfully convinced Baron to watch Jihan's latest streams to understand his idea. Williams was still angry, but he obediently leaned over the system screen. What he saw excited the man incredibly. His energy began to flow out of his body, lifting objects into the air. However, he did this on purpose, seething with inexpressible anger, telling the chief that he had completely lost his taste. Baron shouted that Jihan was deceiving Gates and they didn't need help from any losers. Having finished with the fact that Robert did not dare even mention this to the guy, the blonde made the objects in the room fall into place with a crash. The guild leader rubbed his temple. He knew that Baron had developed an inferiority complex because of Jihan, but who knew that he was unable to separate the personal and professional? Then Robert warned that if she refused, he would send the girl to the Tags Guild. A pretty blonde sat in the locker room of the gym after training and looked at the system window. It was hot, but she clenched her fists and watched the player Jihan greedily. Sophia, nicknamed Saint, was a fan of the player and did not miss his streams. Lim Gayan stood by her mistress's chair, pursing her lips, preparing to listen to her exclamations. Hyung approached Jihan, shouting that America First had offered a huge amount of money in exchange for the secret to improving them, as had the Chinese National Congress. Jihan warned her not to give out any information. The woman blushed with pride. She had no idea that she possessed such a powerful gift. The person giving her instructions was happy to hear that Jihan needed Hyung's gift. The man ordered to seduce the guy while Haeyeon was nearby because he was filled with sympathy for her. However, she didn't really have much to do in the guild anyway. They both understood that. When Jihan and Hyun were on their lunch break, the woman suddenly started talking about how she wanted to properly take over the guild management. The guy was going to disband the guild upon receiving the achievement for creating it, and was surprised that Hyung wanted more than just lending her name. When the guy voiced his thoughts, his interlocutor jumped up from her seat and loudly slammed her fist on the table. She screamed that he had always dreamed of becoming a guild master, initially participating in BattleNet teams in order to save money for his dream. Hyung's eyes sparkled and she said that until she creates her own guild, she will do her best to make Tagi famous. From that moment on, the woman, under Jihan's expressionless gaze, began to fully manage the process, equipping the guild office, using the empty rooms in the Sword Palace. She also asked Gayun to post an advertisement for a channel editor, and was now meeting candidates in the interview room. Gayun stood behind her. Her mistress smilingly asked the people sitting in front of her to introduce themselves. The first candidate, a young girl named Ju Yeonji, blurted out that she was applying for a job as a video editor. Yeonji said that since her high school days, she had been creating various advertisements and promotional videos, and also graduated from a university in a related specialty, all of which pleased Hyung. She thanked the girl and suggested moving on to the next candidate with a unique name. Lee Gyumbit, the well-known Golden Light, also came to the interview. He was waiting for the opportunity to work for Song Jihan. Gayun was stunned by the guy's pressure and even reached for the sword, because he shouted that he had an outstanding talent of his generation, was confident in everything he took on, and was also a fan of Jihan from the very beginning. Gumbit winked at his employer and said that if he was chosen, he would never forget this, demonstrating his loyalty to the Tegi Guild. After Blestyashka's fiery speech, silence reigned in the office. Everyone silently looked at the guy. Hyung, whose eye was twitching from all the activity, waved her hand and thanked Gumbit, asking her to sit down. The third candidate, a confident young man named Kim Gangwoo, smiled and said that he had applied for a video editor position, had worked as an editor in a certain guild for 4 years, and had a lot of experience. Hyung asked why the guy left the popular guild. He replied that Tegi would be able to quickly gain popularity due to its owner. The golden streamer was angry, listening to such an experienced opponent. He was afraid that he would be more willing to give the job due to his experience. Ganwoo finished speaking, and it was clear that Gaeun liked him, so she asked if the candidate had any questions left. She sat down and was slightly surprised when the guy asked if Jihan would participate in the interview. Hyung explained that she was only responsible for the guild. Is Gangwoo also a fan of Song Jihan? The candidate nodded, but apparently was not going to give up, and suddenly asked what floor Jihan lived on. Hyung and Gaeun exchanged glances. Such increased attention to the player seemed suspicious to them. Suddenly, Gumbit stood up from his seat and called out to his opponent, noticing that he had sensed something wrong from him from the very beginning. The blonde grabbed Ganva by the shoulder, squeezed him tightly and turned him sharply towards himself. He turned red with anger, exclaiming that he was looking forward to meeting Jihan more than anyone else. And no matter how much the candidate liked the player, he did not dare ask questions. The shock from someone else caused a knife, the blade of which was tightly wrapped in newspaper, to fall from under the hem of Ganwoo's jacket onto the floor. The golden streamer didn't understand what happened. Looking at the object under his feet in bewilderment, Ju Yeonji gasped. Realizing that he had been exposed, Ganwoo clenched his teeth until they creaked, and the veins on his face stood out from the tension. He ducked like lightning and raised the knife, tearing off the protective layer of newspapers. A sharp blade glittered in the air. Ganwoo turned into a madman in a few seconds, began to swing his sword and filthily cursed Jihan, who had the conscience to found a guild, defaming the name of the Sword King. Gaeun immediately pulled Haeun back with her strong hand, realizing that the guy was a man sent by the Sword King clan. Meanwhile, Ganwoo was approaching. Without lowering his knife, he threatened to cut off the heads of everyone present as a lesson. A mad smile froze on his face, but the killer did not have time to put his plan into action. The golden light tried to stop him again, grabbing him by the collar of his jacket and throwing him to the floor. Ganwoo straightened up and bared his teeth, rubbing his bruised chin. This blonde had been irritating him from the very beginning. Gumbit loomed over his opponent, his figure giving off an ominous atmosphere that was completely alien to him. Ganwoo screamed terribly and swung his knife with all his might right in front of the imperturbable blonde's face. The same one leaned back slightly, then the offender's face collided with his fist. The blow was incredibly powerful. No one could have expected such a thing from the simple-minded Gumbit. The criminal doubled over, realizing that he was left without a tooth. He was hit so hard. The golden light jumped up and attacked Ganwoo again, this time causing him to fall face down on the floor. Gumbit stood over him, breathing heavily. Hyung and Gaeun did not interfere, but the bodyguard was ready to come to the rescue at any moment. The only thing they knew about the guy was that he was originally a Golden League player, but he purposefully demoted himself. Mostly his content was based on mocking other users. At that moment, Gumbit turned to the women and coquettishly adjusted his hair, exclaiming that he was incredibly cool. The streamer immediately began to show off in front of the camera. With his other hand, he picked up the beaten Ganwoo from the floor, asking him to hit him again so that this moment could be captured on the stream. Hyung rolled her eyes and asked Gaeun to call the police, but Gaeun didn't argue. A little later, the women told Jihan everything. He was incredibly angry because all this time he, not Sia, was the target of the Sword King. Haeun began to calm the guy down. Jihan felt sorry for him and demanded that security be strengthened and that an editor be chosen immediately. But Hyo said that there was no need for that. As it turned out, they had already found a suitable candidate and sent him a message. The golden streamer bit his nails as he sat in a chair in front of the monitors, clutching his head, unable to wait for the results. The poor guy even started crying, being sure that he would fail the interview. Perhaps he praised himself too much. Finally, after a few seconds, the dark screen in the blonde's hands lit up. A message arrived, and when Gumbit opened it with shaking fingers, he almost lost consciousness. Moreover, Ju Yeonji also received the same message, although she didn't expect it at all. Takeda Kazuo appeared behind her, rubbing his hands. He said that the girl was simply incredible. He addressed Yeonji respectfully, asking if she was okay after infiltrating the guild as an editor. The girl smirked and adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose, saying that there was no need to worry about it. Hiding behind the guise of a simple-minded worker was none other than Ito Shizuru, who was sent to destroy the guild and Jihan. To distract himself from his thoughts, Golden Light tried to play one of the collection of numerous games, but it didn't work out well, so Gumbit quickly gave up, resting his chin on his folded hands. Sitting up straight in his chair, He shouted that it was unfair that he had been denied the editor's position, even despite his loyalty to Jihan. One of the viewers suggested that the guy become a bodyguard, as that would suit him better. The blonde clenched his fist. He thought that Jihan was now nervous about the attacks that could befall him. Gumbit vividly imagined how from now on, he would go in a different direction and become a bodyguard protecting Jihan. Gumbit, hugging a pillow, did not immediately notice how he received a donation and a message that Jihan was now playing peacefully. The guy dropped everything and ran to the monitor, begging the viewers not to leave his stream. A serious battle was raging on the new location. The architecture of this map was amazing. Jihan slowly transformed near the stone buildings, and for a long time the audience could not understand where he ended up. As it turned out, the player had to complete the Silver League mission, and the system welcomed him to Gangnam. The game mode was designated as Invasion, and so far the map has been quiet. Jihan looked at the garden surrounded by stone blocks. In front of him was a red crystal. Something elusive brought on nostalgia. Gayun appeared behind him, asking what the player meant. Lim Gayun and Song Jihan teamed up to complete this mission. However, it can be said that Haeyeon demanded that Gayun go on a mission and raise her level. Jihan smiled, replying that he had only seen this map on live broadcasts. The guy extended his hand to the bodyguard, respectfully informing her that he was looking forward to playing with her. The woman hesitated and was in no hurry to shake his hand. Her jaw muscles were clenching from difficult thoughts. Finally, the corners of Gayun's lips twitched, and she shook the stranger's hand. She still felt uneasy that she was the one hired by the man whom the woman wanted to hire herself. Jihan looked behind her, assuming that the rest of the participants had finished dividing into groups. Gayun was thinking about something and shuddered when she heard someone calling her name. A trio appeared on the map. Young warriors, a team from the guild Reasons for Advancement. They did not expect to see a warrior here. Jihan smiled and waved his hand. He recognized the guild Reasons. The young people literally ran up to those present and began vying with each other to greet Mrs. Gayun. A girl from the team asked how the woman was doing and if she would return to their guild. The warrior herself blushed from such attention, trying to hide her awkwardness. She adjusted her hair behind her ear. One of the guild members remembered falling to his knees in front of Gayun's image. Only a few days had passed since her passing, and he felt so lonely. The guy in love was imagining how Gayun would get into the Silver League. The participant wanted to teach her a lot. He even dreamed about how they would start a real relationship. Suddenly, the boy clicked his teeth in anger. He decided that Jihan was to blame for Gayun leaving the guild. The young girl smiled warmly and offered to explain the rules of the first invasion mission to Jihan and Gayun. During the mission, 10 players are divided into 2 teams, Angel Outpost and Demon Outpost. This is a 5 versus 5 team game. The side that breaks through all 3 lines and destroys the enemy's shrine wins. The outpost that destroyed all 3 lines of defense and the enemy outpost wins. There is a jungle zone outside the defense zone. You need to get rid of the monster and get a boost for it. Jihan realized that this time they were on the demon's side and asked if there was a jungle on their side. The participants were at level 40. They explained that the minimum level of the monsters was 65. They were too strong. The guy in love with Gayun grinned widely, exclaiming that they would succeed. He coughed, as if he was deliberately trying to attract Jihan's attention. As a mage, he slung his staff over his shoulder and dismissively called Jihan a newbie who shouldn't worry about today's mission. He just needed to listen to his elders. The mage told the rest of the team to go to the bottom lane first, while he gave Ms. Gayun and Jihan some advice. He didn't take the players seriously at all, so he glanced at him and suggested that they go on their way. Stopping next to Gayun, the mage pointed to small figures in the distance, explaining that they were minions. Their tactics were simple, but they were causing problems for the Silver League. The woman and her team needed to defeat them. Even if players die, they will respawn within a minute, but do not attack enemies thoughtlessly. Otherwise, they may move the participants from their position. The player didn't see how Gayun rolled her eyes at his self-confidence, and only adjusted his glasses, saying that it was all very easy. Jihan, standing to the side, at that moment summoned the constellation of the Queen of Shadows. The seal on his hand was activated. He only noted that he simply needed to not die in battle. The magician looked at the guy in bewilderment and was discouraged when he saw the darkness on the player's hand. Jihan moved closer to the minions, who were still moving around the field without noticing him. The player put his hand forward. He was using the dark sword for the first time in BattleNet and did not yet know its effectiveness. The minions finally saw the enemy and immediately began to hum, the crystals that served as their hands moving chaotically. Jihan remembered the power of the Shadow Queen. The one he saw might not be comparable to what he had now. But the guy had no choice. He had to find out everything through experience. The minions quickly rolled towards Jihan, and he, without taking a single step to the side, simply waited until they were very close. A second later, the shadow separated from the darkness onto his hands, and with its tentacles made its way into the mechanisms of the robots. Then it spread across the entire field and then pierced the minions with many swords. Standing nearby at a safe distance, Jihan extended his hand forward and made a sharp downward movement. The darkness obeyed him and a huge force fell upon the minions, creating an explosion. From such an attack, the robots immediately deactivated and flew apart. The magician and Gaion could only silently watch this. If the former was amazed, the warrior did not expect anything else from Jihan. After remaining silent for a little while, she turned to her partner, saying that they could now go. The system informed Jihan that he had killed 50 minions, the demonic deity acknowledged him and bestowed a blessing. All stats increased by 20%. The guy decided that at this rate he could clear the jungle alone, and so he turned to Gaion. He said that he would leave her for 10 minutes and resolutely walked towards the jungle. When asked where he was going, Jihan pointed towards the trees, saying that he would go and level up alone. Then he jumped up and ran straight into the impenetrable thicket. Gaion only managed to scream and reach out to him with her hand, but it was too late. She didn't want Jihan to leave because it was unknown what would happen to the team then. At that moment, she seemed to sense something was wrong and turned around, seeing the magician's hand extended above her head. Deciding that he was trying to attack her, the warrior pulled her blade from its sheath. But a second later, she saw that the magician had simply placed a protective dome over her figure. On the other hand, at that very moment, an attack was being prepared on Gaion, and only thanks to the magician did she remain unharmed. 5 minutes earlier, the magician was beside himself with rage, calling Jihan a scumbag. He paced the clearing angrily, thinking that he had screwed up because of the guy and had not shown his coolness to Gaion. Suddenly he stopped, as if he remembered and understood something important. The guy wondered why he needed the middle if he and Gaion were supposed to take on the upper boundaries and send Jihan to the middle. Jumping high into the air, the magician ran back, considering himself a genius, and let Jihan deal with it alone. He had just approached the woman when he saw that she was completely unaware of the enemy attack. The magician's face showed determination. Now his dear Gaion was in danger. It was at that moment that he, without a second's hesitation, created a protective dome. By doing this, he prevented the enemies who had set up an ambush at their base from attacking the warrior. The woman was surprised by the magician's foresight and turned to him, who held the dome with trembling hands, assuring her that he would protect his mistress. At that moment, a stream of blood gushed out of his mouth, and the magician screamed desperately. The opponents did not wait and sent a stream of lightning at the guy, thereby distracting him from forming the dome. Teammate Gaion fell to the floor. His body shaking from the discharges, the warrior continued to call the guy. She ran up and crouched down next to him. While the alien body gradually disintegrated into pixels, the magician whispered that he was sorry and he only wanted to protect the woman. The magician's hand reached out to Gaion's face. He whispered that it was too late to talk, but it was still worth it. Tears gathered at the corners of the boy's eyes as he weakly confessed his feelings to Gaion. She didn't know what to say in response, stunned by such a confession. The drama of the situation was diluted by those same attacking opponents. They looked at the couple in bewilderment, knowing that the magician would soon be reborn on the field. They got tired of waiting, and both players approached Gaion, one of them warning his comrade not to let his guard down around the warrior. The woman turned around sharply. She urgently needed Jihan, because he should work in a team and not walk around alone. As soon as she remembered the guy, she felt a rushing stream of energy. A funnel appeared above her head, woven from darkness and blackness, giving off a blue tint. The sky turned dirty colors, as if a dangerous storm was approaching. Jihan found himself in the very epicenter of the jungle, where dangerous monsters had already gathered. The guy's path was blocked by a huge monster, a two-headed dog with long tails and several pairs of eyes. The two-headed wolf froze for a moment, then bared its teeth, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and growled. Jihan fearlessly grabbed the fangs of one head of this most common monster in the jungle. The creature was 3 meters tall, and its jaws were so strong that they could crush a human head in the blink of an eye. Letting go of the monster, the guy jumped back, preparing to deliver a stunning blow. If this two-headed wolf, the most common type of monster in the jungle, is the same as the one in Jihan's past life, it will take at least 3 Silver League players to defeat it. And although the two-headed wolf fell on his back, he immediately turned over and stood up on his strong paws. Thick saliva flowed from the mouths. Jihan egged the wolf on by talking to him. When the monster suddenly took off and ran towards the man, the player quickly got his bearings and jumped into the air, dodging the bite. Finally, Jihan decided to use the Sword of Darkness and raised his hand back. For a second, objects ceased to seem tangible, and a deadly beam passed through one of the wolf's mouths. Then the player himself, embodied in his weapon, tore the wolf's flesh apart with his bare hands. Everything happened in a split second. Jihan himself did not realize how instantly the monster died. The dark sword proved to be quite an effective weapon. Eclipse is an SS rank weapon wielded by the Shadow Queen during the advancement battle, and can only be summoned by someone who possesses the sword spirit. This weapon is easy to use, but if Jihan loses control of it, its form will begin to ripple. The system announced that the player had received a new achievement, Silver League Ranger, and earned 1,000 achievement points. This made the guy happy. He knew that he would get points. You can get even more achievements if you destroy a couple of other monsters. The corners of Jihan's lips turned down, and he muttered that he needed to kill a couple more players to boot. The system was illuminated with blue light again. The demon team had drawn first blood, and the player had received 100 achievement points. The darkness of the sword had pierced the enemy's chest. While his partner slowly disappeared, writhing in agony, his mage partner held his staff out in front of him, desperately defending himself. A small figure of a dark elf appeared in front of those present, and a circle of swords formed around her. The dark elf turned to Gayan, urging her not to dawdle but to deal with the other player. The magician screamed, shook his staff and released a stream of magical flame into the air. The attack was aimed at the copy of the Shadow Queen, and the flames completely covered the clearing, burning everything in its path. And when the magician thought that he had managed to win, he saw someone's shadow in the air. It was Gayan, who was not afraid of other people's attacks, who was about to attack the enemy, swinging her sword. Before the boy could come to his senses, the trail from the plum blossom sword was trailing behind her body. The warrior's eyes burned with a fire more dangerous than the one with which they tried to kill her. She turned to the little girl and thanked her for her help. The elf's eyebrows immediately shot up in surprise. She came to her senses and shook her head, declaring that she did not need the gratitude of a pathetic insect. When Gayan asked who the unexpected guest was, she muttered the name of Jihan, who had summoned her and left her alone. Gayan sighed in relief, realizing that the guy wasn't going to just rely on his own skills without taking any countermeasures. Both the warrior and the elf did not know when Jihan would return, especially since the time for summoning the queen was almost over. Jihan was still in the jungle. He dropped to one knee by the corpse of the two-headed dog. For some reason, there was a suffocating aura hovering over the guy. He felt incredibly ill. In addition to his worsening condition, he felt foul-smelling fumes behind him and shuddered. The system announced that an anomaly had been detected. Something had attacked Jihan right behind his back. The huge and long purple tongue of the monster frog almost knocked the warrior off his feet. Jihan quickly rose to his feet and jumped several meters away from the monster. Still, the tip of the tongue touched his shoulder, and at that spot the shirt burned, forming a wound on the thin skin. Jihan chuckled, because in his past life he had already met this monster, a poisonous toad. The poison toad is a jungle monster that uses poison as its weapon. Since this monster is especially strong, it rarely appears in weak leagues, due to the peculiarities of the local dungeons. Only monsters with a low level of danger appear in the lower league. The system continued to notify about the anomaly and poisoning of the player. All characteristics were reduced by 50%. More and more viewers joined the stream, some of whom did not expect to see a toad in the Silver League. Jihan braced himself, watching the monster closely, and realized that it was about to attack. The toad opened its huge mouth and showered the guy with clots of disgusting slime. As soon as even a drop fell on the clothes, the caustic mucus corroded the clothes, getting closer to the skin. The next stage of the poisonous toad's attack was a long tongue that could strangle thin human necks at once. Jihan did not hesitate and began to attack in response with the Sword of Dark Magic. The player knew that even the monster's ranged attacks were powerful, and that the poison was incredibly toxic and had to be avoided. But the next second, the monster's tongue turned out to be quicker than the player, and immediately wrapped itself around his hand with the dark sword. Jihan tried to stay on his feet as Toad used her long tongue to pull him towards her. Poison flowed from its open mouth. Jihan clenched his teeth, trying not to become the monster's lunch. He gathered his strength and pulled the tongue towards himself, turning the monster in the other direction. The toad croaked softly as the darkness itself touched its tongue and abruptly jerked its body upward. There were clots of mucus left on Jihan's hand, which burned through the skin. The toad, unable to stand on its thin legs, fell to the ground, hitting the ground with a crash. Watching his opponent, Jihan breathed heavily, but did not allow himself to relax. His attack had angered the monster considerably, and now the toad, rising to its paws, opened its mouth wide, spewing whole splashes of poison from its body. It was unimaginable how much was pouring out of that huge body. Jihan gripped the dark sword tightly, looking at the poisonous tornado passing over his head. All the liquid that the toad was spewing out of itself flew in a heap straight at the player. The spectators were seriously worried about the user, while the monster sat a few meters away and stared at one point without blinking. The toad croaked in confusion when it saw the living player, as soon as all the slime had flowed to the ground. Jihan was in a protective dome, thanks to many reinforcements. Next, he needed to deal with the monster. The player directed many swords of darkness at her. The dark blades entered the huge greenback one by one, like butter. The toad fell to the ground again, but even now it was simply unconscious. Jihan leaned forward. He couldn't believe that even after this the monster remained alive. The toad's defense is amazing. There was only one thing on my mind: to quickly finish off this monster in order to get extra points. At that moment, the toad came to life and swelled to an incredible size. The audience did not understand what Jihan was trying to do, and he himself understood that something had gone wrong. The monster's eyes glowed in the semi-darkness, brightly, like the headlights of a car. Another moment, and in the very center of the jungle there was an explosion of unimaginable power, which was visible even from afar. The entire area where the battle took place was covered with endless streams of slime. Jihan remained in the game, but he was very ill from the fumes and wounds on his body. The toad self-destructed, but its death brought with it a deadly poison that reduced its stats by 90% for 5 minutes. Jihan thought that he didn't have to wait long for the weakening effect to end. But he was surprised that the achievement window that appeared every time he killed a monster didn't appear. A few minutes later, the guy realized that someone's huge shadow was hanging over him. As it turned out, another huge poisonous toad appeared in the arena. It's too dangerous to face one. While the deadly poison debuffs are still active, Jihan will lose all collected buffs if he dies. Losing all his achievements would be a sad experience. Maybe he should go somewhere and get some more power-ups. Suddenly, a noise was heard from afar, which surprised the player. He decided to check where he was and called on the system for help. What he saw made him happy, and a smile lit up his wounded and tired face. The time to reach the line had almost come. The user himself was at the bottom point of the map. At this time, the archer from the opposing team was accurately handling her bow and arrows. The guild members who had left Gayun came under attack, and the warrior was hit by an enemy arrow. Her figure disappeared into thin air and the archer was left alone with the enemy team. The two players on the angel side thought they had almost captured the demons. Perhaps the Reason Guild wasn't that strong. The mage on the opposing side realized that she had to hold off her opponents on the upper line. As soon as they began their advance, they felt the ground beneath their feet begin to shake. As if from nowhere, Jihan appeared in front of them, and the creature rushed upward after him. The warriors were stunned as they watched Jihan land on one knee in front of them. They were amazed that the guy remained alive at all, and that he appeared so suddenly. His face darkened as soon as the player saw his opponents, and his eyes gleamed dangerously. The girls screamed, ready to defend themselves, but for Jihan, these were just additional reinforcements. A long sword of darkness appeared in his hand, and right in front of him was a poisonous toad even more dangerous than the previous one. The player decided to first lure the monster to the front line, and then immediately finish it off by activating the kill buff. But Jihan was confused by the fact that the toad did not react in any way even to his presence. Suddenly, the monster turned very red. There was an aura of love in the air. Even the spectators noticed it. Jihan was stunned, looking with disbelief at the huge monster, which became embarrassed under his gaze. But, apparently, the love quickly passed, and the toad opened its huge mouth, spewing out dark energy. Jihan turned sharply and ran away with all his might. It was too late. That this was what preparation for the attack looked like. Now that both Jihan and the monster appeared at the main location, the rest of the warriors were amazed by their appearance. The toad instantly inflated itself, and poisonous fumes began to waft into the air directly from the pores of its skin. Two members of the opposing team immediately grabbed their throats, and blood began to flow from their mouths. The system announced that poison had been detected, and players fell to their knees and began to choke. But Jihan continued to stand in front of the monster, which surprised his opponents. One warrior looked up in surprise when she saw the tip of the dark sword in front of her. Jihan, smiling radiantly, rushed towards her with his sword at the ready, apologizing for killing his opponents. He dealt with the warriors in a few swings of his swords, and even the monster did not understand his motives. The effect of the sending was removed. Jihan breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could relax. He thanked the killed players because, thanks to their death, the system will award an increase in stats. The toad, meanwhile, crouched low to the ground and growled barely audibly. The next moment, she croaked loudly and once again opened her mouth wide, shooting out shards of poison in all directions. Jihan immediately decided to use the unlimited triple talent ability. He fell upon the toad with a blow like the pressure of a great mountain peak. The shooter from his allied team, covered in layers of dust, only hiccuped in surprise. No one understood what had happened, and the toad was already slowly disappearing from the battlefield. The system announced that Jihan had destroyed the poisonous toad. His characteristics would increase significantly, and he had also completed the hidden quest Conqueror of the Jungle. And for this, he received 1,000 points. The guy saw the side quest Traces of the Apostle and turned to the archer, who was shaking off the dust. Jihan explained that he had been in the jungle for a long time and knew nothing about the situation on the front line. As it turned out, Guyun helped the team break through to the first line. With the middle line, everything turned out to be more difficult. The man pointed to the crowd of minions, saying that they were the only ones left to deal with. Jihan looked around the space filled with small robots and nodded. He was ready to fight, and a long blade immediately appeared on his hand from the darkness. Meanwhile, a mage from a friendly team appeared in the arena with a desperate cry. He escaped the explosion behind him as best he could and ran away with all his might. He found himself on the middle line, on the approaches to the angelic turret, and called on the enemy to come out with a sword and fight like a real man. But he defended his tower with all his might. The magician looked at the glowing crystal and clenched his teeth in despair. He could not lure the enemy out to fight. Suddenly, an idea came to the warrior. He looked behind the warrior and shouted out Jihan's name. The man shuddered and immediately turned around. He knew what kind of player this was and why he should be feared. He saw no one and already sighed with relief. But this was a clever trick of the magician. Then he attacked the warrior. But even so, the guy was unable to carry out his plan. The crystal on the tower, protecting its players, almost killed the mage with a well-aimed shot. He fell to the ground, pressing himself low against it, and listened to the threats of the enemy he had dared to deceive. He, waving his blade, approached the magician with a victorious smile, calling on him to calm down. The defeated enemy suddenly noticed that the crystal began to shine brighter than before. He raised his head and saw a familiar silhouette flying upward. His love, Mrs. Guyun, rushed towards the crystal, which the enemy warrior did not notice at all. He heard someone else's whisper, but he didn't believe it and didn't even look back. And at that time, Guyun was already next to the crystal. With a few swings of the plum blossom sword, she destroyed the tower to its foundations, and even the crystal beam could not stop her. The warrior did not expect this at all. Hearing the roar, he looked around and was stunned with horror. Guyun, having finished with the tower, landed on the ground nearby, stretching out her hand with a sword to the side. Turning slightly, she ordered the mage to act right now. The warrior still did not understand what was happening, but someone else's hand was already directing flashes of fire at him. Without a second's delay, the magician obeyed his mistress and attacked the enemy. A loud explosion was heard in the angel's territory. It could be seen from afar. Guyun approached the magician, who was still lying low to the ground, and asked if he was okay. She turned and looked into the distance, saying that it would all be over when the lower level was cleared. Jihan and the shooter were already heading towards them. The magician was not at all happy about the presence of the former. Jihan apologized for the delay, but Guyun replied that it was okay. The little disgruntled spirit was very useful to her in battle. There were 4 left in the team. They discussed that the angels had taken refuge in the sanctuary and were not showing themselves. Jihan added that now all that was left for them to do was to destroy their main base. He quietly said that he would do everything, which surprised the warrior quite a bit. The woman looked at the back of the guy's head in surprise. Something immediately became clear to her. They themselves did not realize that they were close to the sanctuary. The opposing team waited for the eliminated players to appear. The warrior immediately materialized, cursing foully. The participants began to talk among themselves, but after a few seconds they noticed that Jihan was heading towards them. They started laughing when the guy raised the dark sword over his head. The opponents didn't believe in his attacks. They assumed that the boy would strike the barrier of the sanctuary, and Jihan did just that. The participants cried out in shock as the dark blades passed straight through the defense. Someone called Jihan a fool because you can't hit with a shield, but he just grinned. The player winked as he approached the barrier, innocently saying that he didn't know about it. He was a newbie. The system announced a chain of different quests as a reward exceeding the achievement for the jungle. When Jihan saw them, he realized that the task was related to the golem's flesh quest that he completed on the map. The main problem was the difficulty of the task. The Archangel's sword and the Reaper's scythe. The first at the place of rebirth of angels, the second at demons. They cannot be destroyed by players due to the barriers surrounding the rebirth points. Usually this was the difficulty, but now Jihan easily destroyed the barrier of the sanctuary. The opponents saw cracks all over the defense and did not know what to do to stop the madman. They started yelling at each other to do something, but no one could find the right solution. A bright glow appeared behind the players, and a powerful alien energy hit them in the back. Even Jihan, who was furiously beating against the barrier, stopped and looked in that direction with his mouth slightly open. As it turned out, someone had summoned the Archangel himself. The image of a humanoid creature with wings was looking attentively at the players. Several pairs of eyes glowed with an unusual light, looking at everyone. But Arcanil was enraged by the attack on the respawn point. The figure gave off a sense of danger, and lightning bolts began to strike the ground. Jihan's team looked at the Archangel in fear. The magician howled in horror. Gayan turned to the guy, suggesting that they first destroy the main camp. She looked towards Jihan and shook her head. The guy did something very wrong. Meanwhile, the angry Archangel pointed his palm at the players, intending to do something. As it turned out, the figure blessed the respawn point, thereby helping the opponents of Jihan's team. They were pleased with the strength of the barrier and ordered Jihan to stop messing around and stay away. Jihan was slowly seething with anger, and an elf appeared next to him, also clenching her fists angrily. She flew closer to the guy and praised his strength, asking him not to be strict with himself because for a representative of his species, this was already not bad. The player, who had been silent until now, spoke up, saying that the Shadow Queen was right. Jihan grinned and got into a fighting stance, holding the Blade of Darkness in front of him. He had to give it his all. Nameless holy arts contain various groups of techniques, each based on the power of different gods. God-Slayer techniques defy fate. Heavenly lightning techniques control electrical discharges. And the secret techniques of shadows control the energies of darkness. There is a certain secret technique of shadows that plunges the world into darkness. The dark vortex of souls, that's what Jihan decided to use. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, commanding the whirlwind, looking ahead with concentration. A few seconds later, all the power of the equipment rushed straight at the barrier. The tornado destroyed the protective field, drawing into itself everything that was in the sanctuary, including the players. Even the replica of the Queen of Shadows constellation was stunned when she saw such power. And there really was something to be surprised about. The tornado carried out the man's task at full power. Jihan himself could barely stand on his feet because the technology was taking away his strength as well. The system glowed red and announced that the destruction of the spawn point had humiliated the Archangel and enraged him. Now there was no other way out. The Archangel would punish the arrogant and wayward player. The creature opened its eyes wide and flew towards Jihan, blue energy sweeping away everything in its path. Jihan screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to resist the divine being. He, full of determination, decided to see things through to the end anyway, and directed his attack on the sanctuary. In just a few minutes, the fire engulfed the entire area, destroying the stone. There was a wall of dust in the air. The guy's outline was barely visible. The system announced that Jihan had destroyed the enemy team. Wiping the dust off his face, the guy smiled. He almost died. Everything ended more than well. And so, Jihan's team looked at the sign that said that the demon faction had won. The game was over. The spectators couldn't believe that one single player had destroyed the entire sanctuary and a large team. Ito Shizuru was watching the game the whole time. She didn't look happy with what was happening. The woman's brown eyes narrowed beneath the thick lenses of her glasses that served as cover. Jihan has succeeded in breaking the barrier. The Silver League player who has proven himself in the jungle is already impressive, showing incredible results in every game. If things continue like this, he might actually be able to surpass the King of Swords. The woman leaned back in her chair. She had to lure Jihan away, but it would be difficult for an ordinary worker to get closer. Shizuru wondered if there was a way to get to the guy without giving herself away. At that moment, Ha-young entered the office and addressed the staff, calling on them to try their best. She looked great and was really eager to do a good job. Looking at the woman, Shizuru immediately had an idea, and it was definitely not a good one for the guild. Finally, Jihan returned home and read all the notifications from the system about the quests being closed and points being received. He sat on the bed, completely exhausted, but happy with the rewards he received. The guy automatically received a reward for the quest after completing it. Now all that remains is to destroy the artifact of the demon faction. A dark elf flew up to the player. Jihan said that she was very helpful and did a great job. Starting from this day, he would need her help. Instead of the usual discontent, Jihan was surprised to hear that the dark elf was asking him who he was, because the power to destroy the barrier was simply incredible. Hearing the question, the player hesitated. He could not say that he learned this technique before moving through time. Finally, the guy replied that he couldn't go into details. It was better to agree that this power was connected to his gift. As soon as he asked a counter question about why the elf needed this information, a small figure soared upward. Suddenly, she stopped right in front of Jihan's face and summoned several darkness swords. The guy was stunned, pressing himself into the bed. He didn't understand what the elf was doing. The elf sternly demanded to tell in detail how this low-grade one had acquired his power. The guy raised an eyebrow. He didn't want to say anything, and he didn't know why the Shadow Queen was doing this. Is she so desperate to have such power that she would stoop to making threats? The thing is that the elf felt the power of the Queen of Shadows, which was activated by Jihan. It was a black magic that could cleanse true darkness, and that power was very similar to her own. And as far as the dark elf knows, there is only one way to copy the power of the constellation. At this point, the little figure faltered and fell silent. So she continued to threaten the player with swords, demanding to know about the source of power. Dark Soul Vortex is one of the nameless Saint Art's techniques he learned in his previous life. The technique of the Wandering God and the Shadow Queen seem to be exactly the same. But what is the relationship between these constellations? Jihan admitted that he would like to explain everything, but for now he has nothing to say. The elf tried to explain why this was important, but Jihan admitted that the gift had already disappeared. He doesn't know why, but the constellation the guy was trying to sign a contract with took away his gift. Jihan was probably the only player who had his gift taken away. The elf obviously didn't believe the man, and he suggested looking at his status window. She immediately asked what the gift was called, but Jihan still hadn't figured out what to tell. Finally, he named his gift, The Eyes of the Wanderer, and the figure froze in the air. After a moment's silence, she said that it still sounded suspicious. A second later, the blades disappeared, and the elf declared that she would leave this conversation for a while. Jihan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the baby would destroy his house. But Jihan was not destined to rest. Hayoung immediately called him to ask about the game. She exclaimed that all the websites were filled with articles about Jihana. If the woman had known about everything earlier, she would have posted the materials herself. It turned out that thanks to the guy, the guild has a lot of content, and Hayoung was worried that they were posting too much content about Battle.net. Jihan thought that the lady was upset because it was about her guild, but Hayoung, on the contrary, was happy to add some variety to the news. Moreover, Jihan had a fan cafe. The guy didn't even know what it was. Hayoung, without losing her enthusiasm, asked Jihan to do her a favor. The lady sat tightly bound on a chair in an abandoned building, with a man standing in front of her. A gang of bandits found a woman. The leader, a bald man in good shape, smiled contentedly. Looking at Haeyeon, he loudly asked if she was the master of the Tegi Guild. They told him that all interested guilds were offering money for it, and now they needed to use it properly. Haeyeon, who had been silent until then and had only looked menacingly at the kidnappers, screamed, threatening that the villains would not be forgiven so easily. If the bandits think that Haeyeon will help, they are mistaken, because the woman became a guildmaster not for the likes of them. For the next minute, Hayoung showered the man with all sorts of curses and ridiculed his appearance. The bandit ran away in tears, and one of his subordinates threatened the lady with reprisals for insulting her master. If a woman thinks that someone will come and save her, then she is very much mistaken. This abandoned building is not even indicated on the map, and if you search for the missing person using GPS, the data will be inaccurate. The man had barely managed to fall silent when a loud voice was heard in the ensuing silence. Haeyeon was dumbfounded, and the bandits turned around in confusion because they didn't expect anyone to find them here. Son Jihan himself, dressed in an expensive suit, came to Hayoung's aid. The bandits immediately pointed their pistols at the guy, and the leader ordered that Jihan be killed immediately. The sounds of gunshots were heard. The criminals really intended to kill the guild owner. The bullet flew too close to the guy's face. It seemed that nothing could be done. But Jihan was a very powerful man. With one hand, he deflected the bullets from himself with the help of his energy. The guns fell from the stranger's hands, and the men, in horror, called the guy a monster. Finally, the main bandit took out a huge gun, putting everything on the line to deal with Jihan. He threatened to blow up the guy along with the building, and almost put the plan into action. But the target launched at Jihan turned back, heading straight for the bandits. There was an explosion and the screams of men, and Jihan approached Haeyeon to untie her and save her. The woman asked how they found her, and the guy fell silent. A few seconds later, Jihan pulled out a sparkling smartphone from his jacket pocket. All thanks to this space mobile phone, which gives accurate measurements and location data, Jihan can find the lady anywhere. Hyung let out a cry of excitement as she named a brand of phone with a flexible display and a new cushioning layer that was much smoother and more durable than other flip phones. This whole show and kidnapping was nothing more than an advertisement. Hyung jumped up from the sofa and started clapping, while Sia, crying with laughter, fell onto the pillows and covered her face with her hands. She raised her finger up and through her tears called her uncle a good actor. It was a pity to look at Jihan. He noted that the advertisement turned out to be too pretentious, but Hyung assured that everything was fine. She shook the phone in Jihan's face, assuring him that this product was incredibly good and that they even used the Akashic Records in its development. Akashic Records is an SS-tier item that can be obtained in the Platinum League. At the beginning of BattleNet, no one could figure out how to use it due to the specific description of the item. But the price jumped up when companies figured out how to use it to enhance devices. Ariel appeared out of nowhere and asked irritably if the Akashic Records were really used for this garbage. Haeun tisked, offended by this statement, and the elf just shook her head, calling the humans pathetic, who were wasting valuable resources. Jihan asked if there were other ways to use the Chronicles. Ariel nodded. There was a knock on the door. Hyung said it was a film crew. Sia immediately volunteered to open the door. Today, the guild is supposed to film Jihan's training at the Sword Palace. Upon meeting the guests, Hyung exclaimed that she forgot to tell them something. A group of editors from the Tags Guild will help with the filming. Ito Shizuru, who appeared on the doorstep under the guise of a young employee, immediately greeted the guild owner, casting her spell. She introduced herself as Ju Yeonji, the editor of the Tegi Guild, and her eyes were lit up with pink lights. Jihan was stunned. He couldn't answer anything, looking at the girl. Hyung called out to Jihan, noticing that he froze. The guy shuddered. He was surprised that the guys volunteered to help with the filming. Yeonji bowed, stating that she was a fan of Jihan and wanted to meet him at least once, so she asked the lady for permission to help. She extended her palm, asking permission to shake the guy's hand. Jihan looked at the outstretched hand, still not answering. Finally, as if waking up, he responded with a handshake. A satisfied smile spread across the girl's face. Suddenly, the girl jumped, the response energy piercing her entire body. A red sign appeared before her eyes. The target was resisting. Now it was Ito Shizuru's turn to freeze without moving. She stepped back in fear, and Hyung, not noticing anything, clapped her hands, suggesting that they go to the training room. She and Jihan went into the hall and Yeonji stood there, rubbing her palm. She had never seen such a notification before. Even the Sword King was affected by her power. So who was Jihan? Sia screamed shrilly, her body taut as a string. Jihan encouraged his niece, who was using her last strength to lift a heavy barbell. Hyung spoke into the microphone, asking to pay attention to the girl's muscles. She asked Jihan what kind of training Sia had. The guy replied that his niece was pumping up to increase her stamina stat. It was a rare stat that could be obtained by raising one's life force to level 10. Before reaching level 10, it would double one's life force. There was also an additional condition. The player had to receive it within 100 days from the moment of awakening. Sia will definitely get it, plus a boost from the guild. In addition, the niece trains under the guidance of her legendary uncle. Sia moaned that it was torture, but Jihan assured her that she would not die. Then Khan asked Jihan to show him his personal training. The film crew immediately went to the training room and were surprised to find it empty. Jihan nodded. He didn't need equipment for training. At that moment, the player called Ariel to him. The elf appeared, and the guy asked her to attack with full force. Ariel muttered about the man's insolence and immediately directed dark energy at him. She screamed that Jihan better prepare himself this time as dark arrows flew towards the boy. He warmed up and ran back. Then, like lightning, Jihan jumped from side to side, avoiding the attacks. With the help of his strength, he managed to successfully dodge the arrows. Finally, turning around, he came face to face with Ariel. She flew closer and chuckled contentedly. Both of them put their fists in front of each other. Jihan didn't turn away. His blood-red aura was immediately enveloped by dark energy. Ariel's protective shield exploded under the onslaught of a human fist. A small heart-shaped sticker appeared on the elf's forehead. She squealed that Jihan was an incredible rude person, but he only laughed good-naturedly. Hyung clapped her hands, asking if the fight was over. The player nodded. She laughed, asking if there was any more training, since they hadn't had time to see anything here. Ito Shizuru couldn't believe her eyes. She saw how the attack was coming at the guy from all sides, and he was able to use his powers in a short time and block the attacks. The girl reached for her bag. She took something just in case. Shizuru had those very same Akashic records with her. The scroll was tightly bound, and cast a bright light that did not penetrate the fabric. The girl came closer and called Jihan. She asked with a smile for permission to fix his microphone. The guy nodded and stood up from his seat. Shizuru reached for the guild leader's pocket. As soon as her fingers touched the microphone, the girl used her power again. The eyes sparkled with pink light. The whole space sparkled. Ito Shizuru's gift. Beauty allows her to seduce victims and fulfill their desires. Like Hayung, the gift is related to support. Akashic Chronicles is an artifact that can increase the effectiveness of the gift of support. It was for this moment that the girl kept the scroll in her bag. After adjusting the microphone, Ito Shizuru looked up at Jihan and realized with amazement that she had failed again. It's hard to believe, but even after using the artifact, the guy still looks rather indifferent. The girl doesn't understand how this is even possible because even the Sword King wasn't that hard to break. But before Shizuru could finish this thought, Jihan suddenly quietly called her, and the girl immediately put a smile on her face. "What was your name, you say?" The guy asks unexpectedly, a blush slowly appearing on his face. Meanwhile, Sia is quietly peeping from around the corner at the talking couple. The niece watches, her eyes wide with surprise, as her uncle, for the first time in her memory, communicates so sweetly with some girl. Moreover, he even managed to get her phone number. But when he saw such a luxurious woman as Haeon, he didn't even bat an eyelid. At some point, Sia even began to think that her uncle didn't care about romantic relationships at all. As if sensing what they were thinking about her, an angry Hain suddenly appeared right behind Sia. The girl can barely contain her emotions because Jihan never gave her his phone number, citing the fact that he does not remember it. And now, right before her eyes, he's having such a sweet conversation with their new employee and writing down her number. Shizuru, meanwhile, finally begins to understand that this guy is not as simple as he might seem. It says a lot that he is not crawling on his knees before her now, which means that they did not succeed in brainwashing him after all. And this irritates the beauty just as the resistance of the King of the Sword once irritated her. Finally, the girl leaves the palace. Very soon evening comes and darkness falls on the city. Sia suddenly notices that her uncle is clearly getting ready for some very important meeting for him. Of course, he had held business meetings before, but this was the first time his niece had seen him in such a suit. She was immediately struck by the suspicion that Jihan was probably going to meet that same girl from the editorial office. Before leaving, the guy asked his niece not to wait for him today and to have dinner alone. The girl, even more confused, now doesn't understand at all what's going on. These words sounded as if the uncle had no intention of returning back today. Sia just hopes that she's just exaggerating and everything will be okay. Meanwhile, Jihan, unaware of his niece's torment, goes to meet Shizuru. The girl arrives at the place a little earlier and sends Jihan a text message. Having received the answer that the guy is already arriving, Shizuru smiles contentedly, and Takeda stands behind her, a little tensely, Kazuo. He's not sure if he should reveal their true identities to Jihan right now, but the girl fundamentally disagrees with him. After all, when it comes to such a strong player, it is impossible to predict exactly when the spell will wear off, and you need to seize the moment right now. Takeda still doubts the wisdom of this decision, because they even used such a powerful artifact as the Akashic records on the guy, which means the effect of the spell should not disappear anytime soon. An irritated Shizuru asks the man to stop shaking and just follow her plan. Even if the situation suddenly becomes complicated, their shadow will come into play. Finally, Jihan appears at the threshold of the restaurant. He smiles politely at Shizuru and apologizes a little awkwardly for being late. Not immediately, but he still notices the man standing next to the girl. Takeda scratches the back of his head in embarrassment. Not knowing what to say in this situation, Jihan asks the man what brought him here, and Takeda begins to stutter out of excitement, trying to find the words. Shizuru abruptly interrupts him and asks Jihan to ignore this man. She explains that Takeda is here to help her with her work. This statement surprises Jihan even more. With a sly smile, the girl explains that her job is to deliver him to Japan. She barely has time to finish speaking when Takeda, following their plan, reaches into his jacket pocket. "Exchange emotions with me," he cries, pulling a golden scroll from his bosom. A wave of alien magic immediately heads towards the frozen Jihan. Shizuru knows that Takeda's gift is completely useless in combat, but when they work together, incredible synergy is created. His gift allows him to share emotions with his victim, and if this exchange is also carried out with the Akashic records, the result should be simply incredible. Shizuru is confident that now Jihan will definitely not be able to resist her influence. But suddenly the Akashic records slip out of the hands of the astonished Takeda. Jihan's hand is raised up, and the most powerful energy flows around it. As soon as the guy snaps his fingers, the artifact literally disappears into thin air. Now Jihan understood how such an insignificant worker as Takeda was able to hire such a staggering number of players. "Are you up to something interesting, Ito Shizuru?" he asks with a grin. The girl's eyes widen in amazement for the umpteenth time this long day. It becomes obvious that the brainwashing has failed. Apparently, Jihan knows her true identity and has been pretending from the very beginning. The girl asks him this question directly, but Jihan is convinced that he is not at all obliged to satisfy her curiosity. He doesn't want to cause a fuss in this restaurant, so he suggests that Shizuru just quietly follow him to another place. There is no other choice and the girl has to agree. She admits her mistake. Apparently, she should have taken action only after she had managed to dig up enough information on this person, Shizuru, who is somehow too calm, not reacting to her words. Meanwhile, the girl admits that she actually has another ace up her sleeve. Immediately after this, Jihan feels some movement right behind his back. Someone attacks him from behind, and the two of them fly straight out of the restaurant window and then plummet downwards. In flight, Jihan manages to draw the Sword of Darkness and engage in an unexpected battle. Gritting his teeth, the guy glances behind him and realizes that they are about to fall completely. With a deafening roar, Jihan and his new opponent fall onto one of the roofs. A column of thick dust rises into the air, and when everything calms down a little, the guy gets to his feet. He takes off his jacket, which is in the way, and throws it somewhere to the side. Jihan looks up and gloomily tries to get a good look at the man who caught him off guard. The enemy touches his black hood with his fingers and adjusts it slightly. When the man raises his head, it becomes clear that it is a girl, and in her hands 2 sharp daggers glow. Shizuru and Takeda run to the broken window to see how this battle ends. Now the beauty is more glad than ever that she took this girl with her, just in case. Her name is Akari, and she specializes in ambushes and stealth assassinations. This girl is the best at doing the job that no one should know about. Jihan had already managed to assess her movements and realized that Akari was in the Gold League, and most likely, in the Diamond League. He didn't think that Shizuru and Takeda would be so well prepared. Now the task becomes much more difficult. But still, the guy has also prepared himself and is not going to give up so easily. "Goddess!" Takeda cries out in fear, just as he takes out his phone. On BattleNet, which clearly shows everything that is happening here. Shizuru didn't expect this. She was almost sure that everything would go according to her plan. In fact, in the morning, when she came to the Sword Palace with the other editors, Jihan did not yet know who she was. But Ariel immediately sensed that something was definitely wrong here. And almost immediately, the elf realized who exactly was causing her such concern. Ariel felt that the girl who called herself Ju Enji hides the Akashic Records artifact in his bag. And the fact that the girl possessed such a powerful item seemed very suspicious to the elf. She knew that the true purpose of this artifact was to strengthen the gifts of support, and not at all to turn them into technology and other nonsense. Jihan also found it very strange that an ordinary worker would carry such an important item. And just as he was thinking about this, Enji came up to him again. The girl asked permission to adjust the microphone, and Jihan, still a little confused, agreed. And as soon as her fingers touched the microphone, the system rolled out a warning. Ito Shizuru tried to use seduction. Several bright red tablets appeared. Just after reading this name, Jihan immediately remembered where he had heard it before. This is the name of the beauty who seduced the Sword King Yunsei Jin. Shizuru turned to Jihan again, seeing that he was not reacting to her charms. The guy clenched his fists, forcing himself to come to his senses and not succumb to the influence of her skill. Jihan uses nameless divine arts and uses mind techniques to stay sane. It's quite difficult, but in the end he manages to overcome the alien influence. It is unclear how the girl was able to overcome this entire journey without the Sword King himself. The boy looks up at Ito Shizuru, fiercely fighting the urge to expose her right now. But given how far she's come, it probably won't be that easy. Therefore, Jihan decides to pretend that Ito Shizuru's gift worked. All he had to do was wait for the girl to show her true face so he could broadcast using the first-person mode, which allows the player to show what they are currently seeing with their own eyes. In fact, Jihan was afraid that he would be exposed. But since this did not happen, it means that he is not such a bad actor. And now, it has become clear to many people around the world watching the stream that Japan was trying to brainwash this player. Ito Shizuru freezes in place, frantically thinking about how to get out of this situation now. I suppose one King of Swords didn't satisfy you, so you decided your brainwashing skills would work on me too, Jihan said, deliberately loud and clear for the audience. Shizuru clenches her teeth in anger, and Takeda begins to fall into a real panic. The beauty turns to Akari and orders her to follow the plan no matter what. Shadow, is going to do everything possible to carry out this order. Therefore, having received the go-ahead, she immediately heads to Jihan. She intends to take this guy, even if she has to break his arms and legs. But since she says it in Japanese, Jihan doesn't understand the meaning of her words. So he turns to the system to find the translator function. However, Akari doesn't wait for him to finish and attacks immediately. Jihan also doesn't hesitate and is already advancing on the girl, tightly clutching the Sword of Darkness in his hand. His movements are precise and fast. Akari doesn't have time to move away from the blade of his weapon. Therefore, Jihan hits the target almost immediately, but his blow leads to unexpected consequences. The girl who had just been standing in front of him suddenly dissolves like a shadow, and Jihan himself, in just a second, finds himself in another, unfamiliar space. Akari is confident that here, on her territory in the darkness of the night, the guy will not be able to defeat her. And indeed, fighting here is becoming much more difficult than before. But even despite this, Jihan manages to block all the attacks that rain down on him. Akari watches his movements closely and eventually decides that it is time to end this fight. But to her great surprise, the shadows of her space suddenly begin to rapidly disappear. With horror, Akari realizes that her shadow has somehow been pulled somewhere. "Are you sure the shadows are on your side?" Jihan grins at her. And in the blink of an eye, the guy is already back next to his opponent. Players cross their swords and each of them tries to win with all their might. Jihan grins and notes that they both have the same gift. This is Moon Shadow, and this skill increases the area of shadows and absorbs the enemy's shadows. Akari stands tensely in front of Jihan, trying to comprehend what she heard. The girl looks more than just surprised, but Jihan had already warned that this time he was very well prepared. Just a couple of hours ago, he accessed the system to upgrade the achievement store to level 6. It now features an additional gift slot and a monthly random box. And as a former gambling addict, Jihan couldn't resist the temptation to buy this box. This month, the chances of receiving a gift from the box are significantly increased, and the opportunity to get something useful cannot but please. After opening a random box, Jihan finds out that he has received the gift Agility A, and it's just completely useless. But suddenly the system notifies that the constellation Queen of Shadows has replaced the contents of this box, and now, instead of Agility A, the player gets the skill Shadow of the Moon. Ariel is deeply outraged that her master would grant such an important skill to some pathetic little human. In her opinion, if the Shadow Queen continues to abuse her power, the balance of this world will be disrupted, and then everything will end. A stunned Jihan learns that Moon Shadow greatly increases the area of shadow domination, and the absorbed shadows will strengthen his dark sword. Turning to Ariel, the boy hears her call this skill the main one for becoming a constellation. It's a bit strange because he always thought that you can only be born a constellation. And now it turns out that he himself can become a constellation if he gains sufficient strength for this. But Ariel isn't about to tell the details of this to just any human. Sia entered her uncle's room. Jihan didn't know if he should tell her that the man who took her father was now in Korea. He doesn't know what to do right in this situation in relation to his niece. However, if everything goes according to Ito Shizuru's plan, they will brainwash him and Sia will be left all alone. So, perhaps I should have told the girl about this and warned her. But instead, Jihan goes to the meeting without telling his niece anything. Shizuru's insidious plans fail and that he can return back. Ito Shizuru wasn't satisfied with just Yoon Seijin and decided to take Jihan as well, even though he was the only family the Sias had left. Without the slightest doubt, the guy will do anything but not allow this woman to harm his niece again. That's why he's fighting so hard now, not intending to give in to a player of a much higher level. He had no idea that the skill he had acquired would prove so useful to him today. If it weren't for the Moon Shadow, the results of this battle would have been much more disastrous. Now he can handle even a Diamond League player quite well. But Akari is not so simple either, and is also going to make every effort to carry out the order given to her. So several brightly glowing shadow shurikens now appear around her palm. She uses all means to win and take Jihan to Japan. "Try to absorb this too," she screams before another attack. The sharpest shadow shurikens fly towards the tensely frozen guy. He tightens his grip on the hilt of his sword before beginning to deflect the weapons flying at him. With sharp jerks, Jihan begins to move forward, deflecting each shuriken flying at him with his sword, until he eventually finds himself right in front of Akari. At the last second, the girl manages to dodge his sword strike. Akari's eyes are wide open in surprise, because she is from the Diamond League, and Jihan is only from the Silver League, but for some reason he is crowding her out. By all existing logic, the gap in their strength should be very large, so everything that is happening now is truly astonishing. Shizuru and Takeda continue to watch the progress of the battle with exactly the same bewilderment. With bitterness, the beauty realizes that all her predictions turned out to be wrong. Akashic records didn't work on this player, and now he's slowly forcing Akari to retreat. Shizuru can't come to terms with the fact that her plans have collapsed, so she resorts to extreme measures. Akari freezes in shock when she hears the next order. Shizuru sends her to continue this fight, but with the seal removed. Akari's figure is enveloped in a red and black stream of energy as the seal is released. Jihan steps back in shock, not understanding what is happening to this girl. The seal is a system setting that limits the player's abilities to a certain extent during training. It is she who prevents players from abusing their power. And Ito Shizuru has the ability to remove this seal for a certain period of time, which she used for Akari. Jihan immediately notices that his opponent's aura has somehow changed. Ariel tells him that the seal has just been removed from this girl. The player instantly guesses who exactly has such a useful skill. Apparently, Ito Shizuru is capable of more than just brainwashing. So, is it possible to remove the seal? Jihan says out loud, so that all the viewers can hear him. Meanwhile, Heian is already rushing towards the scene at full speed, along with his faithful bodyguard. The girl swears at the top of her lungs and constantly urges Gan to drive even faster. Although Son Jihan is incredibly strong, his stats are still much lower compared to the Diamond League. And if the seal was also removed, then this is a very bad situation. Akari launches her first attack after the seal is released, and she's sure it won't be easy to repel. She raises her palm and the blades of the invisible hand are rushing towards Jihan in just a second. Barely able to stay on his feet, the guy still manages to fend off this attack, albeit with much more effort. However, he understands that he is in an extremely disadvantageous position. Jihan can't repel these attacks with his strength. He could slow them down. But even so, the situation is still not the best. Akari is quite surprised that the guy from the Silver League was able to withstand even this attack. The girl only has about 3 minutes left before the seal starts working again, so she needs to get rid of Jihan before that happens. The girl had already noticed that this player was summoning the Shadow Sword with his left hand, and she was going to take advantage of it. To do this, Akari will have to deprive him of that very hand. Having put all her strength into this blow, the girl attacks again, this time using Phantom Slash. Jihan doesn't have time to dodge, so her weapon hits its target. Together with the hand, the Ghost Slash even splits the building behind the guy in half. Jihan fights far better than Akari would have expected from the man. However, even in this case, he still remains a player of only the Silver League. But now that Jihan is left without the hand that summons the Shadow Sword, Akari can breathe a little easier. By the time this happens, the seal has already begun to take effect. Considering that his arm was torn off, Akari believes that Jihan should stop fighting if he is in his right mind. And now, the girl hopes that he will finally give in and follow her. But suddenly, Akari notices that black shadows are starting to swirl around her feet. With horror, she realizes that she can't even move. And in place of Jihan's severed hand, a new one appears, woven from shadows. The guy laughs that Akari should have chosen a leg or something else, because he won't be able to wrap all the other parts of the body, except for this arm, in shadow either. And now, since she has demonstrated all her abilities, he himself will also give it his all. So Jihan takes a good swing and throws a golden spear at Akari. And since her body is still paralyzed, the girl is unable to dodge. There is a terrifyingly powerful explosion, and columns of black dust rise into the air. It would seem that everything is over. But when the dust clears, Jihan realizes that this is not the case at all. Akari managed to survive even such a powerful blow from the golden spear. But even so, one can guess from the girl's buckling legs that this was not easy for her. It is unknown how this battle would have ended if the Korean authorities had not finally intervened. Player Gato Akari, you are under arrest, surrender and put down your weapons. The order comes from a helicopter just approaching the roof. Now Jihan can calmly leave this place, but before that he still has one more thing to do. Shizuru and Takeda, seeing that everything has completely fallen apart, are going to simply run away. But Jihan will definitely not allow them to do this. The guy returns back to the restaurant and pins down the frightened players with his power. Now the three of them have a lot to discuss. Takeda looks incredibly scared, while Shizuru's face remains calm and focused. Jihan looks at the girl warily, waiting for her next steps. Shizuru sighs and says that today her identity was exposed and she wasted several Akashic records, which is quite sad. Akari, let's go, she commands. And the girl again follows her mistress's orders without any questions or objections. She activates Limbo to leave this place. Seeing this, the military opens fire on the criminal directly from the helicopter. Akari had just stood, There was no one left, and the bullets hit the roof uselessly. Jihan looks back tensely, hearing screams and gunfire on the roof. Shizuru says that she would like to chat with him longer, but it is time for her to leave this place too. But they will definitely have another opportunity like this in the future. See you soon, Song Jihan. The girl smiles and her body begins to gradually disappear. After just a few seconds, only faint reflections of golden light remain in this place. But Takeda doesn't have time to escape from the restaurant, having been noticed in time by Jihan. Therefore, at least from him, the player will demand an explanation of what is happening. The cowardly Takeda laughs nervously, promising to tell everything he knows. And Ito Shizuru calmly returns to his estate without him. Sejin opens the door to her room with all his might. Shizuru wasn't at all surprised by his arrival. She was sure that he would come running here very soon. It seems you have a lot to tell me, she smiles. You don't have to be a mind reader to understand the emotions that the enraged Sejin is currently experiencing. The Sword King wants to know if what Jihan said about her during the stream is true. After all, if he wasn't lying, then Shizuru used her charms on Sejin himself. Not to mention that today she tried to seduce another man. And now the shocked Sword King demands answers from his girlfriend. Are you doubting my love for you now? Shizuru asks him calmly. She convinces the man that she was only trying to recruit a talented player for the sake of the people of Japan. Shizuru truly loves his Sejin. The man thinks to himself that he is being haunted by this feeling again. He knows that something is wrong here. But when he sees Shizuru's face, he cannot resist her. Just like back then, at their very first meeting. It was at a bar, shortly before the anniversary of Jie's death. Sejin felt absolutely disgusting and couldn't stop drinking. The memory of Jia yelling at him when he was drinking at home in front of Sia, who didn't like the smell of alcohol, was still fresh in his mind. Sejin smiles sadly when he remembers all those warm moments. His stream of thoughts is interrupted by a female voice to his right. The stranger says he looks like something is gnawing at him. Sejin frantically tries to remember how long this girl has been sitting here. Do you drink alone? She asks suddenly, touching his hand with her fingertips. The girl is convinced that there is no better medicine for a tired mind than alcohol, but drinking so much is harmful to Sejin's health. So she suggests that he relax a little differently. And at that moment, for a while, Sejin loses the ability to resist her influence. But after making some effort, he finally comes to his senses and throws the girl's hand off his shoulder. And the next moment his sword is already dangerously touching the throat of the stunned girl. She was confident that her spell would work and the Sword King would instantly lose his willpower. But the activation of the special features of Ganziana and Moye allowed him to resist this subjugation. Shizuru thought in panic. Encountering something like this for the first time, Ganjian and Moye were twin swords, but the girl had no idea that the owner of these weapons was immune to status anomalies. But this resistance only further fuels Ito Shizuru's interest. I didn't do anything. She smiles at the still wary Sejin. Shizuru convinces the player that she is just an old fan of his, and she just wanted to make him feel a little better. Sejin still partially succumbs to her influence, so the sword falls out of his hands and crashes to the floor. What is your name? He asks. Shizuru doesn't particularly enjoy messing with him, but since she can't use the obedience and fanatic statuses because of the sword, she has to try harder, because periodically the man comes to his senses and starts asserting his rights. Jihan's brainwashing also failed because Ju Enji, another incarnation of Ito Shizuru, was too unstable and unfinished. So now, she has to put even more effort into her new body. The next day, Jihan moves to the BattleNet department. From Takeda he learns that Ju Enji was just one of Ito Shizuru's bodies. Jihan slams his fist on the table in rage as he realizes there could be a whole bunch of Ito Shizuru wandering around the world right now. But Takeda convinces him that this is the first time the girl has tried such a technique, as he believes that leaving the Sword King for a long time is extremely dangerous. However, it is unknown exactly how many bodies Shizuru can create and how she does it. It makes you think. That same night, immediately after the video exposing Ito Shizuru was released, the Japanese government stated that they did not know of any player by that name. They promised to investigate the matter and avoided direct conflicts at all costs. It's safe to assume that Shizuru has connections in both business and politics. This means that it will not be possible to drive her into a corner using standard methods. When Jihan goes outside, his niece is already waiting for him. The girl didn't think that he would come here again today, because yesterday, he had already given all the necessary testimony. Jihan tells his disgruntled niece that he needed to check something else, which is why he came here again. This omission finally drives C crazy. The girl is simply furious that Jihan didn't warn her about what was happening, and she heard about the stream from strangers. What should I do if I lose you? Tired of arguing, Sia says quietly. Jihan looks guiltily at her niece, who is wiping away tears with her hand. But when he tries to console her, he gets punched right in the solar plexus. Sia, therefore, knows perfectly well that she will not be able to help her uncle, even if he tells her absolutely everything. But she will make every effort to become stronger, so Jihan should stop carrying everything on himself. Considering how Sia hit him, she will become strong very soon. The girl learns quickly, although she still has a lot to improve in her skills. Sia is most concerned with another important issue, and Jihan already knows in advance what exactly his niece will ask him now. Did that woman, Ito Shizuru, really brainwash her father? And most importantly, is it possible to free him from this overwhelming influence? Jihan realizes that Sia still hasn't forgotten Seijin, because no matter what, he is still her father. The guy himself doesn't know if it's possible to get rid of the influence, but Ariel is sure that it's definitely possible. Seijin can be returned to his previous state, but this will require Yu Ilshin. Ariel is convinced that he is the most impudent creature in the entire universe. Brainwashing can be reversed, especially on the most cunning creatures, and their one god is capable of this. Ariel sighs heavily when she sees that Jihan and Sia don't understand who they are talking about. Therefore, she directly tells the players that elves can help get rid of the influence. Sia asks, a little embarrassed, why Ariel calls elves impudent creatures if she herself is one of them. To which Ariel snorts that she is a shadow elf. They are different from ordinary ones. The elf guild is called the World Tree Alliance, and even in Ariel's past life, they did everything they could to survive. When it comes to their people, elves become more serious than ever. They feel absolutely no pity towards opponents from other races, and this gives them a huge advantage. Ariel sadly admits that elves are actually quite mean and cowardly creatures. So who is their one god? Sia asks with interest. In response, she hears that on the planet of the elves there is a tree that serves as the basis of the universe, the so-called World Tree. For the elves, it is the progenitor and the one god. This tree is capable of canceling the effect of this kind. You just need to give Seijin tea from its leaves, or you can simply let him touch one of the tree's branches to break Shizuru's spell. However, it will be very difficult to pull this off. Meanwhile, Jihan is thinking that Seijin probably started acting so strangely before reincarnation precisely because of all this. Now the situation is becoming at least a little clearer. Although the hope of getting rid of the influence is very small, the most important thing is that it exists. Sia turns hopefully to her uncle to see what he thinks about saving her father. Sometime after the incident at the restaurant, Lee Hae-in starts a new stream. With a cheerful smile, the girl greets the audience and asks how they are doing. She wants to tell everyone not to worry about Song Jihan, because he is now completely fine and is not hurt in any way. The players' network administration promised to pay closer attention to security. And today, Ha Young will keep that very promise and show everyone Jihan's status window to celebrate his first 1,000,000 subscribers. The girl asks everyone to stay on this stream until the player himself joins. And when the guy appears online, Hain sees something very joyful. Apparently, Jihan has already found a team for himself and is ready to begin the mission. There will be a dungeon raid on this map today, so the guy and other players are currently in the angel camp. And then Hain, like all the viewers, sees that Jihan has already opened his status window in front of the team. This infuriates the girl because Hain insistently asked him to wait with the demonstration until there were more viewers. But it's too late, and Jihan's team is now looking at his status window in shock. None of them understand how a guy can be an archer, a mage, and a support at the same time. Not to mention the 2 titles and fighting strength. After the stream ended, which showed the full consequences of Shizuru's actions, Jihan received a fairly large number of achievement points. While thinking about how to spend the points, Jihan felt curious. He already has the support and mage classes, so what if he also gets warrior and archer? Now the guy can barely keep up with dozens of questions, and the chat is exploding with messages. Viewers ask Lee Hae-yeon to explain how this is possible, but she herself is learning about all of this for the first time. However, Jihan is in no hurry to answer all the viewers' questions, as he is currently in the middle of a mission and must first complete it. The game is about to start, so Jihan says goodbye and quickly runs away. Finally, the guy gets to the place he needs. The opposing team is truly horrified when they realize that Jihan is fighting against them today. And just 5 minutes into the game, Jihan's team has 10 deaths, while their opponents have 0. However, one of the players believes that it is too early to admit defeat. Every time he saw Jihan's beautiful and powerful sword technique, the dark dragon dormant within his own sword would immediately raise its head. Let's decide who's the strongest. the man shouted. Instead of answering, Jihan, with just one precise movement of his sword, removes the head from his opponent's shoulders. The release of this energy awakens the Demon Reaper. When the creature appears in front of Jihan, it even makes him a little happy. It's time to complete this quest. Ariel doesn't seem so confident and asks Jihan to be careful with this demon. This Reaper's attribute is darkness, and he is not the best opponent for Jihan's abilities. It will be very difficult to defeat him with a sword. But to Ariel's surprise, Jihan already has a way to defeat him. If this demon's attribute is darkness, then he will most likely be vulnerable to light. I wonder if it is possible to burn away hellfire with lightning? Right now, Jihan is going to find out the answer to this exciting question. So he fearlessly rushes straight at the demon using the Divine Lightning technique. After the first blow, the Demon Reaper explodes into hundreds of pieces. Jihan doesn't even have to put in much effort for this. The system notifies that he has successfully eliminated the enemy, for which he receives a fragment of the Reaper's scythe. Now the stage of this quest, called the Path of the Apostle, is completed, and you can move on to the next one. Meanwhile, a fair-haired girl is watching the broadcast attentively, happy that she will soon be able to meet Jihan. This girl is Sophia, a member of the America First Guild, and she just arrived in Korea. She is very worried that she will be so excited about this meeting that she will not even be able to properly greet the player she likes. Suddenly, Sophia hears strange sounds behind her and turns around sharply. The plane they arrived on was lifted into the air by someone's bright red energy. Having lifted it above the ground, this force immediately, with a sharp movement, throws the plane back down to the ground, and it lands literally a step away from Sophia, who jumps in fright. Looking back, she sees the culprit of what happened. An angry Baron, promising to show Jihan who is the strongest here. The girl doesn't understand why he takes out his anger on an innocent plane. Meanwhile, Jihan meets with Hyen at the BattleNet office to explain what's going on. The girl, to put it mildly, is surprised by his selection of classes. According to his status window, Jihan is a third-rank warrior, and being third rank, all he can do is climb up. And as an ascension bonus, the improvement of his skills and characteristics related to the warrior class will be increased by 30%. However, Hyen doesn't yet know that the guy has an effect that is only available to him. When Jihan brings together a support, a mage, an archer, and a warrior, he will have two paths to further development. Master of All, which allows you to increase development growth in all classes, and Master of One, which focuses on improving only one class. Support and mage are unlikely to lift a finger for power, which is why Jihan's choice will obviously fall on the Master of One. This will deactivate 3 classes and boost only 1, and the stats and skills gained through deactivation will be redistributed, and the upgraded class will receive a class bonus and a 4-fold increase in stat improvement. Thanks to this effect, the warrior of the 3rd rank will receive this improvement and Jihan will be able to grow to gold as quickly as possible. But first he needs to complete the quests. The guild only has Sia and Macid from the Bronze League, while most of the players are already in the Silver League, and Jihan wants these two to go through something, which means he will need the ability Hyen. The girl agrees, but now she will need to leave to meet foreign guests. With a loud thud, dissatisfied with absolutely everything, and especially the taste of the coffee, Baron Williams puts his cup down on the table, splashing drops of the drink in all directions. A tired Sophia sits gloomily nearby, rubbing her temples from the headache that is coming over her because of the guy's screams. She doesn't understand why Baron behaves so disgustingly and picks fights, because he usually doesn't even drink coffee. Macid approaches the couple and says that this coffee tastes good, and Baron is upset for some unknown reason. And if he doesn't like it here so much, then Baron can go to someone else and complain about the food and bad manners. Williams is certain that Macid is only protecting the guild because he himself has become part of it. And Sia, in his opinion, managed to get here only because she is a relative of Jihan. And if you think about it, Baron basically doesn't understand why Macid was accepted into the guild. Because now there are rumors that this guy lost all his experience and again found himself at level 1, choosing the mage class. As the most powerful mage in the Silver League, Baron warns Macid that if he continues to play the fool, he will only cause trouble. A pleased man plays with the ball, which he had previously taken from the former footballer, and looks at him with superiority, confident that he has lost his power of speech from such pressure. But the completely unperturbed Macid only calmly tells Baron that he dropped this ball in the toilet just this morning. The man gets angry and throws the ball back, then the footballer admits that it was just a joke. Hyen enters the office just in time and thanks the players for coming to the guild today for this temporary internship. And along with the girl, Sun Jihan himself appears. Sophia, seeing him, joyfully jumps up from her seat, Baron rolls his eyes and asks to get to the point quickly, skipping all these unnecessary formalities. But everything has its time, and Jihan is not going to get ahead of the train. The guy thinks to himself that this is his first meeting with Sophia since the regression. Jihan never thought that they would meet again under such circumstances. Now, before continuing, the first thing he would like to offer to the assembled players is something. Baron instantly becomes wary, not expecting anything good from the guy who is annoying him. But Jihan simply suggests that they all go hunting for Baron Nazid together. When he voices this proposal, the players' faces take on an expression of utter confusion. This is quite a difficult goal, especially for Bronze and Silver League players. Baron Nazid is a massive snake-like monster straight out of the Platinum League. He is the strongest among all the jungle monsters and, unfortunately, is Sun Jihan's next target. Baron becomes even more furious because this whole idea is the same as catching a dragon with a butterfly net. And besides, Baron Nazid, as a rule, does not appear in the Silver League at all. Jihan calmly tells the players that he recently figured out a way to summon Baron, and he invited Sia and Masad on this mission so that they could gain experience. Unlike Baron, Sophia would not mind taking part in this hunt. But everyone knows that if players do not belong to the same league and nation, it is impossible to form a squad. But both she and Baron are here temporarily and are not under Korean jurisdiction. Luckily, Hain has a way to overcome this problem. Thanks to the special guild effect, a squad can be formed regardless of the player's nationality, albeit with some restrictions. Jihan gave Lee Haein the Akashic records he had taken from Takeda a few days ago, and after using the artifact, a strange but very useful effect appeared. Still irritated, Baron continues to resist, unwilling to take 2 Bronze League players with him on the mission. Instead of pointless arguments, Jihan just tells the guy not to participate in the hunt if he doesn't want to. The guild has other players they could invite instead of him. For example, Mikhail from Russia or Scarlet from Israel. They all asked Jihan to notify them if there were any vacancies in his guild. Baron immediately replies that he had no intention of refusing to participate. Since 2 players from the Bronze League are going on the mission, someone has to balance the squad. Thus, the players will go hunting in exactly this composition, as planned. But Baron still can't get over his anger at this guy, who won the battle for advancement only because of the artifact. Despite this, all issues have now been resolved and the team is heading into the game. After just 15 minutes, as expected, the players show simply incredible results. All towers are destroyed and the enemy team is cornered. Looking at the composition of Jihan's team, the other players basically can't understand how he managed to assemble a squad of players of different nationalities. Baron tells his opponents with mild disdain that, despite their Silver League, they are not good enough even for a warm-up. But for a bunch of parasites, they held out quite well. And now, Baron is going to end it all and force them to surrender. We surrender. Suddenly, Jihan's voice is heard, and the first thing his opponents do is assume they've misheard. Even Jihan's own team can't believe their ears. So, completely ignoring Baron, who was frozen in midair, the guy repeats again that they are surrendering. Although just 5 minutes ago, everything was going just fine at the upper borders. Today's opponents were already aware of the rumors swirling around Masad and his fall to the first level. Therefore, they were completely confused about what such a weakling was doing here today, for which they paid the price. None of the players even suspected that Masad possessed serious strength even at the first level. And his control and ball handling are almost perfect. Masad's opponents don't even have time to realize what's going on before his brightly blazing ball is already upon them. As soon as the ball touches the head of a player from the other team, a powerful explosion is heard and fire covers everything around. Even Sophia stands next to the guy with considerable surprise and admires his abilities. She added a couple of buffs to this attack, but even so, this person's skill is nowhere near Bronze League level. The girl's thoughts are interrupted by a noise somewhere nearby. Turning around and listening, she realizes that Jihan is right in that direction. While he and Masad were dealing with the upper boundaries, the guy was busy with the lower ones. This time the cleanup was even easier than in previous missions. Now all of Jihan's opponents die from literally one blow of his. And judging by the sounds coming from the middle borders, Baron is doing well there too. However, there is not much time left. Sia is worried that the game will soon be over, and they still haven't reached Baron Nazid. But Jihan convinces his worried niece that he has everything under control and knows what he is doing. And now they surrender to the opposing team. None of Jihan's teammates understand what their leader is doing when they have almost won this match. The guy turns to the worried players and asks them to cool down a bit. He is not going to give up just like that, but only on one condition. Jihan suggests that the enemy team up with them to take down Baron Nazid. What did you just say? Baron roared, unable to bear the idiocy of what was happening. He is infuriated that Jihan first said that their team was more than enough for this hunt, and now he is asking for help from another team. The guild leader easily moves away from Baron, who has grabbed him, and begins to calmly explain the reasons for his actions. Even if they kill the entire enemy squad, those players will return to the game within a minute and pounce on the lines while Jihan and the others fight the Baron. Sophia also considers the leader's decision reasonable, since they clearly won't be able to take down the creature as quickly as the Platinum League players would have done. Under pressure from reasonable arguments, Baron is forced to agree. Even the players on the other team are already noticing that this guy has really gotten on Jihan's nerves with his arguments and aggression. So, provided that the enemy squad helps to kill Baron Nazid, Jihan and his team will allow them to win this match. After a few seconds of thought, the players agree to this proposal, and together, both teams head towards the lake. The size of this place is quite consistent with the lair of a dangerous monster. Apparently, this is where Baron Nazid usually appears. That's why Jihan is going to start the call right now. Sophia rushes to the guy and stops him, because before summoning a creature, she must apply buffs. Jihan warmly thanks the girl when she completes her task. Sophia's abilities are simply amazing. She has a gift called Trinity. It is this that allows the girl to apply 3 buffs to the player at once. After this, Jihan turns to Sia and asks her to stay behind for a while, because their adventure today is very dangerous. Having finished with his niece, the guy begins the long-awaited call. Approaching this huge lake, he throws 2 fragments of the Archangel's and the Reaper's weapons into it at once. As soon as Baron Nazid learns that the great weapon has shattered, he will immediately make his move. After making the throw, Jihan remains patiently waiting for his target to appear. Finally, the symbols carved into the stone nearby begin to glow brightly. Nazid himself appears from the lake, growling furiously. Sophia lets out a cry of amazement when she sees how huge and terrifying the creature looks. "The fall of light and darkness marks my ascension," the Baron roars. The players on both teams are terrified, but Jihan, for some reason, looks like he doesn't feel any fear at all. He knows that there are several stones with marks near the lake, and if they are broken, the monster will be significantly weakened. But after some time, the stones will still recover, so they need to be broken constantly. Jihan gives the teams the order to split into 2 people and break these stones one by one. He himself will stand alone against Baron Nazid. Baron is unhappy again, this time because Jihan brought them here himself, and now wants to take all the attention for himself. He doesn't care about the other weaklings, but Baron doesn't think it's wise to waste such a valuable resource as himself on destroying some stones. Not noticing anything around him, the man continues to swear when suddenly the Baron's shadow covers him. The monster appears right behind Baron, who still doesn't realize what happened. The player only has time to curse foully before the alien force is already flying rapidly straight towards him. A second later, a deafening explosion is heard. But when Baron opens his eyes again, closed in horror, he realizes that he is still alive, but only thanks to Jihan, who covered Baron Nazid with his dome. "Just follow my orders and don't whine," the leader orders, barely containing his anger. Baron is about to speak up again, but he pulls himself together and keeps his emotions to himself. Sophia smiles happily and thanks Jihan for saving her. Turning to Baron, she asks him to obediently carry out all the orders of the leader. But in the eyes of a man, this whole situation looks completely different. He feels terribly humiliated and insulted. Baron Nazid, meanwhile, roars furiously and tries to attack again using dark mana, but Jihan easily manages to get out of the line of attack, remaining safe and sound. "Hey, pathetic little human!" Suddenly, Ariel appears right at his ear. The elf says that this monster has enormous reserves of dark mana. The battle itself will increase Jihan's dark energy stat. Having learned about this, the guy decides to work hard for this today. Nazid's eyes burn brightly with rage and killing intent, the creature watching every move of its unexpected adversary. Initially, Jihan was still a little worried about this fight, but now he began to feel much more confident than before the battle began. His team is good at destroying the stones, so Nazid can't use his abilities. It is for this reason that the guy is confident that the battle will be much easier than he expected. And he is not the only one who thinks so. A player from the former enemy team is simply amazed at how skillfully Jihan deals with this monster. This means Baron will have to say goodbye to his dreams of the #1 spot in the rankings. The guy believes that Baron may be superior to many players in brute force, but everyone knows that he has problems in other aspects. Although recently there has been an increasing feeling that in terms of strength, Jihan is already not far behind Baron. These words are simply a huge blow to the pompous Baron's pride, and he clearly does not intend to tolerate such ridicule. The man reaches out and attacks a player from the opposing team without hesitation. Sophia and Macid immediately turn around in horror towards the noise. Baron growls through his teeth, driven to rage. The rest of the team can't understand what happened to him and why he's acting like this. Before the leader of the opposing team can even express his indignation, Baron directs Mana in his direction as well. Apparently, that boy's mockery was the last straw for him. Now Jihan is also distracted from the fight and notices that everything is not going according to plan. Baron tells him with a grin that he simply did what he should have done in the first place. He can also finish off a monster like Baron Nazid alone if he gets buffs, and killing those players will be the first step to his victory. Jihan thinks that this guy is just crazy to decide to do such a thing. But the American is confident that he has uncovered Jihan's insidious plan to elevate him alone, and will not allow himself to be cast aside. So the man turns sharply and heads towards the snake. He is sure that the monster himself is already tired of fighting with such an idiot as Jihan. Baron is completely confident in himself, as he always is. He is going to finish off this huge monster with just one blow, and he makes the first attempt to implement his plan. Jihan remains standing below and watches the mistake of an overconfident player. Baron, without hiding his pride, looks with gloomy satisfaction at the serpent, shrouded in the power of his mana. However, he failed to take into account several aspects. Firstly, such wide-ranged attacks do not work against Baron Nazid. Secondly, the monster could not use its own abilities because the stones around it were constantly being destroyed. Thirdly, since Baron killed those players, the stones have already been restored. And most importantly, a player who hinders his team will always face a bad outcome. So, Baron's death doesn't come as a surprise at all. But now Baron Nazid has fully regained his strength, and the monster is going to take revenge on them all and turn into dust those who dared to attack him and deprive him of his power. Therefore, the Baron immediately activates the abnormal status paralysis. The bodies of all players are enveloped in paralyzing energy, and they are unable to resist it. Jihan is simply furious with the actions of this bastard Darren, and the second team is now unlikely to cooperate with him. They had almost dealt with this monster and victory was so close, but nevertheless, Jihan is going to do everything in his power to correct the situation. Suddenly, the guy hears the whistle of an arrow flying past. Several arrows, suspiciously familiar to Jihan, suddenly pierce the head of the huge snake. Raising his head, he finds their owner. Sia stands nearby and tirelessly sends arrow after arrow at the monster. But the girl herself looks tense and a little scared, although she tries to fight her feelings. Literally a few seconds later, Baron Nazid is already a couple of steps away from her. The monster attacks, and Sia tries to run away from it with a scream. Jihan suddenly notices that the paralysis imposed on him has weakened a little. He indignantly shouts at his niece that he ordered her to stay out of the way and not to get involved in the thick of things. Jihan orders her to simply run away and not try to attack the monster. "Shut up!" Sia suddenly says rather rudely, and Jihan's eyes widen in surprise. The girl saw the chat and knows that all of them here are practically on the verge of death. Sophia and Macid listen in amazement as Sia loudly rants about how everyone treats her like a useless player because Jihan is her uncle. The girl had just shed the stigma of being the Sword King's daughter, and now everyone calls her Jihan's niece. But she also has a gift, which she develops and tries with all her might. Jihan looks at Sia in amazement, seeing her in a new light. The girl once again asks him to simply tell her how she can help, and not send him away to sit on the sidelines. Jihan watches her battle with the monster with great intensity and frantically tries to decide what to do next. He sees that Sia is doing quite well and has so far successfully dodged the monster's attacks. So, maybe they still have a chance. Sophia and Macid are apparently no longer able to fight due to paralysis, but the buff that Sophia put on is, fortunately, still in effect. "Now you're an autumn mosquito." Having made a decision, Jihan suddenly shouts to her niece. Everyone knows that mosquitoes are much more dangerous in autumn. If we compare them with summer individuals, their numbers are much smaller and their energy level is lower. But they appear as if out of nowhere, and they bite, as if they intend to suck all the strength out of their victim. This is exactly how I should behave with Baron Nazid now. Sia, as conceived by Jihan. This behavior of annoying mosquitoes usually drives people crazy. Exactly the same principle can be used when fighting monsters. Meanwhile, Jihan finally shakes off his paralysis and tries to get to his feet. It may be difficult, but he succeeds. Suddenly, the guy starts to feel something a little strange, but definitely useful. It's all about the eclipse energy that envelops his sword. Ariel also notices that this energy has become much stronger than it was before. Jihan's sword stats are rapidly increasing, and he can now pierce the Baron if he puts in the effort. The guy understands that if the power of the shadows really grows, then he will be able to use the Blessed Shadow technique. Suddenly, Jihan hears a loud scream from the side, where Sia was still continuing to irritate the monster. Looking up, he sees Baron Nazada quickly leaving his lair. Pathetic man. The monster roars at Sia. Now that the hide-and-seek is over, Nazada is going to get serious about this girl. Sia takes a frightened step back and, stumbling, falls into the hole that remains instead of the lake. Jihan looks at her niece in horror and screams loudly, hoping that she survived. The girl thinks that she needs to buy at least a little more time for her uncle, despite her fatigue. Gritting her teeth, she tries to come to her senses and collect herself a little. Sophia and Masad watch the girl in amazement, still unable to help her. Jihan continues to stand a few meters away from her, tensely clutching the sword in his hand. To everyone's surprise, Sia struggles to his feet. No matter what, she simply has to help complete this mission, even if she feels absolutely terrible. For this, the system rewards the girl with a 10-point increase in stamina and the rare Fortitude characteristic. Baron Nazid, meanwhile, is already getting tired of all this and is getting ready to deal the final blow. "Disappear!" the monster roars, releasing a stream of mana from its enormous mouth. Finally, Nazid will be able to enjoy the silence. "What are you looking at, scum?" Jihan suddenly says, and the monster turns to face him. Sia, who was saved by him at the last moment. A little later, he will tell his niece about her new characteristic, the appearance of which she did not even notice. And now, he asks the girl to leave here and leave everything else to him. But Sia is worried, because half of those who were supposed to destroy the stones have disappeared. Jihan is confident that even in this way he can deal with Nazid. "Uncle already has a plan," he laughs. Jihan swings and throws his sword forward, which eventually slips past the monster and flies a little further. Before the eyes of the astonished monster, the sword plunges into the very bottom of the empty lake. Now this hole is starting to fill with energy again. "I give up," Jihan suddenly says with a smile. Sophia and Masad gasp in amazement, not believing that this is happening again. Saya tries to protest, but her uncle completely ignores her words. "So, that's your dying wish?" Baron Nazid bursts out laughing. This mortal is clearly full of surprises. And now, Nazid wants to swallow this strange little man even more. In a few seconds, the monster is literally a step away from Sia and Jihan. But the head of the guild is sure that it is Nazid who will become his victim today. The shadows won't stop until he's gone. This is the second technique of the Blessed Dark Shadow formula, a force that defies the natural order, the power of shadow that consumes darkness. While Sun Jihan was battling Baron Nazid, Baron was looking forward to what he believed would be the team's imminent return. But something happens that he could never have expected. A new system notification appears in front of the man, leaving him in a state of shock. His team defeated Baron Nazid and received the Blessing of the Void. Baron can't believe the players managed to do it on their own, without him. And as if that wasn't enough, the players from the other team he killed approach him. And these guys are quite outraged that he dared to betray them all. But instead of admitting his guilt and apologizing, Baron becomes even more enraged. If it weren't for Song Jihan, he would have been the first player and would have defeated that huge snake himself. The frightened players run in all directions, but this does not help them at all. Enraged, Baron kills them all without a second thought. When the mission ends, the players return back. Sia squeals with delight when she sees that her level has risen to 20 immediately after the battle. In just one match, she managed to climb a whopping 15 levels. Now the girl has to choose her class, but she can't decide. A good choice would be the archer, since she is good with arrows. But having received the class, Sia would like to be at the very top of it. And there are too many good archers in Korea. Jihan is confident that archer will be the ideal choice for her. "Because I'll be the best warrior." The boy laughs and immediately receives another powerful blow from his niece. Their conversation is interrupted by the ringing of a mobile phone. Sia picks it up to answer the call. The girl steps aside to talk and Jihan opens the status window. The victory over Baron paid off 100-fold, and he already had the opportunity to move up in his league. Plus, the guy also received the Void Cloak as a reward, which provides good protection from attacks. The specifications also state that this item provides insulation when worn, but it is unclear what this means. So the player asks Ariel to come over and look at it. "Do you know what this object is?" Jihan asks, and the elf's face instantly changes. There is silence for a few seconds, but then Ariel begins to speak. She was already thinking about the skill that Jihan had used on that big snake. It's about the dominance of the Black Shadow. And this skill looks exactly like the main technique of Ariel's real form. Jihan understands that this technique is very closely related to the Queen of Shadows. He tells the elf that he knows nothing about it and looks away. Ariel decides to set the record straight once and for all. Since they have come to this situation, She decides to ask Jihan the question directly. "The constellation that took your gift from you, is it the wandering god of martial arts?" asks the elf. From the guy's reaction, Ariel immediately understands that she was right in her guess. The true essence sent her here because it felt the energy of this god from the guy. "And I thought she was just a pervert." Jihan chuckles a little nervously. It's not like it was a secret, so the guy honestly answers that it was that very god. Jihan doesn't understand. Is this god really so powerful that Ariel was sent here to watch over a simple player? The elf admits that the wandering god of martial arts is a real disaster for her people. Initially, the constellations considered the stars on which they were born to be their parents. They had to protect them by living there. Previously, Jihan thought that the constellations were gods. But Ariel explains to him that this is not entirely true. Constellations are transcendental beings who have reached the divine level. If Jihan can reach level 777, he too can become a true constellation. The guy doesn't quite understand how it works because there are only 500 levels in the game, but Ariel promises to tell him about it later. The wandering god of martial arts is something else entirely. Born in the darkness of a roaring star, this god himself hunts the constellations and keeps them in his lands. He keeps the constellations alive in order to feed on their power. Apparently, Ariel was sent to watch over Jihan precisely because the energy of the wandering god was hidden within him. And this is not the only oddity. There is a possibility that the abilities that this god stole from the constellations will manifest in Jihan as well. However, the Shadow Queen's abilities were not stolen. Therefore, it is unclear how Jihan was able to use her skills. Only now does it become clear to the player what really happened. He had obtained the Shadow Queen's powers in his previous life, and at that time, the wandering god had already absorbed the Shadow Queen. This means that the queen will soon fall at his hand. Ariel wants to know if the Blessed Black Shadow technique is the strongest of those that Jihan received from this god. The surprised elf hears in response that Jihan has an even more powerful technique hidden away. But right now his level is low, so the guy won't be able to show it yet. This makes Ariel think hard. Meanwhile, Sia finishes his conversation and returns back to his uncle. The girl looks very happy and immediately asks if Jihan is free this evening. After all, loyal fans want to see their idol. The guy gained unprecedented popularity after that epic battle with Baron Nazid. Having learned the details from his niece, Jihan agrees to this meeting. That same evening he goes to a restaurant, where Sophia is already waiting for him. The girl is terribly nervous and hopes that she is not rushing things too much. Sophia is afraid that she has overdone it with perfume and screams in horror when she notices that she has forgotten her lipstick at home. And somewhere in another restaurant at the same time, Lee Haeun is sitting at a table. This girl is also nervous and worried about the durability of her makeup today. Haeun did it on the go, so she was very anxious. "Have you been waiting long?" a man's voice calls out, and the girl lifts her head. At the same time, Sophia also stares wide-eyed at Jihan, who entered the restaurant. The girl thinks that he looks especially beautiful today. She gets up from her chair and convinces Jihan that she arrived only recently and hardly expected him. The girl's face literally glows with joy, and a blush spreads across her cheeks. Lee Haeun doesn't look so happy at all. For some reason, on blind dates, she always only meets really weird guys. Meanwhile, Jihan and Sophia begin to eat the food that the waiters have already served them. In fact, the guy was a little surprised by such a sudden request for a meeting. Sophia admits that she is truly a fan of his and has been waiting for a long time for the opportunity to properly introduce herself. "But how long have you and Sia been in touch?" Jihan asks. The girl laughs and explains that she and his niece have become quite close since that meeting about Baron Nazid. Sophia asked Sia to talk to her uncle about this meeting, and she did so immediately. An American woman recently learned that Korean women call older men "oppa," and is now hopefully asking Jihan for permission to call him the same. This girl looks much more cheerful than Jihan remembered her. Before his regression, she was more mature and grown up. "How old are you?" he decides to ask Sophia. This is how the guy finds out that the girl is the same age as his 20-year-old niece. So he asks her to call him simply by his first name. Also, Jihan is going to pay for today's dinner and asks Sophia to eat more, because she is still growing. After some time, when the food is finished, the players continue their conversation. Sophia is terribly interested in what level her idol is now. She now enters the Silver League promotion game and hopes to meet Jihan there. And the guy suddenly realizes that if this is really so, then they will have to fight against each other. He completely forgot to check his notifications, so he asks Sophia to wait a little. Indeed, he too was eligible for promotion, as he finished first in the Silver League. Suddenly, the guy's gaze stumbles upon a notification that his level has exceeded the Silver League level, and that if he decides to participate in the game, restrictions will be imposed on him. It turns out that now he can take part in the Golden League promotion game. If Jihan wins this game, he will immediately enter the Platinum League, which will be the fastest rise in the league in history. After some time, Lee Haeun returns back to BattleNet. That inadequate guy proposed to her right on the first date. Lim Gyan doesn't understand why her mistress agrees to such dates at all, because they don't lead to anything good. Now the only thing that makes Haeun happy is that she can make another bet and unwind a little. Scrolling down, the girl notices a note on a betting website. "What's wrong?" the bodyguard asks, seeing Haeun's stunned face. It turns out that the rules of the game for growth have changed. Due to Jihan's choice, the game map has changed and all bets made before this have been cancelled. The player decided to accept the proposed restrictions and participate in the Silver League promotion games. If he had chosen the Gold League and then gone straight to the Platinum League, he would have missed out on a lot of quest achievements. And he certainly wouldn't want to allow that to happen.